Good evening, America, and all the other lesser nations. It's your boy Donnie, former president of the United States, and really the best president, quite frankly. I'm here tonight to tell you not to be like China and instead donate to the OCA podcast. But don't just take it from me, the greatest and most loved president of all time. Listen to these other satisfied customers.
I think of the host of the OCA podcast as my 5.5 additional children, and like a good American father, I support them by donating to their OnlyFans.
If only I had started donating earlier, Uncle Ben might still be alive.
I've never met my real dad, but that's okay. Because after donating all my savings, the host agreed to be my new dads.
I punched the change out of his coin purse who donate to the podcast.
No, not my coins!
Yes, your coins.
It's time to donate to the Patreon!
All right! The OCA podcast needs my money more than my sister Serenity.
Donate today.
Back to the OCA podcast. I am your host, the Anime Collector, and this is the sound of a refreshing G Fuel. Joining me tonight is Reese2753.
I'm here. I'm tired. Let's go.
Sounds like you need a G Fuel. King Style is with us tonight, but I believe he stepped away.
No, I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, he's here. Wow.
Live and loaded.
Right on. It's almost like the perfect time to use our intro for King Style that I forgot where I put it, so I guess we won't use it. Never mind. And Farah's here. Okay, cool. So, welcome, Farah.
Welcome.
Welcome. Oh, jeez.
So, it's been a very interesting week, and this stream has all but killed me to put it on. So it is going to be a disaster. I thank you for your patience. Jumping right into things. I should probably start screen sharing. There we go. So there have been numerous changes to the website, namely updates. In that, I have updated the timeline here. Now, I've just remembered something else I was supposed to do. Okay, so here's the deal. StreamYard, what we stream through, has been a real bitch to me today. And so we're going to have to cover some stuff utilizing a different method. Wow, that looks great. That's a good sign that my internet's great. Okay, cool. So we are going to go over Vic's Wednesday stream, not from last week, but the week before, because Vic actually finally addresses things, and he tells his side of the story to a degree, and then he shoots himself in the foot right at the end. So let me actually share this the proper way so you can hear it, because I'm such a fucking useless incompetent right now. Here we go. Okay, cool. All right.
You know how we always do
Can you guys hear
Wellness
that?
Wednesdays? Yep.
Yeah, I can
We
hear
always
it.
do Wellness Wednesdays, right? And a lot of you are even probably thinking, yeah, we always do the same thing all the time. Well,
dear Lord, there we go.
Tonight. Yes, wishful thinking. You're on top of it. Grizzly, you're on top of it.
You know what's nice about this that we can watch it at
yes.
1.25 speed.
But I have something else I want to talk with you guys about. I've got something very personal. I've got something very personal and very private, and I don't really cherish sharing things like this because I believe in privacy. I believe that people deserve to have their privacy protected. I don't talk about personal things. I certainly don't expose private or personal things. But I'm going to share some stuff with you about my past and the way that it has affected me. And I think also because there are a lot of you guys here that I think will connect with this. But I want to start by saying this. As we open ourselves up to like new experiences, we're always going to find ourselves in these scenarios.
Great.
We get ourselves in scenarios that are not good, that are less than ideal. A lot of them don't go the way we thought they would or turn.
Okay, so I'm going to try to put on closed captions a little bit here. Vic just said, okay, cool. That actually worked. Oh, this is such a great show. Okay.
New experiences. We're always going to find ourselves.
When we open ourselves up to new experiences, we're always going to find ourselves getting ourselves into scenarios that are not good.
A lot of them don't
less than ideal.
Go the way we thought they would or turn out the way we.
A lot of them don't go the way we thought they would or turn out the way we thought they would. I see.
But the very big important thing to remember is not to blame, not to play the blame game or say, oh, I'm this way because of this or medical conditions or events or people or this. Yeah, all of those.
Okay, so shoots himself in the foot right at the beginning and at the end. He is talking about opening up to new experiences and how that can cause you things to not go the way you thought they would. And then he goes on to say the important thing is to not blame other people. Now, I don't know. Oh, hold on. Farah, you're muted. Sorry. Oh, there we go. I don't know about you guys, but Vic doesn't really take a lot of responsibility in this video. He nebulously apologizes for hurting random people, not naming anybody, and even goes so far as to deflect blame off of himself by saying that in his first marriage, or I guess his only marriage, there was cheating involved that caused it to fail. But he fails to say whether or not he was the cheater or he was cheated on. Now, based on his history, I think it's pretty obvious where that probably went. But more importantly, I do think that it's just important to hear how he talks here. And just full disclosure, I think he did a phenomenal job throughout most of this in terms of telling his side of the story and explaining his rationale for some things. But he panics at some point and goes back into a mode of I did nothing wrong kind of thing. So let's hear him talk. I guess I should.
Those things certainly have effects on our lives, but it doesn't help to blame other people. So having said that, this is going to be very hard for me, and it's very sensitive. Like many of you, most of my life, I have struggled with self-worth. I've struggled with a sense of value, feeling like I was important to anyone. And you may think, well, why? Why? Well, my dad left when I was 9 years old.
And anyone?
He left me and my mom.
No,
and I was his only child.
Can I just laugh about the fact that he was like, let's not blame others for how we behave. My dad left when I was 9.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Now look.
he backpedaled, though. You could tell.
To be... Oh, hold on. Yes?
Like, I can't blame the shit he did on his daddy issues, dude. I don't know how to get behind that one.
Sorry, can you say that again?
I said I can't possibly like get behind it. You know, I don't know how to blame his bullshit that he did on his daddy issues. But hey, you know, all the power to don't blame anybody. My dad left.
I think the framing here is that he is trying to tell you about his life. And it is a tragedy. Don't get me wrong.
What's funny is he did all this. It was the one stream I didn't join since all this happened. I just didn't. I I'm not even subscribed anymore. Like, fuck all that.
Mm-hmm.
But people showed me clips of it. I haven't watched.
Well, again, I've been a little bit probably extra harsh starting out here, but I don't know. Let's hear him talk about his dad, because this is kind of this is a clue to the puzzle. And this is I just want to mention how much I fucking called it in podcast 222.
I could never really.
I do want to say though, real quick, before you start Vic again, though, here, like the thing is like I totally called it too, and like it's really obvious he has some issues like this. But you're gonna be like, my dad left me and this and that, and so that's your excuse for treating the women in your life like absolute garbage. That your dad was a piece of shit, so it's okay. Fuck you, bitch. That's how I
mean, that is the story of most people's lives. That is the cycle of hurt people.
There's a lot of weak people.
Yeah, let's hear what he says here, though.
Why a person who was supposed to
you can never understand,
love
especially at 9, why a person is supposed to love you unconditionally
in your life, right? Mom and dad
would leave.
That are supposed to love you and make you feel
this entitled shit,
valued and worthy of love. Why your dad would desert you. Could never understand that. And in order to cope with that, even as a young kid, I remember very well, the way that I coped with it was to become an overachiever. You know what I mean by that? I became an overachiever. In other words, anything that I got involved with, sports, music, acting, friendships, creative projects, school, church, memorizing Bible verses, I mean, whatever. I had to be the best. Why? Because I wanted to prove to myself that I was worthy of love. Even as a young kid, struggling with why my dad didn't give a crap about me and wasn't interested in anything related to my life. I was his only child, and he wasn't interested. And so when I was younger, and even up through like high school and college, I coped with that by overachieving. My mom will tell you. I mean, one of the reasons why I think I'm really good at a lot of things, any sport, creative things, singing, playing the piano, writing songs, acting, is because I wanted so badly to convince that voice inside my head that I was worthy of being loved and being wanted and being valued and being desired. And I kind of pulled myself out of it. And then I wanted to get married, wanted to have a family, but I wanted to make the right choice. I mean, my parents' marriage ended, and I wanted to make absolutely sure that when I got married, I made the best choice possible. I was going to succeed.
So I want to pause this for just a second and say, one of my best friends he has an extremely similar story to Vic. He actually kind of looks like Vic, even like he just very strange parallels to him, and he has the exact same coping mechanism of being an overachiever, right? I think he's also autistic to a high functioning degree, and every single thing that he gets into, like for example, we started going to the gym, me and him. He bought Arnold Schwarzenegger's like encyclopedia of bodybuilding and read it cover to cover. He randomly, we met at art school. He randomly picked up music and dropped. I mean, he still does art, but he basically pursued that as his new passion and mastered the craft of guitar and singing and everything. And everything that he does, he goes to the far extreme in terms of like pursuing it at that level, right? And at the end of like learning, music and guitar and everything, he wrote a song about his dad leaving his family and basically did exactly what Vic is doing here, basically just talking about, or singing, I guess I should say, about overachieving and becoming someone that his dad would like rue the day that he left because his son turned out to be so awesome, kind of thing. Literally the exact same thing that Vic is talking about here. So this isn't that uncommon, I would say, with people who don't have dads in their lives, especially men.
Where my dad failed. I wanted to be the dad that my dad was.
So he's saying he wanted to do better than his dad when it came to getting married and having children and stuff.
I got married. Some of you don't even know that. I got married when I was 35 to a woman who had 2 children from a previous marriage that I loved dearly. We were all very close. I loved those kids. Took them to school, did their own.
Alan Reese says, I want to be the very best like no one ever was. To catch them as my real test trainer. Like, yeah, that's precisely what happened in Ash's life, huh?
Yeah, his dad was evil, Giovanni. So he said, screw it. I'm going to become the Pokemon master. So
that's all right. His new dads are pretty chill.
Coached their ball teams. We were very close.
He says he was very close to his adopted
6
kids.
years into that marriage.
6 years into the marriage.
It ended, not by my will. There was cheating involved. And almost overnight, I went from being married with 2 kids and 2 dogs in a beautiful house to being completely alone.
Okay, so again, he said cheating was involved. Does not take responsibility for it. It's possible that it was the spouse that cheated. Celise, I think her name was.
I
actually
can tell you otherwise because he's told me otherwise himself.
Okay.
So it was Vic who cheated. He's told me that, like, not much, but he's told me some. He just basically said that he made a bunch of really bad choices that destroyed his first marriage. He kind of got a little mopey with me. So he's the one that cheated. And I think he tried to imply that without taking responsibility for it. But the part where he says it was against his will, no, that's entirely 100% your will. You're just saying it's against your will instead of taking accountability because she left you on her own free will. But that's part of why he ends up, I think he tries to say that without necessarily saying, because he doesn't want to be like, and then I ended up alone. So you don't have this house, you don't have this dog, and you're on your friend's couch, I think he said next or something. He may not have said that. I think that's what it was.
I think that's what happened, regardless if he says it here.
Yeah.
So I pulled it back so we could see what you were talking about here. You're correct. He says 6 years into the marriage.
It ended.
It ended. By my will. Not by my will.
There was cheating involved.
There was cheating involved.
And almost overnight, I went from being married with 2 kids and 2 dogs in a beautiful house to being completely alone on a couch above my friend's garage.
So that, in my understanding of Vic's life, has been a repeating pattern in every relationship that I personally know about that he's been in. That basically, or I mean, just I guess there might be one extra one that I learned about recently that I don't know how that one ended, but if I just take Celise, Michelle Specht, and Haley and Farah here, he blows up the relationship because his inability to remain exclusive. Or
we've got another one named Hannah as well that he apparently did the same kind of shit with.
So, but the point is that this is a cycle that he cannot seem to get out of.
And the Hannah girl basically confirmed Emmy, by the way. Basically. Did I show you that?
No.
I'll have to send that to you, but she wants to remain anonymous, so I'm only going to say Hannah.
Okay. I did see this. You didn't send it to me, but I did see this because it was shared on Kiwi Farms, and they already know who she is. But no, I haven't. I have not seen her confirm Emmy. And again, this is what we're
What
talking
is
about
this
here.
that was shared on Kiwi Farms?
Your stuff that you're talking about. You asked if you had sent it to me. I said no because you had not sent it to me. But I did see it because you posted it somewhere, and it was posted to Kiwi Farms.
Which one, though?
Hannah.
Oh, interesting. And they figured out who it was?
Well, I guess she was known in the circle beforehand, but it's unimportant right now for the sake of what we're talking about here. God damn it, I lost my train of thought. So he's this is his cycle, right? Is that for whatever reason, and again, when your father figure in life is Captain Kirk, it's kind of a good indicator that you're not on the right path necessarily. Whose microphone is doing that? King style. Sound like you're rewinding your microphone. So when your father figure is Captain Kirk, you don't make a great father or a great spouse, you know? And so he has, for his whole life, sabotaged his own romance with people because of, and you could call it any number of things, not being able to keep it in his pants, not being able to be honest with people, you know, whatever it's going to be. But this has just been the cycle. So he ends up on a couch, living on a couch above his friend's garage.
Yeah, with nothing.
With nothing.
And all of those feelings from when I was young about not being worthy of love and not feeling very valued and low self-worth came flooding back to me. Big time. Big time. And it put me into this mindset. And by the way, this was exactly when I started voice acting. I should let you know that. Just as my marriage was ending, I was invited to go and audition for this tiny studio in Houston. And as I always do, I threw myself into that to try to be the best I could, to try to to try to give up, to try to prove to myself that that I was worth being admired or applauded, or that I was worthy. But between what happened with my dad in my early formative years, and then what happened again with my marriage, it put me into this really bad mindset of low self-worth, of low self-esteem. Can anyone out there relate?
Okay, so real quick, I just want to address, I think Vic is being very honest here. I think he does suffer from low self-esteem, low self-worth. And I do think that drives people, especially people with what he's described here of not having a father and becoming an overachiever and constantly seeking a validation. This has been my take on Vic from the beginning, that he is constantly seeking emotional validation from everybody, right? He needs it, affirmation. He needs that so badly. It's like a drug that he has to take a hit every moment of the day. Farah, I think that may be why he was able to text with you on a daily basis when somebody, I mean, I guess right now, maybe he's not as busy as he was, you know, there's probably a time when his life is super busy, but I'm just saying, like, I think that finding the time,
I think he was able to do that because I was very, very good to him, and I did validate him. I was very supportive.
Yes.
I always made sure to encourage him. I basically did all the things that men would want a woman to do. At least I attempted to. I tried my best to do so, and I made a conscious effort to do that daily. When I have somebody that I like, a partner, I wake up every morning and I intentionally make sure that I start my day, my conversation with them, making them feel good. It's a conscious effort in the morning. So that is definitely a thing that Vic has, and I recognize that as a need right off the bat, and I ensured that I fulfilled it. And Vic got that out of me. It's really unfortunate that he was the person that he was, and that he did, the things that he did with me, and that I was what I was to him. Because it's unfortunate because Vic spends so much time trying to garner that from people that I don't think he recognizes it when it's genuinely someone doing it for therapeutic reasons for him and to encourage him and only saying things that are accurate and positive. You know what I mean? Always being there when something's wrong, always trying to give you the real thing, not just telling you what you want to hear, And he got a lot of that from me. And in the end though, like, he was so shocked, it's so unfortunate, like, he's so entitled to, like, well that whole you should love me anyways no matter what I do to you, Farah shit, and which is so fucking offensive after what he did do, many of the things, and he's about to go into that, and start screaming about how I have nothing going on in my life and no self-worth and all this, but like, he's not the one who's about to be trained by Mike Tyson or about to fight Snow the Salt Queen, like, in a cosplay battle for fun, you know what I mean? Like, he's like, she has nothing going on while he's filming Zip fucking Shimezo and stuff. So, what's about to happen is projection. And that also goes to his validation thing. Like, this whole thing, you're absolutely right. Like, what's about to happen in this live stream? I've seen it, and it's really, really sad. He says all this stuff about he has a low self-esteem and low self-worth. And it translates to how he treats women, right? His promiscuity. And then he goes on a straight rampage about saying the same things about me that almost seem like he's kind of talking about himself. And it's really disappointing to see that, because he's about to flip-flop this whole thing sideways and really fuck himself in this. And it's sad because it's what's preventing him from actually taking accountability, I think, ever. And I think it's always been what's prevented him from being capable of ever taking accountability, is that he needs validation to survive.
Mm-hmm. So I think actually that although you attempted to be what he needed in a relationship, I think you guys were actually just like a cocktail of disaster waiting to happen, simply because Vic thinks he needs that validation, like he is he's almost like a child without their, security blanket when he doesn't have it. But the problem is that not having it,
that's actually so accurate, because that's why Haley happened. We had the first emotional conversation we had, he was drunk and I wasn't very receptive because of that, and then the next thing you know, Haley was happening. So
exactly, that's precisely it, right? So I feel like, and like, my heart goes out to Vic on this, because he is stuck in this neural pattern of sabotaging his relationships the second they don't give him the affirmation he needs. Because he is, like I said, a child without a security blanket, in desperate need of that comfort, right?
One thing I will say for him on that note that I can give Vic like a little bit of leeway on is that I don't even think he understands, fathoms, or like comprehends in any way that to the woman, it seems almost like a fucking, not even a tantrum, but like devaluing you, like, because to me that always translated as like, there's a few times where I didn't act or behave exactly what he wanted me to say, and he would start trying to guide how I would behave. He would be like, before I would even get to start even popping off, he would be like, thank you for just being so gracious. Thank you for being so understanding, so kind, and like kind of prime me against that and stuff. Because he doesn't want you to go off. But the second you do that, he wants you to behave for him. And that was that felt gross to me. Like, it being entitled to me behaving for you regardless of whatever you're doing to me is absolutely fucking bogus.
So I think we've uncovered something here about Vic, and that is that he talked about wanting to pick the right person, have the right spouse, right? And I think in his mind, he had a perception of what the perfect relationship is, right? And for him, he's an incredibly charming and caring guy who cares about, people tremendously. He gives them laser focus when he's talking to them. He gives them all the things that they on paper need, right? In terms of,
but you got to understand that is so well practiced, and that's why it's so well received. Like, that's not all.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying is that he is providing what he believes playing his part is for the perfect, person, being the one that his dad wasn't. And so when he wants from his spouse in this like psychological prison he's in of needing to not have what happened with his father. Yeah. So he needs a spouse that follows certain rules, right? Or I don't even want to call it rules, but he has there's a playbook for which the relationship needs to go down. And so, as you said, if you ever deviated from that, he became he would try to guide you back to how you should be acting, right? And that's, I think, very telling for Vic. And this is the thing
this only happened when, and it never happened with any of the things you would think it was. He never cared about porn. He didn't give a shit if I cussed in public. He would try to correct the way I would dress, though. But Vic's an old guy. He just I don't think he really understood what alt is. He just couldn't. And he would always comment on it, but I would always ignore it. There was that kind of stuff, but nothing like that. That's not really where I'm going. Where he would guide the conversation. It was only if I was trying to get him to understand how something he did affected me. That's it. Only if I was upset over or he could tell I didn't like something. And I don't really get upset necessarily. There were only 2 times I ever really raised my voice at Vic at all. And those 2 times, 3 actually, because Haley counts as 2 different times. And then when he tried to fuck my friend or set up a 3-way with my friend while she was going through shit and he got in trouble. So during those times though, the behavior was kind of weird. There was also another time where I didn't get mad at him. I just kind of was like, hey, what the fuck? This is really odd. And he got super defensive and tried to ask me to make a video to defend him, even though I was like, hey, I kind of don't like this comment. He was like, if there's not enough blood and gore in your anime, go cut yourself. And I'm like, bitch, think about who you're with when you say that stuff.
So going back to sort of the pattern of his relationships, I think that once again, because Vic is so, because he exudes what he believes to be the ideal behaviors of the male in a relationship, or just masculine, the non-toxic form of masculinity, right? Being in control of yourself and all of these things that he is trying to project, right? And then
making what he thinks is non-toxic.
I'm not saying that he's achieved these, but his projection of himself outward, right? Especially in terms of being overly caring for people, which again is something that occurs when people are grow up in a single parent household when all they have is their mom, and the mom is not getting that rock that they need from their spouse that has the sort of emotional stability. It creates a vacuum where the son ends up fulfilling that need, right? And I think that this shows up in their relationships. And so I think what's going on here is that because Vic has perfected this caricature of the spouse, that it becomes very difficult for the people he dates. It's almost like an unintentional gaslighting. And I'll say this again. I think a lot of the manipulative behavior Vic does is unintentional, but it has the same result whether it's intentional or not, right? So when you're in a relationship with somebody and you are putting off a act that makes you be perceived as the perfect spouse, like the person who is doing everything right for the most part, then it becomes difficult to find fault in them. Or when there is something that they've done wrong, it's easy to, have it flipped around on you. Like, you've failed 90 times out of 100. I failed once, and that's sort of, I think, where that psychological game gets played, in that him being so emotionally available, and investing so much time and again that deep focus of energy.
And telling people things like the words he uses too are words you only use in certain situations, and then he'll be upset with someone for having whatever. I mean, like he was never upset with any feelings I had during, but apparently in one of his live streams he was going off about how I developed feelings and this and that and all these. So I just want to point out too, like when you say things like, we're very close, aren't we, Farah? Like, oh my God. Okay. This is like, I don't know, a couple months into us even knowing each other. He's texting me that we're close and like saying, aren't we? Like literally asking me this, you know, as sometimes dudes do, which honestly, like, that's the thing a lot of guys do that women just honestly don't fucking like. Like, we're close, aren't we?
Well, that,
Ooh. But I was like, yeah, I think so, I guess. Like, because I don't know. I guess for me, that confirmed that he's so close
that is a psychological trick to use on a person, because if you're, especially when you're in a relationship and you don't want to think to yourself, we are not close. You know what I mean?
Well, no, we're not in a relationship though. That's
I know, but I'm just saying.
Like,
I'm just saying that
never
people.
had strings attached. I have rules against that.
I'm just saying that people have. This is an effect that it has.
I guess we had what we had at the time we started.
When you use this, when you use this on a person, and you say, you know, we are close, aren't we? Especially if you're talking to somebody who is, you know, favorable to you, right? Somebody that you have a good relationship with, even if you're not quote unquote close, especially if you present yourself in a way where you're creating a scenario where they want you to like them. Like, you know, people with charisma, people like, for example, Elon Musk, when he bought Twitter, he created a scenario where the people who stuck around behind after everybody else walked off of Twitter, they wanted him to notice them. Like the Notice Me Senpai, they wanted him to value the work that they did. Like there are some people, leaders especially, have this quality where you want to go the extra mile for them, right? A good boss, a good leader, right? So I think in this situation, when Vic says, you know, we're close, aren't we? Regardless of whether it's intentional, it is a manipulation tactic that causes a person to pause for a minute and think, well, the opposite of us being close is that we're not close. And I don't want to admit that to myself, that we're not close, because that's not the truth. Right now, we're just having an argument, and it disrupts your thought pattern and causes you to approach the argument in a different way. It is a strategy, again, whether intentional or not, that causes people to recalibrate.
Well, I think it's intentional because it's so well practiced. He does it so much. He does all this shit so often, routinely, that there's no way he doesn't know he's doing it by now. The man's 60 years old.
See, the thing for me though is that he is perhaps so well practiced in it that it comes across as though it's happening innately. So I don't see it as intentional.
That's because it's supposed to come across as if it's not happening. I mean, that whole live stream was him telling people what he thought they needed to hear for him to be viewed a certain way up until he lost his cool.
True. So let's get back to this.
You can see the table turn.
Yeah, let's watch it, because you're right, and we'll know. We'll show when it happens.
I can't allow, like, in my head right now, what I'm thinking in my mind. I just want to tell you, like, what's going on in my head. In my head, when I hear you describe that way, my heart starts racing a little faster, and I think to myself that if I don't correct this, it will lessen what he's actually probably doing, and it will cause people to go, oh, poor Vic, you know, he's just traumatized. That's why. Oh, it's not that big of a deal. When really this motherfucker's been doing this for so long, that shit is calculated. He thinks about it. I am positive with how much I've learned about Vic, how he thought about me. More than likely, there were times like when he would step back or I would step back, things would be on the line. If I would step back, he would pull me back in. Then there were times he would try to like step away as if my relationship to him wasn't useful. And then I would go, okay, bye. And all of a sudden it was, why aren't you talking to me? You haven't been talking to me lately, Farah. Do you know what I mean? Like that's tactical in retrospect.
Yeah, again,
I mean, in the beginning,
I guess I'm apprehensive about specifically like categorizing him a certain way when I don't know him. I have never spoken to him. I've never met him. I don't know anything about him other than what's happened with his lawsuit.
He is very easy to get along with. He is very good to other people, acting-wise. He seems like he cares about people. He acts like he cares about people. He acts genuinely caring. Yes, all of this is totally true. I can't say he isn't genuinely caring, because who the fuck am I to say that? What I can say is I've noticed he says the same things over and over again. He practices things. He guides conversations in the directions he wants them to have. And honestly, like, who's to say how his fan club does or doesn't take the things that he says, or why they're designed to feel a certain way? You know, like this whole speech he gave us. I just, you know, I can't really get in his head, and I don't want to. I just don't want to like be really soft on him with this, like, because I think he needs to take accountability, and I worry that we could speculate easily, because I mean, you could be right too. Maybe there's a lot he doesn't know, but I think there is a whole lot, maybe even the vast majority, he knows that he's doing it. And I just kind of really want Vic to be seen for who he is and have to actually take accountability and make those corrections or get the fuck away from people.
True. So let's pull this back up, because we're already 41 minutes in and we're only 9 minutes into this so far.
Relate to any of this? I know I get thousands of emails, you guys. I get thousands of emails from people talking about feeling worthless, not feeling like anyone really cares, and you know, they don't really have any value. So what I started doing was looking for ways to make myself feel valued, and the form that took was wanting everybody to like me, wanting everybody to want to be my friend and to want to be close to me, or to want to hang out together, or to, whatever. Just wanting everybody to like you and want to be your friend and want to be close to you. That did not lead to a lot of good decisions. Can we put it that way?
So again, I just want to point out again, he started this by saying, not like something you have to do in life is you can't blame it on other people. You can't blame it on your condition. You can't blame it on this. And then he like couches everything in. That did not lead to a lot of good decisions. Can we put it that way? It's like, that is a deliberate attempt not to take, responsibility for what has occurred.
Yeah, when I heard that, it was offensively akin to, how about we just don't talk about it?
Yeah. And it's very frustrating, because, you know, when you have a family member who will not address the elephant in the room, so to speak, or somebody like that you're close to, that it drives you up the wall, that anytime a toxic situation is occurring that you must address, they run away. You know, like, oh, that's uncomfortable, you know?
Yeah, and it's always the same people who do that, who then have the nerve to talk about the person they're stonewalling with the issue and say something along the lines of, I don't know why they don't know how to just get closure and move on.
I am far from perfect.
Quote Anime News Network.
Now, some of you are probably saying, yeah, no kidding. But I really want to make this point. I struggle with all the things you struggle with. In fact, a lot of these people out there that say they don't, they're lying. You want to put up a facade. You want to put up a perception of how.
Here comes the projection.
He's literally describing himself. No, look, he says they're lying. And you want to put up a facade, like he's talking about himself.
Oh yeah, know? Can we even just start that over with the title, The Projection Marathon, real quick? This little spot right here, because this is literally, I showed it to my roommate and he said the exact same thing. Everybody who has seen this has been like, bro, the projecting, the gaslighting, and it's actually become kind of funny. And at some point, my roommate also said that we're gonna make t-shirts, a couple t-shirts that says Broly rules, Goku rules too.
Yeah, I don't think that's in this clip, but he did say that on this stream.
And it was hella jelly mode too. He was.
I don't know. He says that a lot. Like this predates this whole thing.
There that say they don't.
Do you think it was just in bad taste?
I do think it's funnier now, given the circumstances. So he says their line, you want to put up a facade.
You want to put up a perception of having it all together. You know what I mean? And sometimes you can be really good at that, but then privately in your own heart, in your own mind, you struggle with this sense of low self-worth and low value and low self-esteem. And so it caused me to make a lot of poor decisions.
It caused me. So again, I do think that psychological issues like he suffers from do cause people to do things they know are not valuable to be doing. But you literally started this by saying, can't blame it on, I had a hard childhood. Oh, I'm have a medical condition. Oh, like literally you practiced all of this with that.
I'm blaming it on everything. Can we just not talk about this? She's got all these problems, that worthless bitch.
And hurt people that I never meant to hurt. I have deeply hurt people that I cared about. And I struggle even now. I mean, right now I'm working to get the help and the counsel that I need to deal with these issues. And I want to encourage you guys to do the same. If any of this resonates with any of you, please get whatever help and encouragement you need. But I am a work in progress, like all of you. And the best thing that any of us can do is to try to be better, to recognize mistakes we've made.
Wow, to come up with that part.
And try to be better. If you hurt somebody, you try to make it right.
Sorry, I haven't seen this middle segue here. This is like a reaction moment for me.
So to be fair, he does ask people's forgiveness. It's just that he doesn't actually address the thing that they specifically are
asking forgiveness
out of shape about.
And making it right are two different things. He was like, if you hurt somebody, you gotta make it right. Let's fucking see it then, shit.
You express your sincere remorse for any mistakes you made that might have hurt somebody. And then you try to do better and be better. Now, one of the reasons even that I started going to all the conventions that I went to and doing all of the appearances was because I wanted so badly. Do you see the connection? I wanted so badly to be liked. I wanted so badly to be appreciated for my work and for the way I treated people and for my kindness and my openness and my enthusiasm.
Can we slow something down? We're all pretty familiar with like micro expressions and like the cues they say to look out for forensically when someone's completely full shit, making it up as they go, right?
The fact that he's doing the believe me look.
Not just that.
At work.
Go back. You have this sped up, right? And because of the fact
I do. I'll slow it down.
And doing all.
No, don't slow down. Don't slow down. Watch how many times he touched. Just keep it sped up. Trust me.
Sure.
Watch how many times it's like when it's sped up. It's like once per second to every 2 seconds that he does the like thing that like is a tell for so many people who are when they're lying. They do the little thing with their nose. They touch their nose and they like pinch it or like fake wipe away something. Or they'll fuck with like their eyebrow or whatever, but he's doing the most common one, which is to pinch the bottom of his nose. Watch. You'll know what I'm talking about when you see it. He does it a fucking bunch.
All of the
and I never noticed
I wanted so badly. Do you see the connection? I wanted so badly to be liked. I wanted so badly to be appreciated for my work and for the way I treated people and for my kindness and my openness and my enthusiasm and all of that kind of stuff.
Oh, whoa. It was like the whole thing.
I don't know. I feel like there's definitely other stuff going on.
Oh, for sure. There's other signs too, but that's the like most telltale one. And I just wanted to stop it because of how funny it is. How many times I just noticed he was just like fucking with his face.
The believe me look, so to speak, is not indicative of somebody necessarily caught in deception so much as it is a desperation for people to hear you, right?
What is the believe me look?
The believe me look is what he's doing right now, like eyes super wide, looking straight at you. And they say that the reason people do this when they're engaging in deception is that they need to see if you believe them. So it's like the opposite of not being able to look somebody in the eyes when you're lying. When you're actually, like, if you're lying and you can't look somebody in the eyes, it's because you don't want to tell the truth, right? You don't, but you also don't want to lie, right? When you engage in deception and you're doing what they refer to as the believe me look, it is because you are lying. You are intentionally lying, either to save your own skin or whatever, and you're doing it specifically to see if the people you're talking to buy your story or not, because as chameleons do, you may have to change your color. You know, if they are not buying this, I need to change gears, right? Like they become hyper aware of your reaction to exactly what they're saying so that they can turn on a dime and make it something else, right?
It's interesting you say that because a few people have pointed out about the phone call. And it's something I've noticed a lot is that he has that textbook tool bag thing that's a certain, they label it under narcissism, but I personally, like, I don't really believe in diagnoses that way. I think diagnoses are just a way to classify a set of characteristics that someone fits in with. Okay. And he fits that textbook narcissism trait where they have one thing and then it doesn't work and they pull another tool out of the tool bag and it doesn't work. Mm-hmm. You know, and then keep pulling tools out. And that was something I noticed. He would like change emotions sometimes if things weren't really going his way. And so you'll see in some of the text messages I sent you where I have repeatedly called him out for acting very childish and behaving very childishly and being like, you know, changing the subject or trying different things. Mm-hmm. And I do I'm very condescending with him when he acts that way.
So I would like to say, because again, I've been covering this since 2019, and we've looked at an awful lot of things, especially in 2019 when all this sort of started. And something that I observed that Vic does in a body language sense is that he, like what he's doing, and again, I just want to reiterate, he's doing the believe me look, but the believe me look is not automatically indicative of deception. It is something that people naturally do when they want to be believed, when they want to be heard, like, do you hear me, right? But when somebody is intentionally engaging in deception, they have a tendency to do this look in a very particular way. Now, I just want to say that when we covered in 2019, I think it was probably like podcast 46, maybe even podcast 45, but I'm pretty sure it's probably podcast 46. Meepy Gal came out and did this this video where, again, and this is the great crime of 2019 is all the people who jumped out for their 10 seconds of fame to dogpile on Vic with bullshit when there's presumably real things even back then happening, but nobody could be heard.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Because everybody
I have
else...
a folder of claims that I have disproven just through like OCA research. Like a folder of girls that came out during that time because of what I was doing to try to help Vic. I was trying to compile how many people I could find were faking shit and to show it. And I had a little folder with several people in it who were saying something happened, but then on their Instagram timeline way in the past, they would be posting something in a completely different location on that day.
So going back to Meepy Gal, she came out with like, it was literally, it's a trending topic on YouTube. I met him that one time. Let's deceptively edit that video and act like it was creepy, right? But we found the full video, and something that Vic does in that video that she like edits in such a way where she like you know crops in on him grabbing her and whatnot, and mischaracterizing it as like some sexual grab or whatever, is actually like her clearly looking awkward interviewing him. and him, you know, not feeling okay with the fact that she doesn't seem comfortable, right? And so he does these big, like, drama theater type movements, you know, grabbing her arm and, like, you know, bending his knee, like kind of bracing at his knees, and sort of doing body language that gets her sort of into a like a more loosened state, right? Like he does something specifically in that interview in order to create an environment where she gets kind of shocked out of the awkwardness. And I think that that is something that Vic typically does. Like I see that a lot in his interactions with people, especially interviews at conventions and stuff, where people just come up to him and start talking with a camera kind of thing. That he has a tendency to do that. So this, again, going back to the quote unquote believe me look here, and I'm not like a body language expert or by any stretch of the imagination, but this is something that you see him do in those scenarios. And that's kind of what I'm trying to get at, is I feel like he has a tendency to be hyper focused on the person who is talking with him, especially in an environment where, like, I guess I shouldn't say especially, just simply because I see it because it's on camera. I shouldn't say it's especially because it's on camera. But historically, I've seen him do this kind of thing where he is uncomfortable with other people being uncomfortable. Does that make sense? Would you say that seems accurate, Farah?
Honestly,
he's uncomfortable
I'm
with
not
other people
entirely
being
sure.
uncomfortable?
I've seen videos like what you're talking about, and I've seen this with like a lot of voice actors. I've been to a lot of conventions, and I think the majority of voice actors do this because of the clientele base. I think this is a learned thing that maybe is even practiced because they have a line that needs to move so fast. They usually have a tendency to try to keep their autographs and conversations to less than 60 seconds. A whole lot actually can be said in a minute. But because they have to move these people through so fast in order to actually produce like a conversation, and you want to make a positive impact on the people you're talking to, because voice actors see these people as customers, not just fans. You know what I mean?
True. Sure.
So, I mean,
So
like, I have actually seen everybody
one,
do that. So maybe because of that, I can't pinpoint a specific time with Vic where it really stood out for me.
Well, the specific one I'm thinking of, I don't think was it. Well, let me rephrase that. The specific one that I'm thinking of in my head with the Meepy Gal thing was not seemingly like, it wasn't like they pulled him out of his autograph, you know, thing. Like they were in line and pulled him out for a quick interview or anything like that. But that doesn't mean that he wasn't still on a schedule trying to, you know, get her to feel less awkward and spit it out. May have been a way to get her to talk faster. And you're like, come on, you know. So that could be. Anyway, back to this.
I actually do that too on some of my signings too. When I get the really creepy, sweaty incel type guys who just want to keep standing there and finding more and more shit to say, I have to really find ways to speed them up and go, okay, wow, ooh, blah, blah, get them all excited, and then shake their hand really vigorously and be like, all right, well, I hope you come to one of my next signings. It's good to meet you. See you later.
Yeah.
And really just get them all riled up and excited. And then when you say see you later and shake their hand real hard, they actually always turn around and walk away. That's my tactic, and I think it's really similar. So that could just be like a business thing. That could be a sales thing, and I don't want to outright say it's manipulative because I haven't really like noticed Vic acting like doing that any way differently than other people.
Yeah. All right, we're almost an hour in, so let's try to get through more than half of this.
For the way I treated people, and for my kindness and my openness and my enthusiasm. All of
So
that.
he wanted people to value him for all the things he was trying to give them, is what he was saying here.
But
I swear I heard orgasm.
You make choices in a moment that make you feel better or make you feel wanted or valued.
I heard he was making choices like buying hookers. Is that true?
In the deposition, they asked him about a call girl service that he had used once, and weirdly, they did not ask him any additional questions, even though in deposition they could have asked him any number of things. So
that's so weird.
And somebody gets mad or hurt, and some people don't react well. Does that make sense? I am working very, very, very hard to be a better person. And I want that for all of you guys too, you know? I decided to share
So what he's doing here, and again, I'm not a body language expert, but you'll notice he's looking off camera a lot. It is, I feel like this is indicative of him saying something that he has to say but isn't comfortable to say, you know, because he's got to search for his words. And even though he's looking at a camera, speaking as somebody who looks at a camera a lot, it is very similar to looking directly at another person and feeling the same sort of reaction you get from looking somebody directly in the eyes, right? So anyway, I'll just
I get embarrassed in front of my camera
because I want to encourage any of you who might be struggling with some of the same things. We're kind of all in this together. To be honest. Anybody that makes you think they've got it all together probably really doesn't have it all together. You know what I mean?
Is this
being
the
able
snap?
to acknowledge your faults?
There's him projecting again.
I think this is the snap.
And your shortcomings and your
I
flaws
don't
is
think
the
so. I think
first
it's
step
a ways
to
off.
getting better.
God damn it.
I want to. Well, I love you guys too. By the way,
He's responding to the chat. I cut it out here. By the way,
I love you guys and so grateful for you as well. And I have wanted to encourage you. Thank you for that, Wishful. I have poured my heart and soul, and you guys know this. I have poured my heart and soul.
What the fuck was that?
Tens of thousands of emails and messages that I have responded to over the years from fans. I don't get paid.
This is so weird to watch that up, dude.
But I do it because I want to be of an encouragement. I want to be supportive. I want to help lift others up.
So real quick, just one quick thing. I think he uniquely does this where other voice actors or celebrities in general don't, simply because he is trying to give everybody else what he specifically needs. Like, he needs that constant encouragement. He needs that constant attaboy, that constant affirmation. So he tries to give it to everybody else in the same sort of way that, for example, Robin Williams wanted to make everybody else laugh because he was so chronically depressed.
Now, I want to comment real quick, and this is the only time I'm going to do it. There's been someone online, and I'm not going to say their name, who's been making a lot of noise and trying to cause a lot of trouble, not just for me, but even for people that care about me, even friends of mine, which is just crazy.
I just want to stop that real quick. I just want to stop this. The only communication I have had with any quote friends of his, I haven't even had communication. I posted a really gay looking picture of him golfing with Jeff that he sent me. So, and then I also made fun of Squally a couple times. That's it. That's it. But in my defense, Squally tried to come for me, and it was really embarrassing for her. So he ha ha, oh well.
I think he's speaking about Squally here, personally. That's just the vibe I get.
But he tries to make it sound so extreme. He tries to make it sound like I'm like confronting his friends and shit.
Well, I think everybody, you know, I think he feels because they're being attacked.
She's not being attacked. She was DMing my moderators in my cosplay club, throwing poison, and they sent me the DMs and I posted them. That's what happened. That's not being attacked. This is him lying.
Farah, you sent me DMs you had with Squally.
Oh, fuck yeah. That was DMs with Squally, though. That's not her getting attacked. That's me telling her what it is.
Okay, but I'm just saying that for another person, especially because in those DMs, she said, please stop like communicating with me. Please don't harass me. Or like that's
she
her
literally
giving.
Messaged me first.
Okay, but
she had
what
just
I'm saying
sent
is
me a book.
Okay. You did not send me that portion of the message.
I don't even know if I saved it somewhere in my
But I'm
shit.
just saying that, like, and I think it's pretty obvious. I'm trying to play devil's advocate tonight with this, but I think that his perspective is people that he cares about are being disrupted in their daily life for something that is his fault. And that's
I guess
why
he probably does feel that way, but if that makes Squally feel like it's her daily life or that's affecting her daily, that would be pretty sad. I hope not.
perhaps daily life may not be the perfect way of phrasing it then, but the point is that it is disrupting her life in general to a degree, right? Or that people even feel concerned for him, that things that are going on are causing people distress on his behalf, and he feels responsible for that.
It would be really great if he actually did. I hope he does feel like responsible for that, because to be honest, he straight up is solely responsible for a lot of people suffering online, whether it be his fans, which I've witnessed a ton of and have conversations of, which I can send you those to authenticate as well, and some other shit. I'm really stoned though, so I'm in a pretty good mood. It's hard for me to like really focus on the negative right now. Sorry, I forgot what we were talking about.
So, I just glanced over at the chat, and I forgot to mention this at the beginning because there's so much chat that comes in during. Oh my God, we have the cool 2T. I'm so sorry, buddy. That was a while ago. I'll donate $1 for each indictment. $3. Okay.
I don't even want to know what that total will end up being, man. Don't make me nervous.
Don't make me root for Vic's massive demise here.
Oh God, right? There's money
that means that that would mean that there are that many victims. So real quick, I just want to address though, because again, I haven't been looking at the chat here. In the pinned comment, we've got the Google form. Again, we have a lot to get through, so it's going to be really hard to get through everything. We definitely want to talk about the MarzGurl stuff tonight. So let's try to get through this. We're almost to the.
Oh my God! Did you make me a samurai Junko on your thumbnail, bro? Can I just suggest? Can I have a suggestion box moment real quick?
Sure.
I would like you to do more work on your channel for me, even though I have no say in anything you do in life, and you already work for free for YouTube anyways. But if you could just like make a separate Instagram for your thumbnails so that people can just enjoy the archive of the glory that should be a thumbnail museum of your fucking channel.
Well, I try to post them on Twitter, so at least they're there.
They're so fantastic. No, I just want like a string of them to browse.
The simple truth here is that I met this person a little over a year ago, and we both agreed when we met that we were not interested in some kind of a relationship or some kind of long-term, deep romantic thing.
How
I'm the
much
first one to say that, by the way. That was my thing, because I'm a fucking porn star, and I had to make it really, really clear. I always have to have that conversation with people. I just want everyone to know.
So not to call you out, but you said when you first saw Vic, when you got in his line, you had an intrusive thought.
That.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now you've also told me that that you and Vic didn't even have physical intimacy until about 5 months into your relationship.
Yeah. What's that? We still fucked after that. We lived far apart, so.
Right.
In my defense, he was some random guy I met, and he left at 5 a.m., so it took a bit of texting before he actually got in my pants, but I did intend to fuck him. I'm not entirely sure what your point is that you're calling me out on. You said you had to.
No, I'm not calling you out. I'm just saying that.
I was like,
what he said here. He said the simple truth here is
that I met this person.
I met this person a little over a year ago,
and we both agreed when we met that we were not.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, we didn't talk about that when we met. You're calling him out. I thought you said
I'm just saying that you said that this was all you who established these boundaries.
Yeah, I was we didn't talk about that when we met. We just talked. Why would we even be talking about relationships? I think he's like exaggerating for the sake of telling his story. Like, he's a good storyteller. I think it's just storytelling. You know what I mean? Like embellishing for the story. Because like we never talked about that when we met. Can you just like bear with me for a second? Think about how fucking creepy it would be if he tried to bring that up when we first met.
Of course, but what I'm saying is that you are agreeing that he is not stretching the truth here when he says that we agreed on, not a serious thing. He said we're not long-term, not in some kind of relationship or long-term deep romantic thing.
The long-term part was never discussed though. So that part Nobody ever said anything about long term. In fact, we discussed multiple times that I thought, at least I have thought, I was like, I think you would make a good lifelong friend. I don't see you going anywhere. You know what I mean? I've got your back. I had said that to him multiple times. He was very receptive of it, you know. There wasn't any, oh, fair, by the way, you were temporary. That's not a thing anybody ever fucking says to anyone, first off. I also want people to kind of envision whether or not they think anyone would actually fucking say that to someone they expect to get pussy from. That never happened. But are we allowed to say that on YouTube?
I mean, we do routinely on the channel, so if we're not, then sorry,
so
YouTube.
I gave him pussy there, and this pussy is good. There's no way he would have ever said that shit to me, best believe. But I wouldn't even waste my fucking time fucking with anybody if they thought I was temporary as a friend at all. You know what I mean? But
do you think?
I'm polyamorous, and I have said this 1,000 times. We had a relationship. It was a casual relationship. We definitely fucked as much as we had time for. When we visited each other, I live in California.
Oh my gosh!
What?
I just realized I can move the subtitles.
No, I don't want to say. I don't want to say it's a deep romantic thing. No.
No, I'm just saying. I just realized I can move the subtitles. Therefore, I could put us on screen.
That was a fucking comment. I was like, hell no, dude.
So, I'm just wondering, do you think that, so you said that you guys never specifically discussed long term, but
yeah,
do you think,
like, that
do you
wasn't
think
a
it's
thing.
fair? Do you think it's fair for him to have interpreted based on what you guys did discuss that would basically mean this is not a long term?
Dude, so check this out. We actually multiple times had the conversation that I had asked specifically, hey, you know what, since we started as friends, I just want to make sure, since you understand that this is casual, that, like, if you were to want to do some other shit, that we could still be friends. And that's exactly what he agreed on. That's what we were supposed to do. And the first time he started fucking around with Haley again, he actually, like, because I called him out, he told the truth. And then we stayed friends the whole time while he was doing his little 2-month thing with her. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So because of that, like, you know,
so what specifically?
It was never supposed to be temporary. There was even a good amount of time that it was shown that it was not going to be temporary. We even talked about how we would stay friends. You know what I mean? But then Haley was like, "You can't talk to her," blah blah, which is fine and whatever. But Vic lying on me and shit's a whole other story.
So what specifically changed that from December of 2022? When you had separated with Vic for that short period, the 3 days or whatever, then you guys started talking.
No, that was just to stop talking from Vic. Like, he still went off and did his shit with Haley the whole time we were still talking.
Yeah, but what specifically was it from then when you guys basically started talking again? We're looking
so up until February, we just behaved as normal friends would. We had no issues whatsoever. Till the February time, till 2 days before Valentine's Day, which is when he called me and was like, I had to talk with Haley and whatever, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, yay, Boo is back, etc. And we carried on just like we had where we left off.
Okay, so basically the incident that occurred is that he led you on to believe that he had dumped Haley. And
yeah, we actually don't know if that's true though. But it looks like maybe it was, because I guess she was posting in July about getting back with him. So I don't know. That's what I've been told.
Vork says, if they had no relationship, why would you be pissed about Vic getting a relationship? So
we have a relationship. It was just a casual relationship. And the thing is, I would be pissed because he had his fucking relationship for multiple months behind my back. Lied to my face all the time while he was telling this bitch he was supposed to be monogamous, to the point where he got in a bunch of fucking trouble. When he got up, he decided to lie on me and fucking roll me and shit. It's not about the stupid bitch, and I don't give a fuck about losing Vic. He's a bitch too. It's not about that shit. It's about bigger stuff than fucking relationships. Y'all just want to have it about celebrity relationships, so that's what we're here fucking talking about, I guess.
So do you think, again, that, and again, so
what it's about is how this man's a fucking liar and used me to fight his motherfucking battles. Why do you think I'm mad about the other bitch when this motherfucker had me doing the Vic's army shit, attacking MarzGurl and using me like I'm some kind of fucking ingenious tool for his master plan to get himself back on top in the fucking anime community? And you think I'm mad about a bitch? Hell no. This topic is just annoying.
So prefacing with the obvious that what Vic was doing, hands down, bare minimum, was two-timing Haley. I mean, obviously,
He was two-timing me too. We had a relationship.
But I'm prefacing another question. I'm prefacing another question. So
we're fucking. We have a thing. We talk every day. We tell each other about our feelings and shit. We have a fucking relationship. It went on for a fucking year. Literally every day. Good morning. Every day. Good night. That's a fucking relationship. Whether or not we're polyamorous and no strings attached is not a fucking indicator of whether or not we have a relationship.
So
thank you. Now
I'm trying to preface the
my
question.
friend is fucking lying to me for fucking multiple times. We're friends first before we're anything else. Lying to me every fucking day for months at a time while he fucking had me fighting his battles is the problem, and that's what we're going to focus on. Some of these people piss me off. Sorry.
So I just establishing that.
I don't know if you can tell, I've been getting like more and more irritated throughout the focus of this podcast to begin with right now.
Vic was having a relationship with you and behind your back with Haley, and therefore
and behind
her back with you, right?
With both, literally both of us. So it's super identical on both sides.
Right. So the question that I'm trying to preface with, so that all that is like, yes, this is established. This was happening. We know this, and it's not right for him to have done this.
Yeah, and I can be as pissed off as I fucking want, regardless of my reasons.
And that's fine. But I'm just saying, my question is,
I'm talking about that person's question.
Do you think, from Vic's perspective, that because of the concept of polyamory or not having a serious relationship or any of those things, do you think that in his perspective, he felt like this was something he could do?
No, because I was very, very clear on what he could and couldn't do. There is not a single moment in his head that he did not know what my expectations were from the very start that we started fucking around. I have always been very clear on what I want whenever I want it at any time.
So then if there were feelings like that from Vic, it was simply him rationalizing his bad decisions.
Vic's gonna do whatever he wants. I mean, I'm not his fucking psychologist. How do I know what he's doing in his head? Here's my thing. Vic has cheated on every bitch he's been with. So, like, why ask me? Ask him. You know, I don't think he's gonna come on your podcast, but it'd be great if he fucking would, because you should definitely ask him.
Well, I wouldn't recommend it, but we would certainly have him if he wanted to join us.
Why would you not recommend Vic come on here?
I just don't think it would. We would. So you remember how you were worried that he was gonna hurt your career? Yeah, I think Vic's career would be further tarnished by us.
God, I'm sorry I get so mad.
Although I will say, if we get him on the podcast, I must have that be the podcast that we multi-stream to Pornhub. I may need your help. Yeah, I think that would be the one.
You want to stream to my couple thousand on Pornhub? I don't even nobody knows that thing's there because I posted like a 30-second video. I don't know how it has so many thousands of views. That thing is so funny. Have you seen it? Nobody's seen it, right? In here,
we talked about it in podcast 222.
Because I heard some people were looking up my stuff because of this, which is really funny.
It's on your link link tree, but
yeah, but before this, there wasn't a bunch of fucking weebs.
All right, so back to the video here.
Said that, and so I felt like okay, we were honest from the very beginning, and we set the ground rules, and fine, just meant to be kind of fun and casual, and. But several months in, this person started expressing deeper feelings.
Yeah, but we're close, right?
So do you think it's interesting that he phrases it this way because of what you told me about how the relationship went in terms of like basically 5 months before physical intimacy and whatnot. It's weird that he would phrase it like this, but several months in, this person started expressing deeper feelings. Deeper feelings in the bedroom?
I don't think that I don't know. I think several probably means more than 5. Doesn't several mean like 7 or 8? That's what I always kind of like.
I think several, for me, could be anywhere between 3 to 5 or 6.
I mean, like, maybe. I honestly, like, I definitely told him, like, I love the shit out of him. I have love for Vic. I've told him that since, like, maybe 7 or 8 months that I have love for him. I mean, we had a really specific conversation where I like specifically, because he was like, "We're close, aren't we?" And my autistic ass was like, "I have love for you. Like I care for you deeply. You're close to my heart. We talk every fucking day. Like, of course, you know." And I definitely loved Vic. Like, I mega big, huge loved Vic. Like, more than other people, and it probably is because of his like laser focus on people. Like, he was always very focused on me, like a woman would want a man to be, right? Like, or so it would seem. Like, texting me all day every day, like talking all the time, on the phone all the time, making time for me, doing steamy video chats, making sure that we still have some satisfaction even if we're far away. You know, not some there, you know, that's. And he always made time for me when I flew in, too. And so that's the thing. You remember those screenshots you showed? I didn't even know I sent those to you, dude. The ones where it was like, I could tell something was up because he was like, "Oh, no, I have to go to church with a church friend," and blah, blah, blah. And
yeah, so we
like
covered
that.
those last podcast. And I just want to say that I was really shocked. I mean, there's no reason I should be shocked. I just was I was surprised to learn that those were like over the course of like a 10-day period. Like,
yeah,
I thought they were mostly.
He changes so quick.
I thought those are mostly, you know, like the time you're coming in. But as you said, you spoke to him daily. And so this conversation, plans getting made and all that actually took place over quite a long period of time.
And how he was like, "Oh, I don't have time to meet," and all that shit. Dude, we fucked. We ended up fucking. So it's like, I don't know. I think when things are convenient or useful, they go a certain way when you're around Vic at some point. And that is part of what that kind of shit's part of what you're talking about, how quick it was, like the turnaround, right? That's part of what contributed to me feeling so like used and confused, right? And he talks about like how this person started to have further feelings, bro. Like, Vic is the first person who ever got mushy or emotional at all. He kept calling me drunk and being weird. Like so you know,
Vic,
I don't
Vic
really
often
think that's a bad thing, but like there were a few times he called me inebriated and I'm just not receptive to it. But I would think it was cute, and I told him it was really cute a lot. And then I was like, "I totally have love for you. I told you about that thing." And that was it. We talked about that a couple times, and then we cried on the phone when he did the Haley shit together for like 4 hours straight. So
his public-facing persona, he is very adamant about never in his entire life having ever been stumbling down drunk. So when you
really?
Yeah.
Well, like I don't know if he was stumbling. He was on the other end of a phone, but he's definitely drunk. I mean, I have pictures of his face practically falling off.
On numerous occasions. And again, I think I will concede that a lot has happened in Vic's life in the last couple of years that if he wasn't a drinker before, you know, he could be now. But previously
I've never actually heard him pretend not to drink. He drinks all the time. Not like all the time, but he drinks a lot, like often.
Yeah. So anyway, let's get back to this because we are
just
almost
whiskey though. It's not like he's like chugging highballers or he's a drunk. He just every time I know that he goes to conventions, he has like a couple drinks and gets drunk with like whoever out at a bar.
Sounds like Nick Ricade has been a bad influence.
Whoa, that's not what we talked about. Like we said that we weren't going to do that.
So he just said that a couple of months in, several months in, you know, the emotional stuff that you guys had agreed upon started to come out. And he's like, whoa, we didn't agree on that. Like we talked about not doing.
We didn't agree on emotional stuff. And I explained this to him one time because he did some emotional shit and then he tried to backpedal. And I explained this to him. I was like, I'm allowed to have fucking feelings and not want a relationship with you. And any time I said, like, while he was doing the Haley shit, anything that was remotely, like, loving towards him, like, he's like, "Oh, we're supposed to be just being friends and blah, 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 blah. And you're not supposed to have feelings for me. Remember, I thought you said you didn't want a relationship." And I was like, "I still don't want a relationship." So he would get nervous. He would do some emotional, I have feelings shit, too. But then he would, like, jump back and be like, "You're having feelings, and you said you don't want a relationship." And I would constantly have to explain to him, I absolutely do not want a fucking relationship. I would never choose you over my porn career. And 2, I'm allowed to have feelings without wanting a relationship. Apparently, you don't know how reality works. Like, because I've been polyamorous my whole life. I guess I just don't really have that mindset. Like, maybe I'm immune to the bullshit or whatever was on Vic's head. But I would assume that most people would genuinely know that like you don't need to want a relationship to care about someone that you're spending that fucking much time with, like every fucking day, literally a full-blown ass, for all basic intents and purposes, regardless of whether or not we were lovey-dovey or emotional one day or acting weird and cold the next with him or whatever he was wanting at the time, or the Haley shit was happening, or we were back doing our thing, regardless of whatever was ever happening at the time, it was always kind of like he didn't seem to understand that I was allowed to care about him because he was my friend. It was almost like if I'm not allowed to have sex with you and I'm supposed to be paying attention to Haley during like the December to February shit, he was like, then I need to be cold and like not be have feelings, be friendly and like all this. He would jump back and forth and like kind of be like, oh, then it's supposed to be this way, then I'm supposed to treat you this way, and he would have behaved very differently. And so that shit bothers the fuck out of me, and I don't know what his issue is. He's still apparently stuck on that. I do have feelings for Vic. I do care about Vic. I'm sorry if that's a fucking problem. You would have to be a psychopath not to. I've been fucking this man for almost a fucking year.
Well, 7 months.
Thank you.
If you guys didn't start until 5 months in, but
whatever, dude.
Yeah. But
I don't
the point
fucking
is,
care.
It doesn't.
This is, and even then,
it doesn't
spoke
diminish.
on the phone
It
every
doesn't
day
diminish
since the day we met at the con. Literally
So
every day
real
since
quick,
the day we met.
I feel like we should address. You said something to the effect of, you expect.
I'm allowed to have feelings for that person.
You said that you expect that a person would understand. And I just say, I don't necessarily think that a person who is not, like to a person for whom polyamorous relationships are a foreign concept, I don't think they would instinctively understand like the...
I do think they would. Do you not care about your friends? Are you kidding me? You think that, okay, so hold on, because to me, that's a crazy mindset that you would have to be polyamorous in the first place to even understand that if you had a full-blown ass relationship with someone that for that long and you were close with them and you spoke to them every single day since you met and you have sex with them and you talk romantically and you call each other baby and all the fucking things we do.
So I'm talking about...
Kidding? Like you would have to be
no,
polyamorous.
you're misunderstanding. What I'm saying is that I think it would be a difficult reality to navigate for especially like a 60-year-old like Vic coming into that, especially when, and again, just so we're 100% clear, he was cheating on you the entire, well, maybe not the entire time, but through a good portion of it, at the very minimum, with Haley. Like, we are not discounting his behavior in the slightest. I'm just saying that I think that
at least half of
his
the
brain,
amount of time we were together.
His interpretation of this relationship, I can see the perspective of he is thinking he's getting into a almost basically no strings attached friends with benefits type scenario, right?
Yeah, and that's totally okay. But friends,
yeah, and so I think
long, it's friends.
I think the difference here with Vic versus
we were very clear about that. You can think all you want, but I know I was fucking there and we talked about it a bunch. We were far more than friends. We knew it. We talked about being around our entire fucking lives together. And when him and I had this issue with fucking Haley, we spoke about the fact that we would have made it really fucking well together. This very last phone call we had, we cried for 4 fucking hours on the phone together. You can think all you fucking want, but you weren't fucking there. Thank you for the platform and all, but I will correct you when you are over fucking stepping the line. You're not going to speculate when you weren't fucking there. I am telling you, I was fucking there.
Okay, let's move on.
Life that I loved and wanted to.
By the way, when we had this conversation, we discussed that if him and Haley broke up, he would like to try an actual relationship with me. By the fucking way. So that was discussed too, and that is never gonna fucking happen at all, ever. Hell no. So you can play that now.
So right now he's saying that he's accusing you of starting to express deeper feelings. And he said, whoa, we talked about that. We said we weren't going to do that. And now he's saying that somebody came back into his life and he's referring to Haley here.
I can't wait till he's in fucking jail.
I wanted to focus more attention on that relationship. And so I told this person the one that I was just, casually, occasionally connecting with, that I needed to break that off, that I needed to stop that because I wanted to focus on this.
That's literally not what happened. He just instead got caught cheating by MarzGurl. I like how he's like, I told this person and blah, blah, blah. But what really happened is he got caught cheating by MarzGurl.
Mm-hmm. So hold on. I was increasing it to 1.5 times speed. Let me see. He said
that I needed to break that off, that I needed to stop that because I wanted to focus on this.
Imagine being so self-righteous.
Yeah. So he somehow, and again, in his defense, he's talking on his stream to effectively, a wide range of people, but he keeps it extremely PG, right?
That's not defendable. I've been talking to everyone on the fucking internet and admitting everything I did fucking wrong, face value, dude. That's not fucking defendable, and it's not fucking honorable. He's a fucking weasel, and he's weak and pathetic.
You jump in before I've had a chance to say why I'm prefacing everything that I say. So what I'm saying is that, granted, he is speaking to an audience that he treats as though it's a PG environment. But so with that in mind, I'm not expecting him to go into all the gory details about his sexual, escapades. However, what I'm getting at here is that he has a tendency to find the specific way to phrase all of this to somehow strip it of all of its meaning. So real quick, just addressing this, he says, so somebody,
do you think maybe you guys can get through this part of this shit without me? Because I was only prepared for the screenshots, and honestly, I don't need to see this shit or hear this shit or deal with this, and it's just so fucking toxic that you want to play it back to me every fucking time. We have to hear his live stream, and I need to pick through it with you fucking psychologically, but then y'all want to get mad at me when I'm angry, or you're just speculating and saying whatever the fuck y'all want to come up with. The comments that y'all read are incendiary and shit. I think you can get through this part without me. How long is the video? Because I'm about to leave this door and come back when you've got the screenshots and the timeline that you told me we were going to be talking about.
Okay, so first of
we
all,
could have done that first, too.
Sure. It was my impression when we talked.
These things piss me off. Every time you play his streams and y'all start questioning me and doing this bullshit, this isn't what we were fucking here for. You were supposed to help me out and prove my screenshots were real today. But instead, we're yet again going over Vic's shit and pissing me the fuck off. It's almost intentional, and I'm kind of over it, dude. Okay. I'm not going to come on your stream if this keeps fucking happening. This is so toxic to my fucking psyche.
Farah, you're welcome to do whatever you got to do. My impression when we talked, when this stream occurred, and you had told me about it, was that you had wanted to talk about it. If you would,
I had definitely been under the impression that we were going over the murder plot to some degree and the fucking screenshot timeline. I did not know we were going to go over his Twitch stream and psychologically analyze every single thing he said and question me about the fucking relationship again and again and again. Every fucking live stream pissed me off, get me riled up. None of that was agreed on. This wasn't discussed. This portion, I'm sorry, I don't mean to get mad, but I'm mad. And it's fucking insensitive. This is supposed to be helping me out. How? It's just making me look like an asshole because it's pissing me the fuck off.
All right. I'm sure that nobody will fault us if we skip to the end here. I do think it's important, and honestly, we probably should have been.
But you guys can do it without me. It is important. It's so important, but it's painful for me, and why do I have to be involved?
Okay. Sir, we should have started it without you. We had a delay. We probably should have just jumped right in. I'm sorry we didn't. So let's jump to the end where he talks about where he basically about faces on everything. He goes to all the trouble of saying,
Chat Wellness Wednesday going through quick. You are here and we guys coming.
I think you'll understand if we granted, but things have not gone very smoothly. We've had a lot of issues.
You can edit or editing, and I'll tell you something else. If any of you have ever worked with Photoshop or editing programs, you can edit text messages, you can edit emails, you can edit photos, you can make something appear to be a certain way. And I happen to know for a fact that there have been an awful lot of lies, flat out lies, that have been propagated that are not true. But there's nothing you can do because people.
Okay, so If anybody was wondering why this video is titled Vic Photoshop, that's why, number one. So after going to all the trouble of trying to explain his side of the story, he then actually backtracks to say, well, and by the way, all that evidence is Photoshop. Now let's lead into the evidence. That was the plan here. So on the timeline, I thought this might be, hold on, I'm screenshot the wrong thing now. I thought this might be valuable to quickly just sort of run through what was happening when all of this, like when your relationship started, when all this started to happen, because I don't think that it's clear for everybody else in their minds exactly what was sort of happening. So going back to January of 2022, Monica Rial and Jamie Markey had released they had recorded, not released, but they had recorded the first episode of their In Touch podcast. We covered this over several episodes. Then the Damon Mills stuff dropped, where he was grooming a child. In Touch podcast episode 2 is recorded. So I'm bringing the audience back.
Turns out that's not actually true, and literally on the people who said that about him initially, who worked with him on that channel's page, they literally came out with a statement and said that they were lying, that it was a prank, and they were just fucking with him, and they didn't think it was going to blow up that hard. So apparently David Mills didn't diddle a kid.
So,
oh no, he did.
We covered this in excruciating detail. And without giving you just the 5-minute version instead of like the multiple hours we covered it, Anime News Network doxed that kid, or at least their cyber security was so trash that people were able to find by simply changing the URL that there were more photos on their server that they didn't include. One of them did not censor out the kid's name. Then
that's called a Google dork.
Then somebody that the kid knew that was friends with him on Facebook doxed him on Kiwi Farms, pretending that they weren't like somebody that he knew, when I proved on stream that their post that they shared as the proof of who he was limited to friends only in the screenshot they shared. Then Lindsay Loveridge came out and talked about the fact that on the back end of Anime News Network forums, they were able to see people creating accounts with emails they recognized as belonging to people in the industry, because they're the emails that they used to correspond with Anime News Network when they did interviews and whatnot, so that they could create anonymous accounts on the forums to try to defend Damon Mills and try to slander the kid that he allegedly molested. So there is significantly more going on with that.
So what about the person who worked with that was saying that they lied?
The person that worked with,
like the person who initially, I guess, came out and said he did this and snitched on him, apparently worked with him on YouTube or some shit. And then he was like, I don't remember if it was YouTube or not, but I guess he came out and posted that he had lied about that and that it wasn't true.
Well, if you can share that with me, I would love to see it.
I think MarzGurl posted it on her Twitter if you want to go look at it.
Yeah, if you're talking about Cyclone or whatever his name is, we watched that video and that goddamn thing was insufferably long.
Oh, I have no idea. I really can't remember, man. I just remember
continuing on here. So, right as we're getting to the end of this...
What the fuck is that?
You have to watch it. Right as we're getting to the end of this, you met him at Back Anime. Right? Squally, weirdly around this time, denies rumors that she runs other people's social media accounts.
Yeah, she's been, she's admitted it and denied it back and forth lately. We're making progress. Go, Squally.
We finished our coverage there. Okay, so then here is a message from the 4th of July. So again, Back Anime was in May, around May 21, 22 of 2022. That's when you guys meet. Vic is texting you on the 4th of July. You're talking about, fireworks and whatnot going off. Just a message that's, you shared or saved rather, because it's just a cute moment you guys have together, right?
Yeah, I thought it was pretty adorable, and honestly, I'm not entirely sure why I saved it, but it is cute. I think that's probably why. I saved my favorite memories of him to some degree at first, but then you'll notice there's a sharp decline in me saving anything positive, like in the mid section when he starts fucking up.
So then
that's when I stopped saving things. When I lose faith that someone's actually going to behave properly enough for me to actually long-term honestly stay with him. Like, there were signs he wasn't capable of long-term, so maybe that's why he's popping off with temporary. That could be just more projecting. Who knows? But yeah.
So Anime Matsuri began July 28th. Obviously, we know about Anime Matsuri. Vic was there. That's where they debuted Zip, Shimezo, and Genbanojo. So while he's there, Poonam Basu, the voice actor for Klee in Genshin Impact.
I'm so depressed her banner ends again tomorrow, and yet again I didn't get Klee. I'm like, ah!
So Vic asks you, do you know this young lady from Genshin Impact? You said it's Klee. Her banner is going on right now. I wish I cared about it. So I don't know any of this Genshin stuff, but the point is that he knows that you're into Genshin. He knows you well enough at this point that he knows your, hobbies and whatnot. And he is including you in the fact that at his convention he's at Anime Matsuri, she was a guest there.
Yeah. And he bought me her autograph.
Yeah. So
but I never actually saw the physical autograph, so.
He says she wanted me to tell you she wishes you the best of luck in your quest. And you react to that. Tell her thank you. This is one of the happiest moments ever.
Yeah, like I freaked the fuck out. Yeah. I nerd raged.
So continuing from here. So in August, let's see. This is when you and him talked about your TikTok that basically showed your voice talent, right? And he said it's clear you have a lot of range. So we covered this.
Yeah, and I was really proud of that moment. I saved that. I was so happy because fucking, not that Broly has really any lines. He only says Kagrat, honestly. Like, never mind. It's really not that impressive after all.
So just putting into perspective here, because we did cover this last podcast, this was early August of when you guys first started, like after you met in May. So this is like even before you guys are intimate, right? Then apparently Vic eats Captain Crunch.
So the purpose of this timeline, right? Like, is just you were able to authenticate the timeline and prove that my screenshots are all 100% real and whatever. And I don't know if you guys said that because I
should have led with that. This is such a fucking. Of course, he has like a Captain Kirk colored bathrobe.
Did you say you led with that?
I said I should have led with that.
Oh, can we go over that real quick?
Yeah, we'll come to that in a second. But I just want to point out the fact that he took this photo and in the reflection of the spoon, he's got a goddamn like Captain Kirk uniform colored bathrobe.
Yeah, every day, every single day he has his bathrobe and he goes and has his coffee and his breakfast and reads his devotional books, supposedly.
I have fucked up so horribly. Oh no. Okay, so I just okay, good. They loaded back up. I was gonna say. So just a heads up for anybody who needs to go through the timeline. If you go to ocapodcast.com/Vic-archives, you can see the full timeline, everything we've put in there. However, it is a lot to load. So if you do Vic-archives-2022, for example, that'll give you just that year, and that way it'll be easier for your computer to load all the tweets and stuff because it is a massive task for your computer to do this. So I did not have the time to find all of these specific things.
Can I gloat real quick? I'm sorry for yelling. I'm fucking very manic today. I meant to text you, but I had the ADHD took over and I totally forgot to text you and tell you that I'm very manic today and that I might misbehave. I meant to tell you that, but sorry, forgot.
Okay.
But also, I was gonna say I just want to gloat and say, yeah. Call me a liar now, motherfuckers. Tell me those screenshots are fake now, Vic. You fucking bitch. It's not that hard to just fucking apologize. You don't have to also lie on people repeatedly who spent the fucking so much time sucking your fucking actual physical and metaphorical dick. You fucking ungrateful fucking scag. And in case nobody knows what a scag is, they're those disgusting pig dog creatures from fucking Borderlands. And they're ugly as shit.
Yeah, so I think you would be hard pressed for anybody to find to find this image somewhere on the internet that you would even be able to fake this, right? It's unbelievably complicated. Like this.
Yeah,
honestly, the energy it would take to fake this.
Of faking some of these.
Yeah, the energy it would take to fake this is so extreme that that alone makes it impossible in my mind. And all of the dates and everything, the metadata, it is indicative of coming directly off of an iPhone. So just confirming what she was saying before. Again, I kind of got around it and never actually said it. Everything that is currently on the timeline, and it is not everything that I have. I'm still in the process of adding it. It has been a very long process. I'm still in the process
of adding it to the Dropbox file.
Yeah.
Dude. That's not even all you're gonna have.
So just saying, there will be a lot more. I will update it as often as I can. These have been, they are dated by the time the screenshot was taken. Now, when you see the word delivered here underneath the bottom, that indicates that is the last message in the conversation. So it's safe to assume the screenshot was probably taken the same day that the last message was sent. It's not necessarily foolproof, but it is a good rule of thumb that it would have occurred around the time. I may be off by, an hour or two. Maybe it would have dipped into the following morning or whatever, but for the purpose of just understanding where this stuff lies on the timeline, it's basically as good as we could possibly hope to get.
Yeah, now, and I generally almost always take screenshots right then and there. It's very rare I ever have to really scroll back beyond, like you said, a day, maybe two max, to get anything.
So far, there's only been one. There's only been one conversation where I needed to request further clarification because you did scroll back to take it, but it looks as though you took all of them. Like you just scrolled all the way back to a certain point in the conversation and made sure you got everything. So and with that one, we can actually tell based on the times in the like where it says like today at or whatever, like we were able to get all this stuff dialed in as autistically as possible. So it should be
good. Yeah, I was gonna say it's very rare that I had to do that, but I think there were two occasions where that happened that are
right. And I think like we've talked about it, especially with the whole delivered thing. I talked about it last podcast where I could tell that what you had done is you started to get suspicious, so you scrolled back up to get the other parts of the conversation, stuff like that. Actually, maybe not that specific one because I think that was the one that was over the course of 10 days, but we'll get to that in a minute. So, so this point in 2022, September 2nd, that's when we streamed. It's not when it occurred, but it's when we streamed. I'll get the actual date it occurred eventually.
Have you ever thought about the fact that tribbles resemble guinea pigs like so closely?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Guinea pigs, they're like earthly tribbles.
Okay.
Do you know what a tribble is? You don't
I
know
have no idea.
Is?
We're an really hour and 48 minutes in, so I want to try to plow through this. We haven't gotten to 2023 yet. So so this is when we covered on the show
in deep space.
Vic being denied trial. When after all these years they denied his appeal to the Texas court. Okay, so shortly after, or I guess a month later, is this conversation. This is you having a rendezvous with Vic, where you said, "I'm on my way in." He's like, "I'm in the lobby checking in. Where are you?" kind of thing. So this is where you guys met.
We did the fucking. I'm sure there were so many people in the comments.
You didn't let him know. He was when you got home safe.
Yeah, I actually didn't give a fuck. That's when you know, like, the dick wasn't swinging.
Are you sure?
I mean,
because this would be 5 months after you guys started dating, or 5 months after your relationship started, and this would be roughly.
Hey, look, I said estimated.
Okay, I'm just saying that if, like this would be like among your earliest interactions.
Oh,
with
I
him.
did visit him it might have been the first time I visited him or something. I think the very first time was the only time we didn't have sex.
Yeah, so I'm suspecting that's what this is.
It could be that. I don't know.
Yeah. So anyway, then December of
I think I visited
2022.
him sooner than 5 months, though. I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure
December,
we fucked that time.
December of 2022.
No, yeah, actually, yeah. No, we had sex that time, okay? Because that was a hotel, and the first few times I came to an Airbnb.
Okay.
So I'd already visited by that time.
So December of 2022 is where the Simpcast episode happened.
What is
where
with the banana or the eggplant?
Do you not know about this? He went on Chrissy Mayer's podcast, and at one point, here I'll show you right now. At one
That's
point,
what I was making jokes about getting him in his underwear for the fucking podcast.
So
I just heard about it, but this thumbnail is so funny.
So you didn't realize this actually occurred. At one point in the stream, he reaches for something behind his laptop and pulls it down, and it shows like this part of the MacBook, and you can see that he's not wearing pants.
Why did you change Vic Mignogna's underwear?
Because this is what Dolly gave me when I took the picture of the guy shrugging and erased his pants and asked it to give me something.
Bro, you know what's so funny is I'm so far from like the type of underwear he wears, but it's just as bad. It's just as bad as the type. Okay, I just want to Vic drop his actual panties. He wears different underwear. Okay, sometimes he wears normal men's underwear, but sometimes he wears briefs. And when he does, man, it's just certain people shouldn't do it.
We know specifically what he wears because when he addressed it on his Wednesday stream, he had Broly holding the pair of underwear he was wearing behind him on his shelf. So
what the fuck?
So again, this is not the date.
What was it?
What's up?
What
It was
kind of
like
underwear was it? Was it briefs or boxers?
It was briefs, but they were like it was like white with black stripes or something. So this again, this is the date that we covered it. I will have to go in more in depth in order to get the actual date that the event occurred and everything. Now on the 17th, you had this interaction with him. This is I think this is when he started calling you and hanging up.
Okay, I'm back.
So this is December 17th. So this is a couple days after we covered that, but this is when he called you and hung up. And you text back, "Who is this? Is this you calling?" Because after the whole Stalker X situation yesterday,
I'm not even sure that it was him who called.
Right, because you had told me previously that you thought this was Haley on the phone.
It was Haley. It was definitely excuse me. What leads me to believe that it was in fact Haley, and that he definitely covered for her, is that he had just told me the day before, if somebody calls my phone freaking out, to not answer it or whatever. Or not the day before. I think it was 3 days before. Right. And I found out about the Psycho X. The reason I said, "Is this the Psycho X you told me about?" Blah, blah, blah. Excuse me. I laughed so hard I almost died choking on my own saliva. So, and I said, "Is this the ex you're talking about?" Because he told me that she was a crazy ex who could tell he'd been seeing someone, and that she sensed that he was with me, and that she sent him, quote, "a flurry of text messages, acting completely irate, saying, 'I've known you for longer. You owe me this. I've known you a long time, blah, 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 blah. If you're seeing someone else, then you never loved me,' and basically claimed that Haley guilt tripped him back into a relationship with her.
Mm-hmm. So real quick, I just want to address some people in the chat by saying, if you guys watch this video, I think I still stand by everything we said in this video. Okay, just to address what you guys said. I know Chrissy Mayer confirmed nothing malicious happened. It was obviously a boomer moment. We call this the No Pants podcast. Okay, like streaming, it gets really hot, especially in the summertime. I mean, granted, this was December for him.
Yeah, who the fuck doesn't stream in their underwear? We literally talked about this before this podcast.
Nobody who, except for, the ideologues in the, against Vic are the only ones who actually tried to twist that into being some malicious.
I also can say this too, like, does anybody here remember, like, are all the other guests here? Does anybody fucking remember the hot tub meta on Twitch? Like, why is it not okay for a man to be chilling in his boxers, but, like, I love Alinity. Please, God, don't shoot me. Oh, wait, the cat thing. I forgot about that. But I do think she's a great streamer. And all the good things, to Amaranth. But them two would sit in, like, hot tubs and shit and just, like, stream on Twitch in bikinis. Like, that is literally no different.
Okay, so this is an important part of the timeline. So this is December 17th when you're getting calls from Vic's phone, and it seemingly is Haley Todd, right? Now, shortly after that, on the 22nd, is when Vic dumps you for Haley Todd. And then the 23rd is when you discuss it on your Discord. So these are the messages we covered, podcast 222. And so this is just putting into perspective everything that was happening, proving again that you are not lying about any of this stuff. When you say you got these phone calls, then, this whole thing was happening behind the scenes with Haley. That's what split you guys out. Vic says, that sounds so permanent when you ask if you guys can just say goodbye then or whatever.
Yeah.
So, Vic
see, here, go back up to that.
Yeah.
Hold up. Go back up to that. You remember how he claimed that we discussed it was supposed to be temporary?
Yeah, you talk in these messages about how the concept of her needing closure or whatever.
Yeah. Or the part where he says he doesn't look at his text where he literally goes, that sounds so permanent. That's my fucking point, bitch. Like, we talked about it being temporary, but here you are fucking crying about me leaving, then saying, can we just say goodbye then? Here you are crying when I literally tried to cut that temporary moment and go, can we just say goodbye then, dude? You're literally hurting me and I'm trying to cut ties with you. And you're like, no, I don't want to. I thought we were going to be together forever. That sounds permanent. Boo-hoo. Fuck you, Vic. You can't have your cake and eat it too. What the fuck? You're such a hypocrite, asshole.
So here is even further proof that you did not fabricate these. Even further proof. In this conversation on December 23rd at 1:13 p.m. California time, you send a screenshot of a recent message you had with Vic. And it has the exact same. Are you all right? Okay then. Again, it has the exact same profile image that you're using around this time. And this was not previously shared. Whereas this one was leaked.
Oh yeah, that was a fucking sketch of Vic. It was that profile pic isn't even a picture of him. It's just like a digital art piece.
But the point is that this further proves that you weren't it would be extremely hard to plan all of this out and not.
I would be like the world's greatest forger.
Absolutely, you would be significantly better than what's his name claiming that it was fake with Damon Mills, because that also could not have been faked. So here's Vic.
By the way, did you see Metz's little video about me? Metz is freaking out again. And my post about back anime saying I would bring a folding chair and sit in Vic's line and tell people what he did. Metz decided to turn that into that I said I would murder Vic if he came to back anime next year.
And then a certain individual sent me something saying that you threatened to kill Vic, and I'm like, dude, I'm not seeing this threat. Can you please point it out to me?
And also, there's me in a different podcast with JT Talks or JT Speaks or JT Plays, where he made a comment that sounded like as if he thought that I would ever even harm Vic, and I corrected him very, very sharply.
So from here, Vic has a very funny video where he wishes everybody a Merry Christmas. I put except Farah because at this point in time, this is those 3 days, right? And so in this video, which I recommend you guys watch, he redoes "'Twas the Night Before Christmas" about himself, and there's a great bit at the end where he talks about he like changes the lyrics or whatever to the thing to be about streaming with no pants on, which is pretty fucking funny. Okay, and then now we're into 2023. So on January
that is your
1st,
favorite picture of Vic.
you know, I don't have enough time now. So I have to keep reusing assets. So the ones that worked that I was able to, cut out the background in a nice way, I just have to keep using them.
I love this. So this is your timeline of our whole shit?
Yes.
And you made all these really clever little clips and...
So,
dude, these thumbnails belong in an archive.
So on January 1st, this is when we covered, it's not when it occurred. Again, I don't have time to get all that stuff just yet, like before tonight's show. But this is when we covered that the Supreme Court of Texas denied his appeal. Okay? Huh? Now, so putting that in your mind, that's what's going on. Then in February, this is when freaking MarzGurl got fired from Funimation. And then we
got fired?
Yes.
What?
MarzGurl got let go from Funimation.
/ Crunchyroll, yeah. Yep.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, she got terminated from Crunchyroll / Funimation.
Why?
She basically says, Kasaibo says podcast 211 was the one that got him subscribed. Nice.
Hi, Kaizabo.
So yeah, anyway, she basically like says, oh, having a coworker vague tweet at me that I'm about to lose my job sure sucks or whatever. Anyway, so you guys can go there and read it if you want. But
I didn't know she worked at Funimation. That's crazy.
Well, she worked in a capacity of like freelance doing what do you call it? What does she do? She's a closed caption person or whatever, subtitler.
That makes sense.
Transcription. She's a transcriber. So yeah, they hired her after 2019. Like she got some kickbacks for
some kickbacks.
Yeah, from kickbacks.
Yes,
that's how it appears. Just throwing it out there that way. Okay, that's how it appears. It just
backstage shenanigans.
If she would like to correct me, I would love to have a timeline of when she got hired that indicates she got hired before.
I mean,
before all this started.
Like, let's be fair. She still does the work, and she did closed captionings before this. From what I can tell, it looks like she's done it for a long time. Like,
it's like the number one thing that pops up when you search for jobs you can do from home.
Yeah, but we also have to be fair too. Like, who's to say, like, if the timeline had gone that she never even learned that Vic ever existed, she still wouldn't have worked for Funimation at some point. Like, I don't want to just like discredit people because they did hate somebody and then worked at the same company as them.
Okay, that's fair. So anyway, March 3rd, March 20th, 2023, is when you're calling out Vic for wanting to meet your friend whose name was Nova, if I recall correctly. Now, I only have, as of right now, one of the messages from that exchange. I know there's more. I saw them at one point on your Twitter. I don't have them with me. I will eventually get.
I never thought about it, but I might even have messages from Nova saved that I sent to him telling him, look, see, even my friend thinks you're a bitch or something, because that's something I would do.
So my solemn pledge to everybody, eventually everything that I have will be in here. Okay, as much as I've been given, that is relevant to everything will get in here. So then April of 2023, you screwed up your layover flight. This is April 1st, right? So we talked about this last podcast. So this is what I thought was occurring, just before Easter, but was actually a couple days leading up, where you had messed up your layover flight. But fortunately, it seems like it was early enough. Maybe you were able to change it or no?
I can't really remember. I think I just bought another ticket yeah.
So this was April 1st. April 3rd is you saying enjoy your friend, LOL, right? He said, I was just watching a movie. So I find this very interesting, actually. Yeah, because I was under the impression that this sequentially came after him saying, unfortunately, I'll be at church all day because we have a couple Easter services.
Oh, no, those were two different things. That
Yeah.
one. No, yeah, the church friend he went out to lunch with was a totally different day, was a totally different situation than him making excuses about going to church and baptizing the bitch, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but I was smart enough both times to go, green shot.
So then from here, and again, this is just to remind everybody, this is after the initial breakup, right? When for those 3-day period with when Haley came into the picture and your Discord leaks show that point of your breakup.
Well,
right?
I want to point out that it wasn't a 3-day breakup. It was like a 2-month breakup, almost, not quite 2 months.
Sure.
It was from like December 28th to February 12th. It was still a breakup. It's just we never stopped speaking the way that Haley tried to demand. Supposedly, Vic said Haley demanded he stop speaking to any females that he'd messed around with or had feelings for. That's his words, by the way, feelings for. He literally said that.
December, this again.
But we didn't do that.
I don't have them in here yet, but I will get them in here. There is a Cash App screenshot showing that Vic paid you for the gummies that you got for him.
You can post the link too. I have the actual web receipt from Cash App.
Okay, if you give that to me, I'll hyperlink that.
Cash App website. Didn't I send it to you?
I don't know. I get sent so much stuff, and it's I don't have enough time. I work on average 55 hours a week, and lately it's been going much higher. So it's been very difficult to have enough time to sort everything. I literally, whatever gets sent to me, I just put it somewhere and think I'll get to that as soon as I have time to sit down. We're going to jump into this pile of receipts and sort them for the tax guy, basically, right? So you may have sent it to me. I might have it somewhere. I just have to get to it. So anyway, I'm just going to say that that the one you sent me is dated December 27th of 2022, which indicates, again, that you're telling the truth. I cannot stress this enough. Farah, everything that you have said regarding conversations you had and all the stuff that you've shared is backed up by the evidence that you've submitted to me. Okay. So on the 27th, I'll indicate right here that purchase of the felonious gummies, as you called them. And then scrolling, where are we? So this is the enjoy your friend bet, and then this is Vic on his Wednesday stream threatening to sue more people after being canceled from another event. And according to you, this was your suggestion that he should go after these people. This must be right around the time when MarzGurl had allegedly cost him $40K or whatever. She's gone. She's not even in the stream.
Okay.
So anyway, I'm guessing that that's what's happening here. There, she just came back.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry about that. I just sent you the web receipt from Cash App from Pipsqueak Midget.
Pipsqueak Midget.
And took another screenshot for no reason.
So so right after
yeah, call Cash App a liar, Vic, you fucking.
So right after
bitch.
Enjoy your friend bet, LMAO good night, right after that, it's 2 days later, on the 5th, Vic does his Wednesday stream. This is the stream where he threatens to sue more people, and according to you, this was actually your suggestion. Yes, so I'm assuming that this is actually right around the time when the Red Lobster dinner occurred. Could that have been that? No, I guess it couldn't have been that because you wouldn't have seen him yet. What can you explain a little bit? This is him saying.
I've been urging him to do that for some time.
Okay. So then the 6th is when he is saying, unfortunately, I'll be at church all day, blah, blah, blah. You say we can get maybe even Monday morning. Who knows? Right.
Irving PD does not like the fact that he's at Compass Church by the looks of his history, by the way.
Okay.
It sounds, I can't say Irving PD, but the detective specifically that I spoke with did not sound too pleased about that.
So this was previously, I showcased this because I believed that these things we covered last podcast occurred during the same trip. But this particular screenshot showcasing you at the hotel is from the 8th.
So funny.
So this is actually, if I'm not mistaken, Saturday, the day before Easter. Yeah, okay, I put it in here. Easter Sunday.
I do still have some fucking funny unreleased pics of Vic. I don't think I should post all of these because I don't think I'll even be really posting very many pics of Vic that I have ever. I think I posted everything that needed to be posted, but I gotta tell you, there are some fucking funny pictures in here. You were talking about him saying he doesn't drink. My God.
So, so after Easter, again, just to put this into people's minds, this is where he is ditching you to hang out with Haley, allegedly, for the baptism or whatever he's calling it.
Baptizing his
may not have also occurred, right? And so this is that day you met up with him on the 10th.
Compass Church. If anyone from Compass Church ever hears this, can you guys please not have Vic Mignogna fucking baptizing women and children? Thank you. He's like, I mean, if he needs to baptize some old man, sure.
Joe Biden. Okay. On the 18th of this month is when Mets2128 put out his video about Monica Rial being permabanned from San Japan. I embedded the archive, but it's...
I just want to preface this with how funny it is that Mets put the video out the other day, not realizing that we had already discussed this, not even realizing apparently that I was the one who had to have Vic have that taken down. Not like he must have not known when he put his video out about me, because I then posted all of the screenshots and I was like, dude, he literally called you a retard in the video, Mets. Like, what the fuck?
So from here, this is the 18th. Mets post that video. On the 24th, Full Metal Legend 108 posts about Monica making the false police report and shares Mets video, basically saying, like, go look up Monica permabanned on YouTube. And again, this is an individual who was previously part of the whole Vic's Army thing. And then just to give you guys a perspective of where we are at, podcast 219 is where we covered both Mets and Full Metal Legend. This is where this might have been the change order. No, the change orders have to be right after this. So this is on the 24th. Then on the 25th, you have a text with Vic.
Vic tried to name, I didn't allow it. He tried to name that dog Alexander. Absolutely fucking not. I was like, never mind. I changed my mind. You don't get to have a say.
So Kasaibo says, hey, Full Metal. Yeah, he started the Vic's Army DM group. If I'm not mistaken, Kasaibo, you were in that group. Was that correct?
Yeah.
Definitely correct me if I'm wrong. So anyway,
yeah, Kaisabo was with us. Kaisabo was one of the only reasonable, level-headed human beings in that fucking group.
So you say to him at this point, I'm happy to do anything I can for you always. And then you send a picture of your dog. Then the MarzGurl petition comes out. Is there anything related to that petition in this conversation of telling him you're happy to do anything you can for him? Were you already discussing the ops you were attempting to put together, or?
Oh yeah, totally. That's what that hint's about.
Okay. So the MarzGurl petition.
Do you want to know how dark like that really is in retrospect? That was me telling him I will do anything you need me to do. Like, I was willing to do this crazy shit with the bot farm and all this other stuff. Like, we had already discussed a little bit of the stuff, but we didn't know how everything was going to turn out. A lot of it was just planned as it was going. All I knew is that I needed to get shit riled back up so that I could show people how deceitful people they were being. Because he had me believing that there was a handful of people online who were making shit up and spreading fake news and doing all this stuff. And I was like, okay, so that's psyops. Those are like cyber warfare tactics, right? So fight fire with fire. And so what I'm going to have to do is an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and just employ all those same tactics that Vic claims that these people were doing against him on them. And I had the skill and ability to do it. Vic knew very early on that I was an IT nerd. I talked about like my love of like certain things. I don't think he directly knew how good I really was at it. I think when people hear the word hacker, they have this like glamorized like Hollywood idea in their head, and then they just kind of like roll their eyes. Like, it's like if you were like, oh, I know George Clooney, and you told somebody that, they would just not believe you.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
So it gives that same kind of thing. And I've had that problem with like saying, oh, I'm a porn star. People are like, oh yeah, okay, whatever, yeah. yeah. But
JT,
what,
if you were paying attention to the timeline, you would realize we are building up to that. Will you please calm your pants in the audience? If anybody would like to sign a petition to get JT kicked, there you go.
Has anyone signed it?
25 people so far. We're trying to get to 69. All right. So continuing here in the timeline.
I totally forgot.
So you make the petition.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So cyber warfare, blah blah blah, fight fire with fire. So I did a bunch of shit to MarzGurl in them that like Vic claimed they were doing to him, and as it turns out, like like they some people were, but it wasn't like her and shit. Like he said it was. This man is so unsure of what was actually happening in his life. It's insane. Oh, but we know now. We know why now, thanks to Squally. It's because he doesn't see any of it. There are literal texts from Vic to me saying, oh yeah, I never see my social media, blah, blah, blah. I had no idea Squally blocked you without my permission.
So I haven't got it up onto the timeline yet, but in one of those messages, he says something to the effect of, if I looked at any of this, I'd have killed myself years ago.
Yeah, okay. Can I talk about something that's really been fucking with my head still to this day? That's what fucked my head up. That shit right there. He says that shit so much. Okay, I don't give a fuck if anybody wants to blame me for having feelings with Vic. I'm going to say it again. I don't know what Vic's problem is. He must be a psychopath. To condemn me for having feelings with him, for him, just because I didn't want to have a relationship with him, why the fuck do you have to demonize somebody who doesn't want something with you just for having feelings? That is insane. I spent a year with you. Like, how fucking dare you? Fucking seriously? What the fuck? Like, don't question human nature, bitch. Are you serious? And try to blame me for some natural shit and then pull some stuff like this. When your ass is over here, you have your assistant running your accounts. You don't hear people in fucking pain. We're talking about this Vic's Army shit, right? Sorry, not to pop off and kind of just go straight off the rails, but like it does come back around full circle. Mm-hmm. Like this whole Vic's Army thing, and we were talking about how he hurts a bunch of people and fucking he has to feel like it's his fault and whatever. Good, he should, dude. There's a bunch of people that got hurt. Like the Vic's Army kids, like we committed literal cyber warfare for him because he literally was so convinced that she was the one that did a bunch of different stuff. Okay, well, like the elementary school, we were so angry about her doing this shit. Like her and her cronies supposedly threatened this fucking elementary school, and they had to shut the whole convention down so that nobody had to deal with the threats and stuff. Yeah, no, I called them. Excuse me. A parent did not want Vic around their kids, so they shut the entire event down after looking into him.
Okay.
Like,
so, again, playing devil's advocate, I think
he should probably like run his own Twitter.
Well, let's talk about that for a second, about running his own Twitter, because I think it makes perfect sense that Vic would not actually look at his Twitter. Because as we've established, Vic is somebody who needs constant affirmation. He needs people constantly reaffirming that he is doing well, that he is a good person, that he is valued. So if his Twitter becomes a source of the opposite of that, of a daily deluge of people telling him to kill himself and all these things, of course he's not going to look at it. Number one. And number two, I think it's fair that Vic would imagine when he learns what, because you see, you said you called the school and the school told you that a parent called and said that they were not comfortable with having their child around Vic or something to that effect. Now, imagine from his perspective what occurs. First of all, could be any number of Kick Vic people posing as a parent. You don't know. We don't necessarily know. Right? Whether or not it was an actual parent of a child at the school or not. Number one. Yeah. Number two, when that occurs and they decide, you know what, we don't want to, if there's anybody, especially in our student body who's not feeling comfortable about this, we should just pull the plug. Right. And then they have to then make a call to Vic and say, hey, I know we had a contract, but we got to pull the plug. We can't do this. We've heard, somebody called and said something. Right? If they phrase it in a way like that, it is not unreasonable for him to jump to the conclusion, oh, MarzGurl called and got my event canceled.
Okay,
especially because she was, if I recall, and again, I'm blocked, so I only see all this stuff secondhand.
Here you go, though. That's totally true. And while you're right, it's not unreasonable to think those things. What is unreasonable is to then literally tell me that these things are a fact. To state them to someone who very much cares about you and is intending to defend you per your request. To state that stuff as if it's fact. Vehemently, multiple times, tell the story multiple times, and declare that this person then cost you $48,000. Which doesn't sound realistic, but whatever. Maybe he makes that much in autographs. We've gone over that. It is possible. At a bigger convention, not a fucking elementary school probably, but whatever, dude. He's claiming this person is costing him money. He sounds so sure of it. That's unreasonable. What's unreasonable is to suggest this person deserves to be attacked because they did do this thing, and you know they did this thing, and have a person attack them on something you don't even actually have evidence they did.
So, this seems like a great moment to go.
Because I found out I was wrong later. It was very embarrassing.
So please expand on that and give us the details now regarding the plot against MarzGurl. So this must be around the time when Vic has had a breakdown in front of you at the Red Lobster or whatever.
That is the time. Yeah, that was the first time you mentioned it. I was like really very jokingly, and you know, we've discussed how we thought Vic might be autistic, right? Mm-hmm. We can be joking and someone may not realize we're joking. And an autistic person might not realize someone else is joking. Mm-hmm. Excuse me. I am drinking a bunch of berry juice right now. I have like a bunch of fresh squeezed berries. It's so delicious, but I'm mega burping. My bad. But anyways, I forgot what I was going to say because I smoked a bunch of weed. Can you help me out?
So we're talking about the timeline surrounding when do you think this Red Lobster dinner would have occurred? Do you think, was it before the change.org article?
It was April 9th.
Or after? April 9th. So April 9th was Easter Sunday. So did you actually meet with Vic on April 9th?
We had dinner on April 9th.
Okay.
I took him out on a date. We had sex. I'm going to keep pointing that out. That's just me rubbing it in the face of all the other girls he's been fucking around with so that if they hear this, it just pisses them off so they confirm with their shit too, because I just want to know.
So currently, you're in the process of attempting to get your messages from AT&T, and the means you're going about to do this originally in Bakersfield was
I'm no longer doing that. I just called Dallas and they're going to do their own thing. They'll get a search warrant on Vic. So it has nothing to do with my phone records now. It's the same record either way. It's regardless of who the texts are pulled from, it's the same texts.
But I understand. I'm just trying to lay this out for everybody to understand the lengths that you have gone to. So you told me that you literally got 2 lawyers and attempted to file a police report against yourself because that was the means necessary in order.
Nobody was really having it. It was kind of actually really hysterical. Even I think it's funny now. Like, they just thought I was fucking retarded, dude. Maybe I am. The government says I am.
So you had attempted to get Bakersfield PD to take you seriously, and they just did not even understand how a person would even come in and file a police report against themselves. Like, they're like, I don't even know what the procedure is for this.
They kept shaking their head at me and like, I don't know. Like, there were 2 dudes who both shook their head at each other and at me and were like, I don't know how you can subpoena your own phone records. No one's like, I don't understand. Like, they were just like, I don't know. Like nobody does that. Like, what the fuck? And I was like, yeah, I think I need to press charges on myself or something. Like, because I had already explained the situation. And they're like, okay, you're obviously like trying to do the right thing. And like, we want to help you do that. But like, we don't know like what you're supposed to do. So they passed my stuff along to the magistrate. I talked to her. I don't know why the fuck, like, you know what? I can't say that because it's bad. But like, It's something I've heard so many times. Oh, well, it didn't happen here, so you'll have to deal with the crime there. And it's something that happens when you're dealing with social media stuff. They're like, where did the crime occur?
Police in general.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, jurisdiction, of course. But police in general are quick to
time-
want to pass the buck on to somebody else.
Yeah,
especially
well, they
when
were
it's
kind of right. And so, like, the conversation first about murder, conspiracy to commit murder, starts the very moment you first discuss whether or not you would want someone murdered.
right. And so that occurred at the Red Lobster.
Yeah, so then I'm like,
On
Jesus
April 9th.
fucking Christ. So now I have to call Dallas. So then I just, like, waited a couple days, and I was like, okay.
So you called Dallas because the Red Lobster is located in Dallas? Is that how I'm
Yeah,
understanding
so
it?
Irving is, like, technically where it is. But, yeah, the Red Lobster is located in 4205 West Airport Freeway, Irving, Texas.
Okay.
In case anybody wants to ask them if they have cameras, because every time I call, literally, the phone just rings for a million years.
So walk us through. This is we've talked briefly about it on the podcast before, that this is where he basically broke down in tears at the dinner table.
Yeah.
And so you that messed you up.
Yeah,
right?
dude, he showed me, like, extreme pain, and I'm saying it that way for a reason, because, like, he showed me a face of extreme pain. I am an autistic person, and I read your face. I had not seen Vic ever make that face. That was the first time that somebody I cared about as immensely as I did with Vic. Oh my God, I just realized why I cared about Vic more than any of the other guys in my life. I'm fucking logical. My brain works on logic. You were talking earlier. Oh my God, you're such a medicine ball, dude. Aw. You were talking earlier about how, like, Vic treats people and, like, act as if, like, they're the focus or whatever, and he tries to, like, people please in order to get recognition, right? Basically.
Mm-hmm.
So logically, if he's doing all these specific things, trying to show me the things he wants, like, a woman to think a dude would do, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then my logical brain would be to care about that person a bunch, because that person is, like, valuable to the human brain. That person treats you the way you want to be treated. That person does.
He meets your emotional needs.
Yeah, and dude, because he's so good at knowing what people need, dude, and I've even told him this. He literally treated me. You'll see it in those text messages. You'll see it in other places that I've said it before. He treated me better than anybody I'd ever been with. Treating somebody well is not equivalent, though, to being, like, a good person, and acting with kindness and knowing what people need and acting that out does not make up a person either. So,
but it is disarming. It is a disarming quality that puts you in a position to be manipulated and whatnot. Like being put in a situation where somebody is treating you well does not make your immediate response to be on edge and you know.
Yeah.
So
it's logical to want to do just about anything for that person, because they have treated you better than anyone else. You should then do the same, right? Because you're supposed to treat people how you want to be treated.
So walk us through the conversation that occurred in relation to having MarzGurl killed at the Red Lobster.
I giggled, and I was like,
No, you gotta,
$48,000.
you gotta paint the scene for us. You said the food was terrible.
Oh God, it was fucking terrible.
Yeah,
So
fucking awful. You joked that may have been the real reason Vic started to break down in tears, because the food was so fucking
Did
awful.
I say that? That's really funny.
But how did the conversation lead to that point?
It had to have been those terrible fried Brussels sprouts for sure. So that's because he was breaking down, like, I don't know. He brings that stuff up. So this is another thing I kind of wonder. I don't wonder so much, but I have had the thought a few times. I don't know if he was grooming me to do this or to do something. But since the beginning, he has asked me to defend him online, and I've always kind of refused to do it because I didn't want things to end up linked back to me somehow. And that's exactly what happened. When I did finally agree to do it, which was at this dinner, because he broke down, and he had asked me to defend him several times. And I always kind of knew it wasn't a good idea, and here we are. But I did it because he was in so much pain, and I didn't want to see him like that anymore. I never wanted to see that again. In fact, I would have done anything just to see Vic smile. And I've got a bunch of people trying to use that against me online because I've said that before. But I'm sorry, like, if you're not the type of person who would do whatever you can to see your friends smile, then I guess you just don't have the emotional capacity for love that I do. And I'm sorry for you for having that deficit, because it's an absolutely wonderful thing to have in your life. And that's a huge failure on our world that a lot of people don't
Fill
have.
in the gaps for me here then.
Vic definitely doesn't have it.
This occurred on April 9th, Easter Sunday. And your creation of the Change.org petition is the 29th. So that's 20 days later. Is this the first attack on MarzGurl, or was this one of the later ones? What got the ball rolling? Like, how did you get to this point? Like, was this, you bought the Twitter bots or whatever? Was that before this?
I'm trying to get to that, dude.
Okay,
but every time I detail myself, you interrupt me and ask me again. This is the third time you've asked me. So the point is, I literally cared about this person. I know I got off track for a sec, but I was on my way back to that, right? I care a lot about this person. We talked about him crying. Now we're going through the emotional effect that had on me, because I was like, oh, I just realized why I was saying that for this whole purpose. And he does this whole crying thing, and he's like basically telling me that at some point he's going to end up killing himself if she doesn't stop. Like, he's like, she is going to do this shit until I kill myself. Farah, she cost me $48,000. She did the whole elementary school thing. That shit goes by. Then he's like kind of breaking down, tearing up. I don't remember what was said word for word, and I really don't give a fuck, honestly. My brain's kind of like probably deleting that over time. But then I eventually made the joke, focusing on the only shit that matters. Haha, have you ever thought about having her killed? And then he like looked up to me and like paused and was like all dramatic. And he's like, actually, yes, I have. I'm like, wow, really? He's like, yeah, I've thought about it a time or two. And I'm like, wow, that's crazy. And we didn't bring that up again, like, at all. We didn't even talk about it for a sec. And then we brought it up again over the phone maybe 2 weeks later, and then texted about it a little bit, talking about like, oh, is she going to Anime Expo? Maybe I just beat her ass instead. That was discussed over text messages. And I was like, you know, if you're really discussing having somebody murdered, I don't think it's actually possible to like follow somebody in a cab from a fucking Anime Expo. Like, it actually sounds like completely retarded, just so you know, because he'd asked if she was gonna go to Anime Expo if I knew about that. And that's like honestly it. And that's kind of what he wanted done, is like something done, I'm guessing, involving around like fucking around at her hotel at Anime Expo or finding out where she was staying. And I honestly, like, seriously never thought that would be possible. But is what it is. Like, the thumbnail's a little misleading. I never planned to actually kill MarzGurl. It's just something that was discussed quite a bit on Vixen, and as well as me asking about like certain things.
Okay, so so this conversation starts at the Red Lobster, but it continues over the course of April via text messages.
Yeah, texts and phone calls.
Okay, so do you like what? So I'm sorry, I'm just trying to understand. So you started the Twitter bots and stuff. Again, I was blocked by MarzGurl. I didn't see any of this occurring. I was going to steer clear of this, except for JT constantly bringing up the Change.org petition and all this stuff going on.
Yeah,
so
the Twitter bots thing, I can't remember exactly when that happened, but yeah.
Do you think you might be able to find a receipt or something that we could at least date that? Because that might be beneficial.
Right
now. So we have that. That's perhaps the first cyber attack against MarzGurl. Then you create the Change.org petition. And then from there, on May 5th, I'm sorry, May 3rd. So this is like an absurdly long time from when Metz actually made the Monica permaban video, and Full Metal Legend starts talking about it. All the way, what feels like an eternity later, I guess maybe just a week later, you start talking to him about Metz's video and Full Metal Legends post. So this is where you're actually attempting, because it seems to me like the focus was MarzGurl. These outright lies against Monica aren't helping anyone, and in fact even made Vic look worse. I'm just going to assume that's correct. She's looking for that receipt. So the same day, ironically, that Farah reaches out to Vic about...
Can I add shit somehow?
Yeah, go ahead.
How do I add a picture to this?
Oh, I don't think you can add it to that, but you can send it to me, and I can add it to the brand, and we can show it if you want. So the same day that you spoke to Vic about Metz and Full Metal Legend, Metz records his apology video, and in it he pathetically talks about like I don't think this is grounds for me to be kicked out of the Rangers and all that kind of stuff.
He got kicked out of the Rangers for it?
No, he didn't get kicked. He was saying like he took ownership of what he did. But then it goes on to, it just gets, he is unfortunately challenged, to quote Vic, and it comes across in the video.
Dude, I actually tagged YouTube on Twitter and was like, look, YouTube, I'm not about to sue someone that Vic Mignogna himself called the R word and, quote, challenged. And I don't want to really sue an R word. It just seems fucked up to me, especially being autistic. So, yeah, could you guys just take down the defamation video? Thanks.
So the day after, you you confirm with Vic that Metz took down the video and Full Metal Legend removed his post.
Yeah, and I mean what I just said in regards to the one he made the other day about me.
Right, which I should probably.
I have never threatened to murder Vic and have no intentions of getting anywhere near Vic, and I would not waste 45 cents worth of a bullet on him. That is ridiculous. That costs money, dude.
Damn it, Metz. Just trying to grab this video.
That also costs money, dude.
So, anyway, so then on the 5th, hold on.
God, that fucking double crease in that forehead is so serious. Dude, he has a forehead like fucking...
Oh, I think he already took down this video you're talking about.
Really?
His latest video is 6 months ago. Unless it's
it was doing that to me too. It's not. Just use a link. The link on my Twitter or something. It was doing that to me too earlier. It's a live stream. That's why, actually. That's right.
Oh, okay. So it goes under live. That's why. Okay.
Yeah, he did like an 8-minute live stream about me.
I forgot they did that. Okay. Ruby material fan art being stolen by Rooster Teeth. That was streamed 7 hours ago. MarzGurl and Farah going overboard. There we go. That's probably it, right?
I'm gonna go pee real quick.
All right. All right. Going to archive this real quick. Because even though other people want everything pulled off the internet, I want it to remain forever. How you doing, Reese? Are you exhausted?
Yeah.
It is 10:30 my time. Yeah. All right. Do you want to rally the troops? See if they're ready to come in. Okay, cool. I got his thing and. All right. That's normal. Okay. So from there, he posts the apology video on the 3rd. You reach out to Vic about it on the 4th. Turns out he's a big supporter of mine who was unfortunately challenged, right? I had one of my fan club moderators contact him, and he took it down. I'm pretty sure that was Squally. On the 5th, MarzGurl calls you out for creating the Change.org petition. This is just the podcast where we covered it. I timestamped these to the moment where we cover it, just in case anybody needs clarification on it. What we said and how we covered it. MarzGurl proves that you also started proves that you started the petition because of the cached version says Farah Fatherless started this petition before you changed your name to anonymous user.
And then I giggled about everybody trying to freak out to prove it because it actually said that on the account name the entire time, and I laughed because if you had just clicked the URL and pasted it, it would still say Farah Fatherless.
So the Medium article is the one that says at the Psycho Arsenal in the URL. Then this is, so that's on the May 9th. So presumably shortly after it goes up, Squally puts out her tweet saying, can someone verify if this is Cap? Right?
Dude, yeah, Squally got mega blamed because of that. I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty positive that Squally has MarzGurl's name and Vic's name probably on like a Google alert system. So, because she had posted that within 20 minutes, and none of us really knew in the Vic's Army group how she did it so quick. So I had Full Metal Legend go and ask her and be like, you know,
You know, it's probably the newest.
What? King Style. I think I muted you. I don't. Yeah, I'm gonna unmute. Something's going on with your microphone. Okay, I'm gonna mute you. His parents walking in like, this guy's asleep. All right. So anyway, JT, you said it was 100% Squally, and then you said I was the reason why. You were the reason why. Right? Do you have more?
What was the reason why?
I don't know what he means. It was 100% Squally.
Oh, he thinks Squally wrote that. I wrote that.
Okay. Farah, when we first spoke, I asked you.
I didn't write that. If you want to get technical, the person who wrote that was technically Dan with developer mode enabled using ChatGPT 4.
So when we first spoke on the 19th over the phone, I outright asked you, did you use ChatGPT to write that?
Yeah, fuck yeah,
article?
I probably lied to you. I don't know.
Yeah. And you went out of your way to say
out about
no.
That yet, to be honest. Yeah. In all fairness, though, Cypherus, if I'm not out about something, you're not entitled to it if other people weren't either.
That's fine. I mean, I have held my tongue on it because you have shared plenty of things that were proven to be authentic. I'm not trying to call you out on this. I'm just trying to get my head around the fact that.
So like I said, I wasn't out about it yet at the time. And I wasn't about to discuss things that I hadn't released yet. And I was going to release them on my time, exactly when I chose to do it. So I just wasn't ready to talk about it.
So going on from here, on May 21st, MarzGurl revealed that you were dating Vic. These are the DMs that we showcased from the 22nd or 23rd of.
Oh my God, I almost died. Dude, I swear to God, the inhale that occurred the first time that I saw that had been posted online with Vic's foils in his hair, like, it actually was so painful. Like, literally the thing people describe when you catch your breath, like, I was like, oh, and I got a sting in my throat. That fucking shit was so funny. I was like, oh my God, he's Kendalling, and everyone sees it.
So then this is basically just that thread. I don't even know if I put the whole thing in here.
The frosted tips joke came back around because of that.
I mean, it's pretty clear that he's.
I can't believe anybody would deny that. I had no idea.
So this is our coverage of that. Actually, no. This is before that.
By the way, Squally said that actually that's a hair treatment. It's not that he's doing it to frost his tips. He's doing it for texture because if not, his hair is just super floppy.
Yeah, I think that actually may be true because his hair, you can see it here, is actually extremely like brittle and like straw. Like it's
yeah,
like really,
it sticks straight up if he doesn't.
When you deposit into your hair, it actually makes it healthier. Right, like it's interesting because what you do when you bleach your hair is you actually damage it dramatically. So it's not completely untrue to say it is a treatment for the hair.
No, I actually think that's totally true. Yeah, he takes a lot of care of his hair and stuff, and his nails have always appeared to be manicured. I never asked though because I think it's rude to ask people about like work they have done. But his nails are always very shiny too, so he probably does treatments on his hair as well.
And again, this would be another example of sharing something even all the way back then, right? That could not be faked, right? Like you having a photo that Vic clearly would not otherwise share. I mean, we don't see the full photo here, but it's pretty obviously Vic, right?
I mean, there's another picture from that same time, I think, where he was,
actually,
like,
you know what? We do have it. I actually do have that. Let's see.
He's in like a stylist apron getting his hair did and shit. One of those things. So tired. Okay, so I just want you to know that I am down to stay for as long as this takes. However, I am now up in my hammock and can no longer see the screenshot. And yes, I have a hammock in my room. It's in my. I hang from the ceiling. That's where I sleep. And also my gaming chair hangs from the ceiling too. It's fucking dope. Everyone should live like this. That's right, everyone. Note to self. Get a fucking hammock. Oh my god, it's the best. Do you guys even exist anymore? It's dead quiet.
That's fucking annoying. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Well, that explains a lot. Okay, so what I was trying to say is I found this screenshot from your Twitter and recognized that it was that post, so I included it in the stuff that MarzGurl had leaked or had released that was leaked by the other guy. And you can see your name was different because like you changed it from when the original post happened and when you had taken the screenshot, obviously. You can see that it was scrolled up, but that's what this is. So there is the full picture. Again, more proof it would be impossible for you to fake this.
Hey guys, I hope nobody minds, but I'm going to be in my underwear for the rest of this podcast.
Okay, well, it is the No Pants podcast, so I guess there's no harm, no foul.
Yeah.
Okay, so coming back to this stuff here, this is right where we left off. Let's see.
Okay, and also, Vic does look a lot uglier to me now that time has passed and I kind of despise him. But I will say that he's not that ugly, okay? He's a good-looking dude, and I have to debunk anyone thinking I have bad taste. That's a 60-year-old man. Granted, his face is made of plastic, but he did a really good job, and Cher's still hot, and everybody would still fuck her, so we can't say I have necessarily bad taste, just really fucking poor judgment in the dick.
So let's see what we got here. This was
his soul's ugly though. His soul looks like one of those fucking puggle dogs.
Boy, do I regret scrolling back to find that post because now all of these things unloaded. So this is Squally asking about CNN article. MarzGurl reveals that you and Vic were dating. Okay, then these are the posts about that. That's what that is. Okay, and then these don't load quickly because they're Twitter embeds. And then this is us covering. This is not even us covering that yet. We hadn't gotten to that yet. I think this is the same day that dropped. Oh god, now everything's gonna get pushed out. Yeah. So we streamed the same day that this occurred. We didn't know about it until immediately after the stream the next day or whatever.
The aliens are talking
Then
in your
June.
microphone.
What's up?
Aliens are talking in their microphone.
Do I sound awful, guys? Reese,
Oh
are you
no,
awake?
you just did the creepiest thing I've ever heard.
You sound like an echo a little bit.
There's a helicopter going through your stream.
You guys are killing me right now. Can you hear me?
Yes.
No. Yes.
My connection's getting a little bad. So anyway, then we cover podcast 222 with the wonderful thumbnail. Okay. And now, again, we actually, I don't think you even knew that this had occurred, that we had covered this stuff until much later, because we had, by some miracle, done a podcast every weekend in June. We did podcast 223. As I put here, we did not discuss Vic in any meaningful way in this episode. The purpose of including it is to emphasize that over a week went by after the previous podcast where we discussed Farah before she became aware of it. Then you had started commenting. By the way, in our first conversation over the phone, you had also said that you did not delete your Twitter, but in the comment you had shared that got deleted, you had said...
No, yeah. So I had deactivated it at one point and brought it back up, but I had only been suspended for quite some time. It's been deleted before, but not as recently as you were accusing of it is being deleted.
And then this is a discussion of us in the mods chat on Discord, where we were I was sharing that you were contacting us and should we have her on the show? What do you guys like? I'd like to have her on. What do you guys think?
I
All that
should
kind of
say
stuff.
it wasn't deleted when I saw your podcast. Anyways, it had been back up for a little bit and then got suspended for a week.
So, let's see. This is us talking.
But you're saying your podcast had been up for weeks, and is that what you're saying right now? Because I probably did come to it late. I actually never looked at the date that you uploaded it.
You came to it late because it was over a week after we had streamed it. We had already done another show. Then we tried to have you on podcast 224 because I thought it was hilarious, again, being autistic, to have Farah Fatherless on our Father's Day stream.
That is hilarious.
And let's see. This is me reaching out again. I'd like to extend another offer for you to join us on the podcast. And then this is you confronting Vic about all this stuff, which actually I think we've basically skipped over the whole details of the murder plot. So I think the audience is dying to know. And again, I know that you have gone to great lengths to contact the police about all of this. But the audience is curious why you have screenshots before and after the murder plot, but you don't actually have, you haven't provided evidence
because
of the murder plot.
Who the fuck is stupid enough to take screenshots of something like that and keep it on their phone? Guys, come on, don't be fucking retarded.
Okay, so there's
why
your
the
answer.
Fuck would I back that?
I think that's the obvious answer, right?
I want everyone to realize that I never actually intended, while this was all happening, to ever turn myself in or ever be caught doing that or ever prove that I ever did that. I never intended to come out about a murder plot. I simply took screenshots because I assumed Vic was cheating and I took them when they were happening. Bro, come on. It is common sense that no one would ever fucking screenshot evidence that they were going to do that shit, bro, please.
Okay. So I want to ask you real quick. Do you know what service provider Vic uses? Does he have AT&T?
Oh, I have no idea, man.
You don't know? Okay.
No, because Vic is one of the few people I have not OSINTed to death.
Okay, so the reason I ask
I don't even
is
want to know what he does online.
The reason I ask is because you suggest that the Red Lobster dinner occurred on April 9th.
But I bet you in 5 minutes I can find out what carrier Vic has.
All right, it was more just out of curiosity if you happen to know it. But
you want me to figure it out? Is it legal for me to figure it out? I don't know.
I mean, that's up to you.
I know exactly how to do it.
So according to AT&T.com, and this is important for everybody to understand, messages, backup, and sync service terms. So this may be specifically for a service that they offer to back up your messages. But something that is listed here says the service is provided at no additional charge. AT&T currently stores your your sent and received messages for up to 90 days.
Yeah.
So 90 days ago is mid-April.
Yeah.
So hopefully this doesn't mean that they are.
Yeah, hopefully they don't take much longer to get it, huh?
Yeah. Because
oh my god, dude, okay, to be honest, in my experience with police, it can take time depending on the police. But with a case as serious, I would think, especially considering they have the dates, I'm willing to bet that detective or the detectives already know that there's a time limit on it.
Well, if they're smart, the very first thing they're going to do is reach out to AT&T. And even if AT&T can't get it to them immediately, they should put like a preservation like protocol in place.
I mean, I was extremely clear that they need a search warrant.
Yeah, and this was roughly how long ago would you say you reached out, like to the Texas?
Like Wednesday or Thursday. The GoPro will tell us when I look tomorrow.
So that would have been, all right.
We will get those videos to you too, but it's just me calling and talking to the detective and having to inform yet another person of this shit. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get like my head around like what this time frame is going to be and whether or not like have you considered? I mean, I very much doubt that there is a world we live in where this stuff is not actually attainable. Right. That seems very unusual to me that there is even a possibility that our communication records, especially given the revelations from Edward Snowden, are not in some way obtainable. Right.
Right. Well, I don't know. I mean, like, I watch a lot of movies, so I would have to assume the government can see everything we do.
Mm-hmm. So with that in mind, do you have any plans?
You gotta understand though something too. It's not a matter of whether or not they would if they could, right? It's a matter of is it physically possible to store that capacity of data for that long within a company's actual servers. You have to have so much server space, right? Like you would literally need the motherfucking Sahara Desert worth of fucking server space just to actually physically maintain that much data, that many people's phone calls and shit for so long, you know what I mean?
And I expect when you get your call and message log, it's going to come as a text, like typed out text with like a date and stuff. It's not going to be like, it's not going to be like a printout of what your phone looked like, obviously.
No, that's
it's going to be like a data table.
I mean, just even text files. Like a text file still does take up data.
Right. So I think this might be a good place for us to start kind of wrapping up this this discussion. So I would like to invite the people who are currently watching. You guys are absolute troopers. We are going on 3 hours now. I would like to ask you if you have a specific question, because I can't even remember what we talked about regarding the murder plot. So if there is something specific that you're dying to know, in the pinned comment in the chat,
a lot of pot too.
Is the Google form where you can submit a question to Farah. The only required question is the first one. So you can just put your question, make sure you type carefully, and I don't have some like explosion of vomit coming out that I have to read. But
yeah,
make
and
sure
also
you
can you
clearly
be considerate about what you're asking me, not trying to ask me shit that's gonna piss me off or about my fucking feelings about Vic and crap too, please.
Oh, you guys are killing me.
And also don't ask me about
it's in the pinned
past. I don't care.
Oh my god. Did we by chance star it? If I was smart, I would have. Reese, can you locate that link and repost it for me?
And don't ask me about Monica or anybody else's shit because I don't care.
Or what link are you talking about?
The one to the Google form. It's the pinned comment. They're asking me to repost it.
All right.
Yeah, appreciate it. Shit. Okay, so anyway, there's a couple here. So the very first question, this was actually posted on July 10th after our last stream. I'm pretty sure JT posted this one. not to call anybody out. He said, please explain the whole plan to kill MarzGurl situation, please. So we've basically gone over this. We'll see if there's any more in-depth questions. Somebody said, and I don't even understand what this means, respectfully, why are you looking into unrelated individuals to the situation? Go ahead.
Why am I looking into what?
I don't understand what they mean by this. They said, why are you looking into unrelated individuals to this situation? I mean, maybe Ian James Corlett, maybe they're confused about what happened there.
Yeah, I'm gonna skip that one because it's not really clear, and maybe they'll just come back and ask it again.
Somebody
maybe
asked,
if they're watching, they'll ask it in the comments.
Somebody asked, can you legally force Vic to sign that fan art? He basically agreed over the phone.
Again, I don't. Is it you and me being autistic that we don't understand these comments?
No. Somebody said, did Vic ever get specific concerning exactly how he wanted you to harm MarzGurl? That's an interesting question.
No. I don't think he cared. I mean, he wasn't like all super psychopathic about it. He was just like, I want this bitch like out done hurting me. Like, you know. That was his whole thing. Is he really, I don't know, maybe he's really convinced of the things he says. I don't really know.
So then I guess the question from here is, did he make it abundantly clear that he deliberately wanted physical harm to come to her? Or did he just vaguely say...
abundantly fucking clear.
Okay. Can you recall maybe even just a paraphrase of what might have been said?
Yeah, I've already done that a bunch.
Okay. Do you believe?
Well, we did that a bunch during this podcast. What date was that question?
That question was the today, but it was before the stream, I believe.
Okay,
oh, no, actually,
yeah, we probably answered that by going over the murder plot.
This was before the stream.
Like, the things we talked about on the phone and shit. Like the anime expo stuff and all that.
Do you believe or feel like Kick Vic used you or only praised you because you had dirt on Vic? They stopped coming to podcasts. And have multiple Twitter threads either questioning or invalidating you and your responses, as well as the podcast you...
I mean, I really don't care.
So I think what they're saying... I think what they're saying is that after podcast 225, which is when you first came on...
They asked if I felt used by Kick Vic for anything, and I said I honestly have... If I think Kick Vic used me or whatever, I don't actually think about any of these people at all. Just so you guys know, I actually don't. Like, I haven't taken that time to think that far because it doesn't matter. Like, whatever you guys are probably thinking about, like, is so many universes different from what I am thinking about because, like, I just want everyone to know, like, everybody's version of reality is different. And, like, if you think about it, we're kind of all living in parallel universes from each other because my perception of what's happening is so different from these fans who are watching this happen. I don't think about what MarzGurl or Kick Vic is doing. I've never looked for a thread. I don't give a fuck about a thread.
So they specifically
hold on,
call
let me
out.
finish, please.
Go ahead.
My point is that I don't fucking care, and I've never thought about anything they just said because it doesn't matter to me. All that matters, and as far as I even need to think or am required to think, so because I am the way I am, logically I wouldn't think beyond what I'm required to think about, because it would just be an unnecessary source of stress. So I don't think about that shit. And it's irrelevant because all that matters is that I've posted evidence to everything I've said. And what I haven't posted evidence to, the murder plot, the police will do for me.
Okay. So they did specifically call out MarzGurl later on in their question, saying,
okay.
I think what they're saying is that after podcast 225, as I understand it, not only did MarzGurl go out of her way to block my other account, but she also she also went on to tweet about the
I haven't
appearance.
seen any of these threads. Has anybody else? This person's probably lying, to be honest.
No, I've seen it. She or at least I've seen it's been shared in the Discord, so I at least saw the top first, part of the thread where she basically discourages. She went from encouraging people to watch the stream to then discouraging them from watching it once it was over. Basically saying it's a huge waste of your time.
Where Kick Vic supposedly is trying to discredit me or something.
What they're specifically bringing up, here, I'll just read this part. They say,
I've noticed almost everybody who has anything to say is only saying something because they have some shit to lie about.
Sure. So they say they couldn't latch on to anything against Vic. Cough, cough. MarzGurl. Cough, cough. So they basically everything they were saying was, "I'm talking about MarzGurl here." Right when they were.
Yeah, it just sounds like somebody who's mad they got blocked.
So somebody said, hold on, last podcast, you may have said you were approached to talk about your relationship and the dirt on Vic in other podcasts / platforms. Are there still offers to speak publicly with others? Were any retracted? Were any from Monica and Jamie?
None have been retracted. All of the offers that anybody has ever made to speak up still stand. Many victims have come forward. There have been multiple women Dick has fucked over who are in my DMs. Some wish to remain anonymous. Some haven't given a shit. There has been plenty of stuff going on. As far as publications goes, no one has retracted anything. I am just making choices about who I want to deal with, and I am, in fact, working alongside a publication right now. I haven't announced that publicly, but
I think we did announce that last podcast, but
did I?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, I've reached out with Anime News Network, and I am in contact with the CEO. I have sent him plenty of evidence over text of certain things, and he is well aware of the situation. He has the case number and the detective's phone number on the case. So the CEO of A&N and I have been talking because they have covered the situation very, very well and in great detail. They also have a lot of reach, and I want to get a bunch of eyes on this so that people understand the danger of having Vic around fucking unchecked without security standing on his shoulders while he works at a convention.
Oh, dear Lord. Zeno wants to know if I get a free month of your OnlyFans for having you on. No,
Zeno?
So this question, there was actually a lot more to it. They asked specifically, were any offers from Monica and Jamie? Basically asking, did they offer to have you on their show? Basically.
No.
And do you believe in being on these podcasts / platforms will allow you to be as relatively objective as the OCA podcast when sharing and discussing the information or evidence without pushing an agenda?
What podcast you're talking about.
So I think they're saying because last podcast, dude, Kingstyle, your fucking microphone is killing me. So I guess they're saying that because motherfucker, I'm muting. So they're saying that last podcast, referring to our podcast, they said, or you had said last podcast that you had gotten other offers to do on different platforms and different podcasts. So JT Vega would be one of those individuals who did an interview with you, right? This is what you were referring to, I'm assuming.
I don't know if you can count that as an offer. I actually did like the same throat grabbing tactic I did with you in your DMs or tweet comments or whatever, where I was like, excuse me, is this your esophagus? Let me rip it out.
So they were saying that because you had mentioned that you were going to do other podcasts, other platforms and stuff, they were wondering, do you think they will be as relatively objective as the OCA podcast, the one you're on now, when sharing and discussing the information or evidence without pushing an agenda?
I actually answered that very question. I mean, I did. You're asking me twice.
Sure. I'm just finishing their question. And is it a deal breaker if they twist or don't allow you to share your truth how you want? I would assume that. Like if they're going to be, if they're obviously going to make it obvious that they are not going to let you say certain things or they're going to try to police your speech, I don't think
okay, like basically like interrupting me or like having like repeatedly trying to get me to say something over and over again, even though I said it one way, or like if I have a thought they disagree with, like, I don't know, arguing with me or something. Like, I don't really know. Like, wouldn't that happen anywhere?
So I think the answer obviously would be that if somebody tried
Every podcast I've ever been on does that.
If somebody tried to police specifically what you were allowed to say, and you had something you wanted to say, that you would probably choose not to go on their platform. I think would be the answer.
I guess. I don't know. I might be having an autism moment with that. I just because I feel like I say a lot of things that could maybe not, somebody might not want said on their podcast. Like earlier I said pussy.
So this question contains the the username in the question. So I'm going to go ahead and read it. Normally, I would not disclose who said it because I did a bad job of setting up the Google form, and I just feel like it's better to not change the rules after the fact. So, but in their question, they said, "Hey, Farah, it's Cosmo from Twitter."
Well, hey.
I was going to ask, did anyone else have anything similar happen to them in regards to the weird-ass DMs I got when I was threatened?
Oh God, what DMs did you get? Because so many people have gotten DMs about me that are just absolutely ridiculous. I've been sent so much shit, dude.
So I'll just say that after podcast 225, I got messages on every single social media account I have, even ones that I have not used in many years, ones that are not even associated with the channel. And it's been very surreal the lengths that people will go to reach out since then, especially because my DMs on Twitter are open. Although
I'm so glad mine are closed. I was just thinking about how glad I am that I have every single social media platform with closed DMs.
I did recently learn that apparently Twitter changed a setting so that if you pay for Twitter Blue, they actually limit your open DMs to only other people who have Twitter Blue. But I recently learned about that and was able to disable that feature. So my DMs are officially fully open again.
That's actually the case for everyone. Even if you don't have Twitter Blue, it has actually just automatically, since the update, set everybody's settings to only allowing people with Blue to message them.
Wow.
So if you don't want that to happen, you have to change it.
I don't like this question. It is a stupid question.
You can skip it.
All right. I'm going to skip that one too. On a scale of 1 to 10, how serious was the plot? 1, just a fantasy. 10, you had plans drawn up. That's a good question.
We spoke about it several times. He was definitely serious. It was just something that there wasn't an opportunity to do or wasn't really possible, in my opinion. But we did discuss it seriously. I did believe that, you know, he was being harmed and this person was hurting him and whatever until, like, actual research was done. Mm-hmm. So, and honestly, I'm stupid for the fact that I did very little research into the person as well. I researched very biased terms. I didn't realize I was researching biased keywords at the time, but every time I looked into Vic's situation, the few times I actually did online research for that, I would be like, MarzGurl lies about Vic, and then MarzGurl's calling convention, blah, blah, blah. So the only things I was seeing were what he was regurgitating back to me, and everything was just rumors that he had been telling his fan club. So there were very few things. I barely looked into it. So I did discuss it seriously. Like, I was serious that I understood that was something that he wanted done, and I was serious that if it ever actually came to that, then this person was causing serious harm like that. Like, you know, like if someone's costing somebody $48,000, then it's safe for me to assume that that person could potentially cause my loved one to be homeless one day. That could cause them death, you know? I didn't want Vic to lose his house knowing he owes Funimation so much money, knowing I was close to like $1 million. I'm pretty sure it's going to be over 900 at this point already. You know, I just saw this like fire in my mind. I saw like Vic's house gone and just a fucking dumpster fire in his life because these people were doing these things to him. And I didn't want him dead. I wanted him to live forever. I wanted him to be healthy. I wanted him to be happy. And I wanted him to get good sleep all the time. And I wanted him to wake up and be able to smile. And it didn't matter to him. So, you know, here we are.
So I guess from here, the question I'd like to...
I'm so mad, you know, I was willing to do insane things for somebody who just used that.
So I guess the most appropriate question to ask at this moment is there anything that you have left to say that are there any stones left unturned that you would still like to have brought up so that we can close the book, so to speak, on all the things that we have maybe not covered yet?
No, I feel like I've said so much over the last few months that I don't even know how I'm capable of continuing to do so. I feel like there is nothing left to say, and that everything I've said tonight I've already said at some point. I don't think there's anything I said during this podcast that I haven't already said another time.
So
And
I'll just
I
say,
want to be real, like I'm so sick. I'm just sick to my stomach right now. Like I'm curled up in the fetal position with a migraine, sick to my stomach. And when we started this podcast, I was perfectly fine. And I've gone through like an entire emotional roller coaster. I have nothing left to say, and I really do want to close the book. I hope that soon I can just fucking, I hope it just fucking stops, man.
so I'll be honest, this whole ordeal has been very difficult for me. I can't even imagine what it's been like for you. I'm sure that it has been.
Sometimes I turn off my microphone during this podcast and just scream my head off.
Well, Farah, I wish we could leave you here with a better, mood and feeling not so shitty. But I want to thank you for joining us again. And, I know a lot of the questions that I've asked and other people have asked have been seemingly full-on retarded. And I appreciate your patience and the amount of effort you've put into.
Sorry, I yelled at you earlier.
I totally understand. We're just all trying to navigate this because it's a ripple in our perception of reality that I don't think anybody expected to actually occur. And
and I don't even know when I'm being attacked or when I'm not, and I don't know when people are being judgmental through a text or any of the questions people are asking. And honestly, like when you're this hurt by something like this, anytime you have to hear about it, anytime somebody says anything to you, it feels like an attack. I don't know if anybody here has ever been through a breakup before and then had like mutual friends of you and your ex come up and be like, "Oh yeah, how's the Have you talked to so and so and bring up your ex?" Like, it feels like an attack whether they mean well or not, and this is like so much worse than that.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I can't imagine what it's been like for you. I'm sure it's been extremely difficult. And I mean, I don't know what I can do to help you in this situation, but if there's anything, you can always reach out.
Tell me how the fuck you got so chubby, because I lost 50 pounds during the last couple months, and now I can't.
How I got chubby is that I was in ketosis the month of June, and then I broke my diet at Anime Expo, and I've been lazy getting back into ketosis ever since.
Dude, I've been like basically in a constant state of ketosis since I found out about the big thing, since MarzGurl dropped those DMs.
Well, if you'd like to stay for the remainder of the show, you're welcome to, but I imagine you're probably pretty exhausted.
I am. It takes a lot out of you.
So I realized I've done a terrible job of letting you plug your social media and stuff. It's been in the description every show that you've been on. But do you have anything specifically you want to promote before you head off?
Oh yeah, I forgot. There's good things going on in my life I have to talk about. I kept declaring. I remember I declared that to you over a text a bunch of times. That one of these days I was going to talk about the positive stuff.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I have a lot of good things going on in my life, contrary to Vic's dumbass podcast. I'm about to be trained by fucking Mike Tyson, which is so fucking cool. Because I have some trading cards that I'm totally gonna nerd off on him with and be like, "Will you fucking sign these?" So super excited. My first filming, the first episode that I'll be on for my first fight with LFC comes up in September, and I don't know the exact date. Somewhere, either the 2nd or the 30th, I think.
So
and I'll be fighting Snow
broadcast?
the Salt Queen, which is crazy. Huh?
Where does LFC broadcast? Is it an online thing or is
on
it
Tubi?
On Tubi. Okay.
Yeah.
So is it is it basically just like a tiered, you fight somebody and then you move on to the next bracket kind of tournament?
Yeah.
All right. Well, good luck. I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean,
I would not want to be in the ring with
sometimes
you.
too. There's tournaments and then other fights and shit. They have a lot of stuff going on. But thank you. Yeah, definitely. I'm very excited. My first fight's actually going to be with a friend of mine. So, like, my first fight with LSC, they asked if I had somebody I would want to bring on as a friend that I, would like to fight with while I'm like get comfortable with how much cameras are around and shit. And so I decided to bring on my friend Snow, which is like a lot of cosplayers in the anime community know them. And that's been really crazy because it's just like yet another controversial thing I have to deal with because people don't quite understand what really happened with their story. And I really want to shout out Snow and let everybody know that things just weren't the way that all these YouTubers just like speculated and people said stuff. Like they were just court-ordered not to say anything at the time. They couldn't say anything and they were grieving, like they couldn't talk about it. It wasn't something they could talk about. So I just want everybody to really relax and like be nice to my friends and stuff because we've had some issues with people being really, really toxic that, have just watched 5 minutes of a true crime video and not actually known what was going on when the true crime videos were filled with absolutely zero fact.
I mean, how many of them are actually really well thought out?
Yeah. I'm not really got any of them, to be honest. So that's happening. And this is them coming back, to cosplay and having somewhere to do it that's a safe space. So that's really important to them, and that's really important to me. How just the same way it was important to me that Vic smiled, I'm willing to do just about anything to make sure my friends get to smile. So we're going to do that, and they love cosplay. So our first fight's going to be really, really cool. It's going to be Jinx versus Vi. So we're cosplaying as Jinx versus Vi, and we're going to go duke it the fuck out in the ring, and that's going to be really, really entertaining. They're getting a bunch of training as we speak, so that's pretty cool. They also have some martial arts as well that they're good with. Snow's pronouns are they, by the way. They have a dope Patreon. You guys can go check that out. And they have a TikTok, which is it is feral.yandere, and then my TikTok is I don't know. It's some shit. I actually can't remember it. So fuck it. I just made a new one. I had a really big TikTok
You have a
account
couple.
and I deleted it. And then I got
couple of them,
banned.
right?
Huh?
You do have. I think you've got like 3 TikToks, right?
I don't fucking know, dude. Honestly, like some of them I just made as backups and photo dumped a bunch of shit from like a prank video, because it kept getting taken down. But that was after my ban, and I never logged into those again. But I just made like a new one like last month, and it has like I've actually been posting on it, so it has like 700 followers, I think.
Cool.
If you find that one, I don't know which one it is, but it's the one that has like between 700 and 800 people in it. It's got a bunch of videos of Anime Expo and some other stuff.
I think that's the Goated Goddess one.
No,
that's the other one.
That might even actually just be someone who is ripping videos from another account.
Okay.
But I think that has to do with the prank, that murder prank.
Oh yeah, that might have been that one. Yeah, you might be right. All right. Well, I wish you the best. I hope you can get some peace from this in the near future.
Farah Fatherless on Twitter and Pornhub and OnlyFans and everywhere else accounts. And I sell my porn on Minivids, and I have a bunch more porns coming, and then blah blah blah, and Twitter and LFC fights and some other stuff. And I have a cage match on Thursday. I'm not done shouting things out. Look, I sat through this whole podcast.
Go for it.
Hours.
I'm gonna sit down. That's all right.
Yeah, that's what you should do.
I'm just gonna sit down because
I have a list. So
actually, I think I've got a laptop underneath.
I want to shout out my dog.
I want to send her, tell her the link to go to for future upload.
Yeah. I want to shout out my best friend Houston for making the greatest tongue cannon in the porn industry that we made talking bitches with like it's fucking slime time. And we have that. There's a video of that. It's really great. You should go watch that. Also, my Instagram is not as inappropriate as my Twitter. So if you're PG-13, that's where you go. And that's very fatherless. My Twitter has my vagina on it. If you can't handle it, go fuck yourself. Also, I do blood sports and stuff. Can't handle that, but none of my Twitter is good. Porn and blood sports, all the stuff. Don't follow me. Probably just don't follow me unless you're following me for porn blood sports.
Well, you got to fight to survive, right? Just like Jean-Claude Van Damme did in Bloodsport.
I am touching men's pads all the time.
All right. Well, now is the time. 3.5 hours in almost. to remind you that if you would like to support the OCA podcast, we have a Patreon for that.
I'm taking submissions at booking@farahfatherless@gmail.com. Sorry, farahfatherlessbooking@gmail.com. But I'm only taking submissions for your cat girl girlfriend. I will not fuck you, but I will fuck your cat girl girlfriend.
You heard it here first.
Yeah.
There's also our other ways to support us, ocapodcast.com/support.
Exactly. What he means by that is if you buy my porn, it supports this podcast. Not in any real way, but it does.
And if Vic comes on, we'll be streaming to Pornhub.
Exactly. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. If Vic comes on and you drop my name with Vic on Pornhub, it'll be hysterical. I wonder how many views that would get. At least to 5,000. At least maybe like 1/10 of what my 30-second clip on my Pornhub account got.
And just for the audience to understand, I had originally put the data dump here, but I moved it over to the timeline because I thought it was more valuable.
Do you think there's a Botox fetish?
Yeah, we've covered a very lovely lady from Russia who gets Botox injections in her lips on a weekly basis. She wants to have the world's largest lips, and we're rooting for her.
That's awesome.
Yes.
I feel like
she's gonna explode with excitement, right, guys?
Woo! I've been smoking the pot. I might stay with you guys this time. I've actually never done it, but talking about something that isn't big might be fun for me.
All right.
And I will only
All
stay
right,
for a period of time until I get bored. Then I will allow the ADHD to take over and leave.
Okay.
So Japanese households with children have dropped below 10 million for the first time. I don't think we need to actually read this, but it's kind of an alarming figure, right? That they are currently at 9.917 million. So their declining birth rate is not getting better. Completely unrelated to that, the Japanese government has just approved a proposal to let women buy morning after pills without a prescription, which apparently I didn't realize that women needed a prescription, but that might just be a Japan thing. So that's probably indicative that the birth rate's not going to start climbing back up anytime soon.
No, it's going to take
In
years,
all
dude.
fairness, Japan, as far as population to size ratio of the islands that is Japan, the small, not as huge as you think islands that are Japan, the parts that are actually habitable and aren't completely deadly fucking forest that's so dense you would never find your way back out, are actually not as big as you would think. And they have been severely overpopulated for so long that it's caused major disease and famine issues in certain areas. So it may be a positive trend, and it may be happening intentionally, socially wise.
I don't know. I think it's going to dramatically hurt their economy to they're at a tipping point right now where I think they've already passed it, where they will not recover. Japan is going to cease to exist in any meaningful way in the near future because their economy will collapse, and then all of the problems that they're currently suffering from are only going to continue.
You know what? You shut your fucking mouth. Okay.
Okay. So a Chinese diplomat...
You're making me really uncomfortable right now.
A Chinese diplomat to Japan and Korea said, quote, "You'll never be Westerners." So a member of the Politburo of the Communist Party of China, Wang Yi, had some choice words for Japan and South Korea when he called on the countries to work with China to revitalize Asia. Speaking to attendees at a Japan-China-Korea forum held in Qingdao, that's a racist name, Eastern China, Wang, also racist, pointed out that most Westerners can't distinguish between the three Asian countries. Quote, "No matter how much you dye your hair blonde or make your nose pointy, you'll never be Westerners," Wang said of the Japanese.
Why the fuck does this matter at all to them?
Quote, "It's important to know where your roots come from." Well, the reason it's important to China...
Why the fuck do you want to be Westerners?
Well, so again, the purpose of this, the reason it's important to the Chinese is currently because there is a exceedingly more global conflict occurring with Russia in a region that China is very likely going to soon become a part of in the conflict. And so they want Japan and Korea to side with them in the near future. They're basically saying, don't deal with.
They
the
want
Westerners,
Japan and Korea to side with them because to white people, Asians all look the same. That's what they're saying.
To revive, they want them to work together to revitalize
They'll never be
Asia.
Westerners.
Yeah.
Like I'm sorry. You said he said specifically about dyeing hair. Though.
Yes, about dyeing your hair blonde or making your nose pointy. Quote, "You'll never be Westerners."
I'm so confused.
Right?
I'm so confused by all this.
So the forum has been held annually since 2011. In the opening remarks for this year's event, Wang called on Japan and South Korea to promote, quote, Asian values and to foster, quote, strategic autonomy by maintaining regional unity and stability. Quote, the fate of the region is in our hands, said Wang in an effort to resist the return of Cold War thinking. Wang also pointed fingers at, quote, big powers outside of the region without specifically naming the United States and blamed them for creating conflict and division amongst China's neighboring countries, Russia.
It's always America. Dude, it sounds like... Never mind. I'm like, China's projecting like Vic right now, dude.
The statement was in response to the United States strengthening ties with its main Asian allies in Japan and South Korea to counter Chinese influence. South Korean Foreign Minister Park Jin and Japanese Foreign Minister Yoshimasa Hayashi spoke through video call at the forum. So there you have it. There's our opening discussions.
So basically he was like, Japan, why are you fucking with America? They can't tell the difference between you or me when they look at you. You just all look Japanese and Chinese.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he said. He was like, no, come back. You look Chinese to them. Bro.
So, Reese, your pickups. Would you like to share with us your newfound extreme boner for Electric Callboy?
Oh yeah, pickups. Hi. I'm sorry, I'm half awake. I'm
gonna go pick up another G Fuel.
Look at that. Sorry. Yeah, I got a T-shirt. I thought it was pretty cool.
All right.
And then I also picked up Dead Knot Deathplay Volume 9 and Overlord Volume 16. And Iriduku, The World in Colors. Makia, When the Promised Flower Blooms.
Card Captor.
Nope.
No?
Twilight Magi Madoka Magica.
Oh, Madoka
TV
Magica,
series.
that's what that is, huh?
And the Madoka trilogy, and also Thus Spoke Kishibe Rohan.
Why do they look just like? Why does she look just like Sakura? That's so cute.
You should watch it. I think you would actually very much love it.
I like adorable, cute things, and it looks
Oh yes,
cute.
very adorable.
Yeah,
Maybe you
should
should
watch
watch
it.
it then. So Mirage Leonardo shared that he picked up. He says, "Jim,
It looks like a Dragonfly Kickstarter, and this is all the stuff that came with it.
the art.
What the
sucks.
fuck
Sorry.
is that turtle?
Yeah, I'm sorry,
Artist,
man, but this
the
art
artist
sucks.
did Teenage Mutant Turtle stuff, apparently.
This is the worst art I've ever seen in my life. You should feel bad for
Amazing,
liking
dude.
it.
This is the best art I've ever fucking seen.
I like this one a little bit.
He was
Feel
like,
like-
I like this boring one. Go back to the fucking turtle stomping all the bodies out and blood spraying everywhere. Go back to that. Go back up. That was awesome. What do you mean this is the worst art you've ever seen? Look at this.
Looks
This
like he
is
stepped
fucking
in some
amazing.
shit.
Oh, he stepped in shit? I thought it was dead bodies. I thought he was squishing like bloody bodies.
Amazing.
This is the Teenage Mutant Ninja
great.
Turtles having a bad day like the rest of us.
Giant turtle stepping in shit. Dude.
What? The dog is ready to eat it.
Ew! That's so gross. I love it. Shitty turtle.
All right. Let's see. So then more pickups. More Ninja Turtles. I guess that's the same image. Okay, yeah.
Good
Ninja
job. You
Turtles
clicked on the same
3.
image twice.
I'm
Nice.
sorry. There's a
Okay, I'm glad I
close-up, too.
stayed. This is helping. Like, immediately, I feel very stoned, forgot who Vic was because shitty turtles.
And even more Ninja Turtles. Oh, I got these framed. I bought these.
What
at
the
Anime
fuck?
Expo.
No shitty turtles? Oh no, that's actually really cool.
Yeah. So
I thought you were gonna say it was shitty turtle art.
Which one did you actually?
What's
Oh,
up?
sorry.
Ramen
Which
shop.
one did you actually want? The one at the gas station or this one?
I saved
I'm
it.
so
for
hungry
last.
now.
Oh,
So
okay, sorry.
they at Artist Alley they had a deal buy two get one free. So I was like, well, fuck, okay, I'll buy 3. So one problem I have with it though is that obviously it's CG, right? The characters are maybe hand drawn in there or painted on top of some rudimentary models or something. The edges are not smooth on the polygons, on the fucking like pillars and stuff. It is so goddamn irritating. But it's kind of interesting because we've got Naruto, Boruto, Minato.
I knew it. I knew it. Ichiraku ramen from Naruto.
So then this one, this is Initial D, and then the one I actually wanted. This is the one I wanted right here with the vibe of Initial D here, just a self-serve gas station. Although again, because it's CG, they grabbed some low quality ass images for some of the stickers on the side of the pump, and the rest of them are super high res. They stick out like a sore thumb. As an autistic artist with OCD, boy, does that bother me. But anyway, I'm looking forward to putting them up in here at some point. And then
Goddamn, you bought that at an Artist Alley?
Yeah, I said then the frame company raped me mercilessly, and Nuxie said my ass hurts because they cost 3 times as much as the artwork. Then
I also got.
It sounds like you could make the artwork yourself on fucking PixArt.
Yes.
I also picked up Keep Your Hands Off Azukin on Blu-ray, and then Looper, and
That's just probably a fucking bootleg.
Freaking what's it called? Shaun of the Dead, Hot Fuzz, and The World's End collection on 4K Blu-ray.
You guys have me questioning everything at cons now.
And then more Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. You bought a cereal. Is it a consumable you eat, or do you just store that on your shelf forever?
He's probably gonna he's gonna put that on his shelf and store it forever.
He says waiting for my nephews to come over on Friday to try it. Supposedly it tastes like Apple Jacks.
Well, he's not showing the one he's put in shrink wrap.
This just in, the flavor of Apple Jacks is actually turtle. All right, so I thought
feel like that was so specific and from personal experience about the shrink wrap.
So I found this fucking hilarious. Japanese city allows residents to cut mayor's salary based on public opinion survey. I think we should do this in the US.
Oh, fuck yeah.
So they say, but Osaka politician could still see a boost to his bank account. So when people become dissatisfied with politicians, the frustration is twofold. Not only are they upset that they don't feel like they're being properly served by their elected leaders, they're angry that they're paying those leaders' salaries through their tax payments. But now, a city in Osaka Prefecture is introducing a public performance review for its mayor. And if residents don't think he's doing a good job, he'll get hit with a pay cut. This month, the city of Nayagawa, that's an interesting name I've never seen before, a town roughly 225,000 people in the northern part of the Osaka Prefecture, passed an ordinance governing the salary of Mayor Keisuke Hirose. The 51-year-old Hirose, a native of Nayagawa, is serving his second term as mayor and currently collects 1.02 million yen, or approximately $7,400 a month. Something about that number doesn't seem right.
That is astronomical.
Is that a lot, you think?
Yeah. Over there? Oh, fuck yeah. That'll go a long way.
His salary could change this fall, though, when a public opinion survey is going to be carried out. The survey, to be administered to 3,500 residents, you don't, no, that has to go to all 225,000.
That's like a third of my town.
That's ridiculous.
Wow.
So you're telling me he just has to suck the dick of 3,500 residents? That seems plausible now. So the survey to be administered to 3,500 residents of Nayagawa will ask respondents to rate the mayor and his administrative policies by selecting whether they, quote, strongly support, moderately support, do not support very much, or do not at all support them. Should the number of negative responses outnumber
Dude, I'm
the
totally
positive
gonna
ones,
use a VPN now that I know this, and like just like fuck with them.
should the number of negative responses outnumber the positive ones, Hirose's monthly salary will be decreased by a corresponding amount, up to 30%. Wow. For example, should 60% of the surveys come back showing a lack of support for the mayor and only 40% in favor of him, Hirose will take a 20% pay cut. The pay cut, if triggered, will remain in effect for the remainder of Hirose's term as mayor, which runs until the spring of 2027. So the measure passed by the narrowest of margins, with the council voting 12-1 to enact it. Making everything transparent is a very effective way to earn acceptance from the people of Neyagawa that the mayor's level of compensation is appropriate. Okay. Said Hirose following the council's vote, quote, I think this could be influential in examining the nature of salary and compensation. Yes, please adopt this everywhere.
For literally every fucking job too.
If Hirose sounds unusually calm about the possibility of losing roughly a third of his paycheck, there are two reasons for it. The first is that even in worst case scenario, a 30% pay cut doesn't put him in any worse financial shape than he already is. Okay. During his first term as mayor, after being elected in 2019, Hirose voluntarily took a 30% pay cut from the official salary for the position, citing his desire to earn the public's trust as a first-time mayor. Under the new ordinance, tying Hirose's salary to the results of the upcoming public opinion survey, though, he will be eligible for the full official salary of the. So they're saying that he actually may, this actually works in his favor, in the sense that he was already, as a show of goodwill, taking a 30% pay cut, but now this is his way to undo that and start getting that 30% raise, right? So it's a win-win for him, because he either he gets to make this broad, grand gesture, like, look at what I'm doing. I am the most transparent and everybody should love me for this. But also, if they do love him for this, then he actually gets to take that 30% pay cut, or pay raise rather. Anyway, so in addition, Hirose's second election as mayor came in a landslide victory, in which he received over 72% of the votes cast. That election just took place less than 3 weeks ago, so the odds of 65% of the participants in the upcoming opinion poll saying they're dissatisfied, the amount necessary to produce the 65-35 split and trigger the maximum 30% pay cut, is pretty slim. In other words, Hirose taking a large pay cut is unlikely, and even if he takes a small one, it'll still be in effect a raise. Wow! So he's been playing the world like freaking Gen Fukunaga over here. So let's see. Quick Kickstarter update since it ended. The Impact of Iwata ended. Last podcast, I don't think it ended yet. I think we were looking at it the day it was ending or whatever. Anyway, just confirming it ended. It met its goal easily. If you're interested, there might be a Slacker backer. I couldn't confirm on that. Sorry. Moving on. Still no, what's it called? Fucking God Shard Chronicles, Mirage. So there you have that. All right. Now, we have big news in the convention front. Huzzah, bait and switch. Let's talk about SAG-AFTRA. Oh, God damn it.
Okay, now I'm bored and I have to go.
All right, sounds good. Thank you for staying. Have a good night.
Good night.
Yes, take care.
How do I turn this off? Fuck.
Here, if we just pull you out for a second. Oh, wait.
She's
Whatever.
gone.
Works. Doesn't matter. Okay, so SAG-AFTRA, TV, theatrical, and
It's
streaming.
complete. Hers is
What's up?
complete.
Oh, cool. So SAG-AFTRA, I can't even see any. I don't see any on that thing. It says you are running out of space. I don't see the rest
It
of the
says
people.
for me, it says you are paused.
Interesting. After we finish the SAG-AFTRA discussion, I'm going to leave the call for a minute.
Okay.
So you're going to be prepared to solve. By the way, real quick, remind me, I want to read the questions that we didn't read to Farah, just so that everybody knows what they were. Okay. So don't let me get too far away from that. So SAG-AFTRA is, they've ordered a strike, effective July 14th at 12:01 a.m. Additional details are forthcoming, right? So you can read the details about the strike. I don't fucking care. I hope they go bankrupt. Referring to the individual actors. So over 1,000 SAG-AFTRA members call on union leaders to push back against any negotiation terms involving AI. I don't want to read any of these articles. It's going to be too much. But basically, just to help you understand, the reason that they're striking to begin with is the fact that there is tremendous inflation occurring all around the world, largely.
You just turned into a helicopter for 3 seconds.
Fucker. No, I didn't. Am I still a helicopter?
Oh, you did.
It started after tremendous.
I don't identify as a helicopter. How dare you? All right. So, about my helicopter self. Okay, so over 1,000 SAG-AFTRA members call on union leaders to push back against any negotiation terms involving AI. So again, there's been a tremendous amount of inflation occurring. And due to that, just like you would if you raised the minimum wage, people working in the low-income jobs where you would have the minimum wage, they have to get bumped out in order for companies to afford it by going to automation. Well, because inflation has been so significant, that is affecting all the industries that there are. And so AI is the automation for more creative tasks, more mentally demanding fields, right? Naturally, especially with VFX, because VFX has, first of all, basically every single VFX company that there is, basically every single one of them is operating at a deficit. They go out of business all the fucking time. I've talked about this on the podcast. I worked in VFX for over a decade. When I graduated, every person that I knew from my graduating class moved to Canada because that's where the tax incentives were. So needless to say, though, there's a lot of chasing tax incentives to try to stay afloat. They made VFX into a commodity. Lowest bid wins, right? Even if the movie suffers because the CG sucks ass, right? So anyway,
didn't Disney bankrupt a few VFX places?
Oh, many. Life of Pi won the Academy Award, and Rhythm and Hues, the company that did the VFX that they just won the award for, Rhythm and Hues won that award after they had already filed bankruptcy.
Wow.
Yeah. So this kind of shit happens, right? So naturally, in order to save money, and because of the fact that VFX houses have hundreds of employees contracted underneath them in order to get these movies done, because believe it or not, every movie that you have seen in the last 20 years probably has VFX shots in it. Even romantic comedies have VFX shots in it. That bus that drives by, they changed the ad on the side of it in that romantic comedy, or the screen is replaced on the TV that they walk past. Every single movie you watch, every TV show you watch has effect shots in it, unless the specific point of filming it is no VFX shots, right? Everything's practical. I'm telling you, everything. Even when they do everything practical, they still have title departments, people who do the opening credits, the ending credits, the logo, 3D, like what do you call that? Like the splash screen or whatever, all that shit.
The flash screen, yeah.
So the point is that they all require it, and it is hundreds of artists, hundreds. So naturally, and this is the thing that I fucking hate about this the most, is that the industry that is getting hurt the most right now by AI is the VFX industry in regards to the SAG-AFTRA thing, just to be clear. Yeah. And so it is also the industry that if I was in charge, and again, I worked in this industry, I would absolutely jump on AI to solve my problems. Okay. They de-aged Harrison Ford in the new Indiana Jones with stable diffusion. Okay. It's here to stay. It's fucking better than anything we've done previously. And it is only going to improve as time goes on. Sink or swim is happening right now. SAG-AFTRA, they know this. They know that they're going to have to sink or swim, and they cannot compete with artificial intelligence because SAG-AFTRA specifically has all of these rules around when the labor can occur. They have this shit where like you have to hire a guy for the camera. Like you got a camera guy, that's SAG, required. But then you also have the guy whose job it is to push the button to play back the thing you just recorded on the camera. Okay. It is bloated bullshit union crap. And that is why they are so expendable. And that is why they're doing this. Now, moving on from here, the strike is reportedly costing studios about $600,000, more than $500,000 per week. Now, to be honest, they say it costs about $1,000 a second or $1,000 a minute on movie sets. Probably much higher than that now. That was the term when I was in college, that's one thing, to spend that money when you're actually making something, right? So right now, the studios are bleeding $500,000, technically more, every single week. Former Paramount Pictures and 20th Century Fox CEO Barry Diller warns Hollywood is doomed if strikes continue to Christmas. You guys got to keep those pickets up, get those signs higher all the way to Christmas. We got to do this shit. Everybody get out there, bring them water and snacks. Keep striking.
You know what I heard, dude? I heard that not the actors, but the writers that are involved in the strike as well. The producers and the movie companies, right, and the streaming services, they're willing to have them starve and be homeless on the street. That's how determined they are to not give them what they want.
So
allegedly,
again, and this is the problem here, is that there is a point at which you have to make sure the inmates do not run the asylum. And I think that this is the tipping point. I think we may see the end of Hollywood before Christmas. I think over the next couple months, regardless if the strike ends tonight, I think we are going to see massive layoffs. We're going to see companies liquidate. We're going to see actors, people that you know by name, or maybe not know by name, but you recognize them when you see them, like, oh, that's the actor who played Missandei in Game of Thrones, or you know what I mean? Like, you're going to see people that you're like, oh, I remember him from that. And it's like, wow, he's homeless now. I think we're going to see that. I feel like, I don't know if we're going to report on all that, but my gut is telling me that is the direction this is going to go. Hollywood is too bloated. They have not put out anything that doesn't suck ass in years, except for Bullet Train. And so
John Wick, and John Wick, and nobody.
And John Wick. And
I don't
John
consider
Wick.
John Wick Hollywood because it comes from the Russian guy, Stahelski.
Oh,
see, that's an outside force creating something.
Too.
You know, so also Top Gun and Mission Impossible. Obviously, Tom Cruise doesn't have his head so far up his ass with the ESG grants that he can't continue to make good movies, right? So, but I really think that we are seeing the destruction of a bunch of companies who got addicted to the ESG grants, and they are going to collapse in real time, and LA will implode over all the actors who work there. Now, here's something that's very interesting, though. San Diego Comic-Con panels and celebs backing out as the actor strike begins. So they were pulled out of San Diego Comic-Con as part of the strike because the strike would not let them do public appearances. So as I understand it, people are telling me that for Hollywood-like things, it was a fucking ghost town. Ironically, anime took the center stage from what I've heard from people who went
yeah.
at Comic-Con, because the LA actors are part of a different union when it came to the voice acting versus actual acting. So a bunch of them, Bryce Papenbrook was there and everything. A bunch of them, like that was like their time to shine, because like I'm guessing that their panels were much more packed with people due to the fact that they weren't going to the other panel that would have otherwise been scheduled at the same time because they canceled it.
Yeah, they're probably like, hallelujah, man. We get to shine now. And
I don't know. That's speculation on my part, but I just think it's funny.
Yeah, it is, but it is cool though in a way, because anime and other like foreign content, right? Like the Korean dramas or the other Asian dramas and movies and stuff. This might actually have a wave of on streaming service or even on television, right? They might actually just dub it in English.
I just find it so funny.
I don't
like,
think
and
they're
then
gonna
watch
end
this.
this strike anytime soon, man. I don't think so.
The Venture Bros creators pull out of San Diego Comic-Con amidst actor strike. So Western properties, because the writers and the creators and the what do you call them, showrunners and whatnot are part of SAG-AFTRA. They had to pull out of Comic-Con, whereas the anime side are part of different unions that didn't get fucked so hard. Invincible Season 2 apparently still had their Comic-Con panel despite the Hollywood strikes. San Diego's Comic-Con preview night felt empty without the Hollywood hype. Look at this thing. Dude, Anime Expo? Dude, Anime Expo, you couldn't even see 2 feet in front of you because you were staring at somebody else. So yeah, they had a massive drop in attendees and stuff. The hype was gone because all the places pulled out, apparently, from what I hear. Now, SAG-AFTRA strike Lucifer star DB Woodside reveals a big cost actors incur while filming on location. So I find this actually very interesting. I think this one is the first one we're going to sit down and read here. It's the last one in the SAG-AFTRA saga here. But so they said that David Brian Woodside, or DB Woodside, recently shared his complaints that actors are footing too many bills when they have to film on location for television series that are done outside of Los Angeles. Now, I haven't read the strike details or anything. I don't really fucking care about it. I don't think this is specifically what they were striking about. I think that striking about AI is futile. I don't think you're not going to get where you want to be with it, because there's always going to be actors outside the union, right? And the scabs and whatnot that are going to fulfill the roles. And with AI, ironically, they don't need you anymore. You know what I mean?
That's the problem and the irony, right? Because originally they used the AI either because, like you said, in the case of Harrison Ford, right? Like actors are too old to play certain characters, right? So for flashback scenes, they have to make them young because they don't want to get another actor. And also Harrison Ford would be pissed if he...
And the thing is that, Reese, can you send the link to Lance, by the way, in the Facebook?
Also,
Lance.
Also, for
It's
example,
already in the freaking guest channel.
I know, but it's Lance. Please send it to him on Facebook. I'm logged out of Facebook and Twitter and stuff because I restarted my computer.
Also, in the case of like Brandon Lee or
other, I could do it on my. Sorry, I could do it on my.
I got it.
All right, thank you. All right, so what about Brandon Lee?
Okay, so case of
when they need to replace him because he died.
Yeah, because remember, he got killed during halfway in the movie. Like half of his scenes were completed, not the full movie. So they had
fortunately for them, he's wearing full face makeup. So getting a stand-in is not so hard.
No, because what they did was just like, didn't they mold Brandon's face for certain scenes too? So
I don't know.
Like, and also the lighting, remember the darkness and stuff like that. It helped with the camera because you could do camera tricks.
Yeah.
So
for sure.
That's how they hit it. So in the case of Brandon Lee or other actors like Carrie Fisher, who played Leia in the Star Wars movies, right? They had to bring him back to life.
Yeah. So the crazy thing about the use of Stable Diffusion is that before Stable Diffusion, they were doing deep fakes in order to actually de-age actors, or they were doing it manually. I think the Frame Shuffle is the name of the company. I could be wrong. Frame Store, I forget. But there's a company that's their bread and butter. Like that's what they're known for. Okay. And they were the best at it. They're the ones who did young Robert Downey Jr. in that one Marvel movie. And you know, they're known for doing the de-aging where they, for example, they de-aged for the Irishman, right? And it just looks kind of weird because you made them look.
It was terrible.
You made them look younger, but they still are the same age, so they move like an 80-year-old man or whatever.
Yeah,
so
they would get a stand-in for like a young
they should
stand-in
have
for that.
They should
also
have.
Their eyes were glassy. You could tell they were old. And
So
their voice,
there was
too.
more that could have been done. But here's the thing, though. So again, there is a company, a VFX house, for whom their work is so spectacular that their entire claim to fame is that they de-age better than anybody else, right? And they are the go-to people for it. Stable Diffusion in Indiana Jones looks miles better than anything they have ever done, and they're like, that's it. You're never going to use them again. All of those people are going to go and find a new job, right? And look, this is a good thing in the long run because
that's what I thought. Lance isn't coming. He's at his friend's house.
Okay, so if you have these talented people who are skilled at that specific thing, it's not like their talent diminishes just because they aren't doing that thing anymore. They'll find something else to do. And the ones that are worth their salt are gonna make it somewhere else in a place where the AI isn't necessarily providing the value. Or they will figure out ways to make their company do the AI even better than what was done in Indiana Jones. And maybe they'll take it further from there. But that's a harder bridge to gap because AI is a whole different beast from, the painterly touch of tracking and doing all this stuff to tuck people's chin folds and all that. So that's very difficult, but
who was the
different.
Who was the VFX department or the company who did the that Gemini movie that Will Smith did?
I think they might have done it actually.
Okay, because that was really good. Because when he wasn't moving, they didn't use a stand-in. They actually used Will Smith to do it.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool.
I think that was widely. I didn't watch the movie, but that's widely recognized as one of the best uses of that technology.
It was really
so anyway.
Good.
So Lucifer star David Bryan DB Woodside, right? So he shared that this is a problem. They're footing the bill for too many bills when they're filming television series that are located outside of Los Angeles. So this is something I could understand striking over, just to be clear. So Woodside's comments come in the first week of the SAG-AFTRA strike. He shared to Twitter, the overwhelming majority of TV shows are not filmed in LA where most live. So what does that mean? Well, if you're a series regular on a TV show, you get flown to another city or another country, Canada usually, tax incentives, where you're expected to live for the duration of filming. He continued, they give you a relocation fee to get you started. Usually it falls between $4,000 and $8,000. That's it for the life of that series. Not every season, once. I repeat, once. So he's saying that if you got signed on to a show that does 6, 7, 8 seasons, you may only get $8,000 as a bonus for like your relocation efforts one single time. And so if you do 8 seasons, that's $1,000 per season as a bonus, right? And now here's where this becomes a problem. So if you're on a show for 5, 6, 7 seasons, you'd be expected to pay your rent / mortgages and car leases back in LA, where most of us live. You're also expected to pay your rent and rental cars in the city that they've decided to move you to for the duration of that series. 4, 5, 6, 7 seasons, depending on the success of your show. He went on. Most of us pay month to month, or we find a lease that we have to break when the job is over, or we find another actor friend that will take over the lease. Woodside then relayed, quote, add airline tickets to fly back and forth to see your parents and children. We pay for that shit too. This happens every single season on TV shows throughout the USA that are filmed outside of LA. So I just want to say real quick, although I do agree that adds up tremendously, right? Especially imagine, there aren't many places that are more expensive than LA, but imagine, you go to film in New York, right?
Yes.
Pretty fucking expensive there too. Imagine paying rent $10,000 a month in 2 places, kind of. You know what I mean? Like just crazy high rent. Now nobody is forcing you to hold on to that house or whatever in LA. You could Airbnb it. You know, there's all sorts of things you could do, right? But the scenario has gotten to the point where it becomes impossible to do that because you can't even find somebody who lives in LA who's going to take over your, place and pay what it's worth during that time, right? I will say though, when my dad was working on Lord of the Rings, he had to pay mortgage in the United States for the house I grew up in, and he had to live in New Zealand for an entire year. And he had to pay taxes to New Zealand and the United States for the earnings he got.
Wow. That's insane.
That's part of the job. That's why you negotiate. Look, this is my advice to actors who are worth a damn to be on a show. And look, I don't know this guy. I don't know if he's the main character. It seems like he's probably not the main character of Lucifer. Pretty sure that was a white guy based on the shit I've seen on Netflix for the poster of the show or whatever. It's not him. But I don't know if he's a main character in the show or a background character or whatever. But depending on who you are, it could get very difficult to keep going, right? Because you don't have the bargaining power. Like, for example, take Brooklyn Nine-Nine, for example.
Yeah.
As the seasons progress, Terry Crews could argue, like he could negotiate, yeah, I'm not getting another $8,000 relocation fee, but that's okay. I'm Terry Crews. I'm integral to the show. I can negotiate a higher rate during that time, right? Each season, I will negotiate a higher rate in order to be able to afford to live in both places, right? But I don't even know their names. They're so unimportant. The old white guys that are kind of fat, that are slow, like those guys aren't going to be able to renegotiate a better rate. They'll just write them off the show. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they kill them off, or they end up in a coma, or they get fired,
or they only show them from behind. Yeah, shit like that. So he says, "Good."
Another famous case of negotiations, right? Was Friends, the whole cast of Friends, right?
Mm-hmm.
All of them. Originally, Jennifer Aniston and the guy, forgot the guy that was playing Courtney Cox's brother on the show, right? They originally were going to be the leads of the show Friends, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the other
is that Ross?
Yeah, Ross. Yeah, Ross.
Okay, I don't remember the show that well.
Yeah, so they were going to be the main ones, right?
Mm-hmm.
Even though the show is called Friends, right? You'd think all of them are the main characters. Well, originally that wasn't going to be the case, and they were going to have their movie careers. But Jennifer Aniston ended up.
It's called Seinfeld.
Yeah. So what happened was, instead of Jennifer Aniston and the guy who played Ross, said, "Screw you guys, we're fending off for ourselves. It's our money." They said, "No, everybody should be equally paid the right amount of money." So they came together and said, "Nah, let's do this together so that way they can give us all money and we are a team. Without us, there is no Friends, right?" So there was a case where they almost threw them off the show and recasted them near the final season. They didn't do that. They ended up little by little accumulating like, 20,000, 30,000 each season. They got more bump in pay to the point that they got like $1 million or $2 million by the 9th or 10th season. And then royalties, they'll have millions of dollars every time that airs on a streaming service or on TV. They're getting millions of dollars today.
I don't think they're necessarily getting millions of dollars. Royalties, depending on the actor. Look, actors certainly get a higher rate, but those reruns aren't continuing to bring in the same ratings over, especially fucking Friends. Nobody cares about Friends anymore. But Seinfeld maybe. But when you play that stuff repeatedly, they're probably getting a couple $1,000s from that. My dad is in SAG-AFTRA, right? And as a stuntman, he also gets royalties because of the union, right? That's part of the union, is that you get royalties, right? And so my dad used to go to the bank on Sundays or whatever day it was, and he would bring all the checks that came in the mail throughout the week, because my dad's done hundreds of different series, right? And the checks that he would get, some of them would be literally for a penny, and you have had to go to the bank to deposit that, because if you try to do that shit with mobile deposit, you actually pay more in the fee than you get back from the check, right? Like it actually probably legitimately cost them more to print the check and send it than the check is worth, you know?
Yeah.
So,
freaking postage stamp is what, 50 cents?
yeah. So the point is that that royalties are not always like, I mean, with Friends, maybe they're going to get tens of thousands. I don't know. But the point is that millions of dollars, maybe in the first year of the rerun, you know, but probably not much beyond that, you know, just because
well, they're set for life. That's the cool thing about it, though.
Well, it's cool. Like that's one of the reasons I went into VFX, is because I thought that's just how movie making was done. But the VFX industry is not unionized, and honestly, the more I know about unions, the less I want to be a part of that shit, you know. But yeah, I went into VFX for that matter because I just thought it was so cool. The more things you work on, the more it's paying you off the rest of your life. I just thought that was so fucking cool. And then when I got to my senior year in college and I realized they weren't unionized, I'm like, oh, I'm not getting any of this shit. That fucking sucks. You know, that took a lot of wind out of my sails. But yeah, honestly, I'm kind of glad I went through what I did, because I'm glad I'm not in the industry right now. You know, I don't want to work on any of the woke garbage. That was bullshit. I'm glad I got out before that shit started. And I also didn't want to have to run the course of the AI takeover, which I'm very happy to be at the current job I'm at right now, even though I fucking hate the job. But I get paid a fuck ton more than I used to before that. So anyway,
VFX couldn't be unionized.
No, it can be. It just isn't yet.
Okay.
There's I follow VFX subreddits and stuff and Facebook groups and stuff. They're constantly talking about it. But if you
Marvel and the other places like Star Wars would get paid a lot, you know.
Well, once again, I'll just say again, if you unionize VFX, you're just signing your death wish on the dotted line, because AI is right there. And AI quickly is going to get to the point where it can do it better. Simple as that, right? They've already handled the what do you call it? The noise, right? The noise on the AI that causes it to jump frame to frame. They've already got that down, right? It's only a matter of time now where you build just with a prompt what your creature, your monster looks like, or your character with the sci-fi setting looks like, and they could do the entire movie on a guy in his pajamas walking around and replace him in almost real time, probably in real time, through the camera they're filming with. They'll be able to see it just like James Cameron does with Avatar, right? With something that looks movie ready already at that stage, right? So
isn't what they did with Kevin Spacey? They replaced him with Christopher Plummer using those tactics.
In what? What are you talking about?
With there was a movie, I forgot the name of the movie, but it was a movie that originally they wanted Christopher Plummer to be in the film, but other producers were like, no, let's get Kevin Spacey, let's make him look old, right? So when the scandals happened with Kevin Spacey, they basically fired him, and they just said, no, we're gonna use green screen and and basically VFX to make it look like Christopher Plummer, because we're not going to bring him to different locations and film the movie again.
Do you think when he said I'm choosing this moment to come out as a gay man, it was a strategic move to try to make it a hate crime to fire him?
Yes. I believe that. So that's what they did with Christopher Plummer, and then basically he was in the movie and only certain scenes, but they didn't show Kevin Spacey's face because that would have been hard. So they edited it in a way you didn't see Kevin Spacey.
Right.
And also they did it with a Batista movie with another actor. He got me.
Yeah, too. That was the Army of the Dead or something like that.
Yes, they replaced him with a woman actress. I don't remember.
Was that Kevin Spacey they replaced?
I don't know.
Or is this just some other guy, right?
Some other guy. I mean, so they replaced him with an actress, and they green screened and did the VFX, like I said, with Plummer, with spacey, but this time
That's
in this
funny.
movie, which is weird.
So real quick, Cool 2T had said Japanese elderly are suffering a loneliness crisis. I'm sure that is unrelated, right? And Japan will continue to exist as long as they don't try to solve the problem with immigration. Dude, I don't think you understand. Like, the societal collapse that is on the horizon worldwide, right? But I think it's going to hit Japan. I think there are going to be certain areas for which you're going to see it first, right? One of those areas is going to be LA for exactly what we're talking about. That is going to cause mass hysteria and mayhem and death on a level that you have never seen, right? And I don't think Japan will continue to exist the way that they currently are. They will be neutered and destroyed, and eventually China will invade and take over.
Or so you don't think it's going to be like Akira and they're going to be called New Japan, like Neo Japan?
I think that they will be dominated by the enemies they made during World War II.
Okay, so Korea or China is basically going to take
I'm guessing China because they're much more aggressive.
Okay.
I think most of the audience went to go watch hentai. They had a post-nut nap, and then they came back, no pun intended, 3.5 hours later to see the anime topics. Nice. I'm glad they're here.
All 13 of you.
Right. But yeah, I do
Lucky
save
13.
the boxes. Oh, from the cereal. Oh, that's funny. All right. Hello, Luigi the Mouse 64. The Vapor song "Turning Japanese" is about a man who takes pictures in which the Japanese were known for at the time. Oh, all right. Moving back to the article here. King Styles' mic is very quiet compared to AC. Well, let me. I can't.
Is my mic quiet?
Hold on. Let me edit mic settings. Boost it all the way. There you go. Okay.
How does it sound?
It sounds good to me. Maybe I'm just yelling. Anyway, so he said he asserted, and that is why when most jobs finish, actors are racing to find the next job because the clock is always ticking financially. Woodside then connected his complaints to one of SAG-AFTRA's sticking points about receiving fair residuals for the films and TV shows they're featured in. He said, residuals matter. This idea that all actors are millionaires is bullshit. The top 1% of actors are doing very well. The majority of actors are not. Replace actors with literally any profession. Except for bankers. Nearly all bankers are doing well. Lastly, it wasn't always that way. It was changed for cost-cutting purposes, he concluded. But guess who saves millions by shooting in other cities and countries? The studios. Again, tax incentives. Who you are mad at is the government. It is the person taxing the shit out of the studios for producing entertainment that is hugely profitable, right? You're upset with the government because the government created scenarios in which, in order to survive, the studios have to adapt by chasing the tax incentives. Again, this is why I don't agree with unions, because the collectivist mentality is that we have the bargaining chip in order to, as Farah put it, grab you by the jugular and squeeze, right? in order to get what they want, right? And what they want is short-sighted. They do not understand the actual reason. The problem is that they focus their effort on the studios because they can only look up one rung on the hierarchy instead of looking past it at where that studio is moving according to, and where they're moving according to, which again at the end of the day is government and the taxation that they're being levied on them. That's why Canada, for example, New Zealand, for example, put out tremendous tax incentives to bring the work there in order to revitalize their economies by making it so that you can make an entire movie here. We won't tax you on the first 300 million profit kind of thing. Like, these sort of things exist. And of course the studios go there because it means I save a guaranteed 300 million by going here instead of there, right? Of course they're going to go there. It is not their fault that you want to live in LA and all of these things, right? So at the end of the day, once again, they're focused on the wrong problem. Skipping over all this, somebody else affirmed their comments and shared their own complaint. What DB Woodside, I'm guessing they meant said, is very true. I experienced this over 5 seasons of the TV show I was a regular on. One of the aspects of our business that has changed, and one of the reasons we are striking. This is correct and is my experience as well, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, but more of the same. All right. So I am going to now close off that subject and read to you guys the remaining questions from Farah, for Farah, rather. So you'll understand why I chose not to share. Just because, I mean, do I need to even explain? She was not going to stick around. She was not having a good time. So somebody asked, why is it okay for you to have revenge sex with Ian James Corlett, but not it's okay for Ian James Corlett to have revenge sex with you? I think you can understand why I didn't ask her that question. Number one, because there's no proof that Ian James Corlett was having revenge sex, because he seemed like he was, 14 days later, celebrating an anniversary with his wife and seemingly, having a good time and putting on the face of having a good relationship, right? So just seemed easier not to ask her the question. Then the next question is, show us on the doll where Vic touched you. I'll be honest, I don't want to know the answer to that question. So that's why I chose not to read that one. All right. So you guys are troopers for sticking around. Hey, 420. So Justice League versus Godzilla versus Kong comic book series announced at San Diego Comic-Con. But why, though? I'm not going to read it. I'm just like, seriously, though. They're fighting. Like, King Kong and Godzilla are just trying to have a massive fight here, and you have to show up and beat both their asses, right? Like, it just seems like such a, who's even who, like, is it, I hope the best outcome for this is that Godzilla and King Kong team up and
Yeah, they're gonna fight the Justice League.
I don't understand. Anyway, all right, so let's move on from this topic. Okay, so in further convention news, Harmony Gold just announced at a convention they are still blocking Macross shows from being translated outside of Japan in favor of their stitched up Robotech garbage. Like, it was literally part, bless me, of their panel, according to this person. Now, I did try to find a source on this. Robotech News, which I'm not sure is, it says it's the official Twitter feed of the Robotech universe, but then it links facebook.com/Robotech. I don't know. It's verified, but I don't know. So it seems, though, that what they're sharing, if I take it at face value, looks like a slide that they would only have access to if they were the official company, right? So they said certain Macross sequels, such as Do You Remember Love, and any future sequel containing shared characters, mecha, and or storyline are currently prohibited. So there you go. Can you believe it?
Thanks, Harmony Gold.
Yep. May you die in a fire. In Minecraft, of course. All right. So
no, YouTube, that was dying fire.
So I need to check on my wife real quick. Can you guys see if there's any comments to check? I'm gonna leave the stream. I'll be right back. I just want to make sure my wife is okay because she was sick. Oh, great. King Style's not here. I'm not gonna leave you now.
All right. I'll just
I hope my wife is alive.
Clap myself to death.
All right. So real quick, I'll just cover this while we wait for somebody else to jump in. Random 11, Green Line, Footnum, Lance.
Lance is busy. He's
literally anybody who's been a guest on the podcast before. I shared it in the podcast guest channel. You should be in there if you wanted to join. So Alita Battle Angel producer James Cameron confirms multiple movies are in the works. So the short story on this is that he was talking to Forbes about why he was selling his California ranch, valued at $33 million or something like that. And oh, that's interesting. So that's great. I somehow navigated to the correct point, but my highlight's gone. It says here, he went on to reveal that the ranch is also not located near his upcoming work locations for Avatar and Alita Battle Angel. He explained, quote, "And on Avatar, I'm working in Wellington and Los Angeles. And on the new Alita Battle Angel films, I'll be working in Austin. So it just didn't make sense for us anymore." So there you go. Apparently, they're still going to do Avenging Angel and what was the other one? Whatever the other one was.
Whatever.
They're still doing it. Woo. All right. I'm so glad that our resident One Piece fans are here in order to talk about the trailer. So One Piece live action Netflix series shows more characters in the new trailer. So the more characters are fucking Arlong or whatever his name is. Now, I think we probably aren't going to really talk about this, but I do want to point something out that I can't help but find hilarious. It is right here, and I'm going to slow this down to the point where it probably won't get copyright flagged.
Hopefully.
This is.
Let's put it.
Oh, that's great for the ears.
Let's just do this one for while you're doing the slowdown.
I'm going super slow. It's at point. Oh, that's awful in my ears, dude. Let's mute that. There's no reason I should put myself through that. Okay, look. Wait. That woman is wearing an Apple Watch. There you have it.
Immersion gone.
Yeah. It's not One Piece anymore.
Not
the
my
One Piece is Apple.
Not my One Piece.
Hashtag not my One Piece. Hashtag Stable Diffusion that out, please. All right. So there you go. I guess we'll just kind of scrub through this and look at. I don't know any of the characters' names. I know a couple of them that I just fucking remember from the fact that we covered this before. So this was Garp, that guy that I was looking at just a second ago. That's Nami. That guy. I don't know where he went. He was the guy that, yeah, right after this. Right here. That's Usopp, obviously.
Why does he have a big ass nose? That's bullshit.
He'll never be a Western.
That was like freaking Sanji. Was that
Sanji?
That's Sanji.
That was
had
Sanji.
Blonde hair.
Yeah. All right. So anyway, CG bird thing. Again, it would be great if our resident One Piece nerds were here, but I don't blame them. Low key, I hope that was the last we did with Farah, because they are just not being productive anymore. But here we go. Here's the Jolly Roger. I don't know if it looks this bad in the actual anime. Is it called the Jolly Roger? Yeah. That's the name of the what they call the Skull and Crossbones. There it is. Oh yeah.
Totally.
I need to know, is this a Sonic meme?
I don't freaking know.
Like, I wonder if this is like a famous shitty artwork for
It
the
might
internet.
have been in the manga. It's just a shitty rendition, and then they got the actual one. Or
Oh,
something.
JT Vega's in the chat saying it was a crossover of a crossover comic, referring to the Godzilla King Kong one.
Okay, great.
Fuck, I have no goddamn. This is only from like 7 minutes ago. What were we talking about?
I don't know.
They did this. I saw the video. They uploaded the convention. Is this for the? This is probably for the Godzilla versus King Kong thing, versus the Oh no. Maybe the yeah, they are blocking is the Robotech. Robotech. Nice. How does Harmony Gold make money anyway? Real estate. SmartGeek97 says it's all fun and games until China gives James Cameron a tax break for his movies and he buys a new ranch in China. Don't tempt him. Let's see. One Piece is never a product placement series. It is never good. The Lucky Star anime didn't either. All right. Okay, so this is a screen grab from the anime. So that is okay. Yeah, I thought Sanic too. The flag is bad. Anime should be made for anime fans, not Netflix, bro. What is Macross You Remember Love movie is being blocked? Yeah. Cool. Right on, man. Thanks for the details. So anyway, jumping through these hoops here. Oh, that is a fucking sword if I've ever seen one.
Wow.
It looks like a fucking toy. Like literally. Are you kidding me with that? Boy, I sure wish I could backspace, like go back a couple frames without it going like 10 seconds. That. Like you can actually see where, like on a real sword, the actual blade would go all the way into the tang of the hilt, right?
Yeah.
Like that's how swords are made.
Right.
And this would be a separate part. This looks like a fucking King Arthur 99-cent store, like fucking
Dollar
sword.
store.
This looks like dog shit. And you can see where the gold paint or whatever got onto the blade because you didn't actually, like you fucking bought this from the 99-cent store. That's not even like real metal. That's like the fake 99-cent store gold. Like, so where's fucking Arlong or whatever his name is? Well, there's Buggy. Wasn't expecting that. I guess Buggy's power is that he segments into like pieces. Hey, watch party for Master and Commander Far Side of the World. Watch party went.
Oh, I like that movie.
Anyway. All right, I guess I can't find Arlong. Ugh, nothing of value was lost. Let's move on. We have so much to cover still. All right, so streaming news. No, skipping, actually. Fuck that. They're not here to cover it. We're skipping. All right, now the funny shit. Okay, so interesting. Spy Family did a collab with Mission Impossible.
We've seen this kind of thing happen before, where they parody a movie poster with the characters.
So who's this character then?
Who?
Oh, it's Anya. Okay. Anya's running down the train down here.
Of course, it's got to be Anya.
Anya and the dog for the start when he goes off the cliff with the motorcycle. That's fucking wonderful.
That'd be awesome if Crunchyroll was allowed to use this image for the Blu-ray release for the movie.
All I'm saying, Stable Diffusion the whole movie into Spy Family. Anyway, so there's actually like a whole like video you can watch about it. I didn't copyright check it though. All right. All the Anime is delighted to announce that they're going to be bringing City Hunter the movie Angel Dust, the latest film from the City Hunter saga, to cinemas in 2024. They are bringing it to the UK, Ireland, and North America. All the anime seems like, well, we got to do something now that we're not going to be releasing anime over in the UK. Also, I'm so glad I have an audience to hear my amazing joke here. An indecent image of partially undressed woman shown at Super Mario Brothers movie screening. Yay! Of course, one thing came to everybody's mind.
So when the snooty cat and the courageous dog with the celebrity voices meet for the first time in Reel 3, that's when you'll catch a flash of Tyler's contribution to the film.
Peaches, 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 peaches. Oh, yeah. Oh.
Nobody knows that they saw it, but they did.
Not do it. That was too fucking funny, right? So an indecent image of a partially undressed woman was shown during a screening of the Super Mario Brothers movie that was part of a summer event for primary school-aged children in Northern Ireland. According to the report, it is believed that an image of a partially undressed woman appeared on the screen for several seconds during the Super Mario Brothers movie before it was removed. Londonderry's Waterside Theatre described it as, quote, unfortunate but serious, and apologized in a Facebook post saying they would be, quote, working with the relevant authorities. I actually looked at the Facebook post, and it's basically like, well, we're sorry, and we'd love to say more about it, but it's an ongoing investigation, so we can't. Like, basically, parents of the children
we haven't been able to find one Tyler Durden.
Parents of the children who attended the screening were informed of the incident by organizers as soon as it happened, and the police service of Northern Ireland was later notified. Democratic Unionist Party Assembly member Gary Middleton demanded an investigation into the equipment used. A Starbane district councillor said it was, quote, an unfortunate matter and unfortunate it happened, and that, quote, it would be concerning for the children seeing something that's inappropriate. So they demanded an investigation into the equipment used. Do you think they're still showing this shit on film reels in Ireland? Because a lot of projectors now, they have like
it's a
thumb
digital
drive.
file.
Yeah, it's a digital file now, right?
Yeah.
And because of that, it actually makes
very easy.
Yeah, the chain of custody. Like if you smuggled that home in your asshole, edited it, and then re-rendered the movie, saved it over the original, brought it back, also in your asshole. Theoretically, the projectionist could be fingered in his asshole for it. But I don't know. It seems like But if it is a situation with the film reel, like it's even
he'd totally be caught right asshole, right?
I just can't. I hope the follow up we get to cover next week is that that they catch the guy and wouldn't you know it, activist, the usual suspects, Anyway, so in podcast 211, shout out to Kasaibo, who's been watching us since podcast 211. We covered this article. Studio Ghibli producer thinks no marketing is the way for the new film. So Toshio Suzuki believes minimal to zero marketing is the way. In an interview on the upcoming Ghibli film, How Do You Live? He cited the first slam dunk as a success story for this type of marketing. Minimal to zero marketing, right? He even called the marketing strategy the slam dunk method. All right, let's see how that's gone for them. I've been holding on to these for a while. So Studio Ghibli says no to trailers and commercials for his new anime. They also said it's only going to get one poster, right? And that's, of course, this one. Studio Ghibli is taking a bold step to prevent spoilers for its newest anime movie. So they are not selling movie programs, so you don't even get like a little thing that tells you about the movie, because that's how secretive they felt this movie needed to be. Because Hayao Miyazaki movies have such thrilling twists in them that even knowing more about it beyond the fucking poster will ruin the surprise. All right, that's a big tall order here. Let's see how that's gone for them. Well, the Hayao Miyazaki's not happy with Studio Ghibli for not marketing his final movie. Quote, I wonder if it'll be okay without publicity. Fuck. Latest Studio Ghibli movie releases to empty seats and mixed reviews. So people are sharing screenshots of them reserving theater seats, and it's like straight down the line. People are just buying basically the center row, right? Yeah. Now, fortunately, it seems like
what time were these showings? Does it say? Like, were they matinee showings or something?
That's a good question. It's probably opening day. I don't know. I'm not sure. Now, fortunately for them, it seems that their strategy did actually pay off, right? Because shortly after that, basically people didn't even know the movie came out, right? So,
yeah, like there's no freaking PR for this thing.
So literally, it's this fucking poster, right? Which I don't think even has a date on it. So the movie comes out, people don't even fucking know, and they go to the movies. There's barely anybody in there. Then the buzz starts coming out about how there's nobody in the theaters, right? Like that starts making the rounds on, in the world. And then because of that, it actually gets people to go see it. So it's actually turning around, and it seems like it's becoming profitable. So good on them. Miyazaki was worried about nothing. I was going to say before, the slam dunk method, if you haven't seen it, on the 27th, Slam Dunk is showing in US theaters, and I would highly recommend you go see it. It was fucking unbelievable. I loved it. I will also recommend you go see the sub. All right. The actual, the sub, I watched it at Anime Expo, was very good, very entertaining, easy to follow throughout the whole thing. Like, you're not going to there'd be a couple of, subtitles that go by a little too quick, but for the most part, it keeps you really engaged, and I really enjoyed it. Highly recommend you guys check it out. I don't know. I can't say about How Do You Live, also known as The Boy and the Heron. Fucking awful choice for the US release. But I will say Slam Dunk looks fucking awesome. All right. Into anime news. So Polygon Pictures is going to be producing Spider-Man Freshman Year animated series. Now, for those of you who aren't familiar, Polygon Pictures is the studio behind Ajin and Knights of Sidonia. So they've done these full CG series before, right? And I wouldn't say they're terrible. Like, they're not bad. Like, Ajin and Knights of Sidonia are great, but largely they're not necessarily great because of the CGI, right? Obviously, like, there's jank in it that's a little tricky to get through. It's not nearly as good as Kengan Ashura was with the full CG or whatever. But I will say that like, for example, with Ajin, it's the creatures that look great. Like, the rest of it, I kind of just wish they had done 2D, but whatever. Anyway, so Polygon Pictures is doing Spider-Man Freshman Year. So you might at first think, oh, that's cool, it's getting an anime. Now look, why the fuck would you get Polygon Pictures, who does full CG anime, to do Spider-Man when the literal thing people just saw was Into the Spider-Verse in full CG, right? Like, why on earth would you think that if you're going to do a Spider-Man anime, that the purpose, like the proper path, is to go to Polygon Pictures to downgrade from what people just saw? We'll see how it plays out. Also, GT Vegas says it's not perfect CG, but they do the job. Yeah, regarding Ajin and Knights of Sidonia. Come on, brain, stay with me. Smart Geek
Thanks
97 says
upstairs on your pillow next to your wife.
Smart Geek 97 says a lot of projectors are digital. Only IMAX 35 millimeter and 70 millimeter are still physical film, I believe. So yeah, I think most of them are, but I'm wondering if in Ireland. That's definitely true for the US, but I'm wondering if Ireland is the same way. And then regarding the sword, for Mihawk's sword, that probably got a foam replica at a local. Yeah, I think you mean they probably got a foam replica. It looks like dog shit. All right, so moving on from here. Jujutsu Kaisen animator under fire for drawing a racist gesture. Oh, fuck. What did he do? Isn't this kind of like the N-word, though? Like, can't you do it if you're Asian?
Yeah. Right?
Is the character not Asian? Is that why?
Yeah, they're both Asian.
So an animator for the Jujutsu Kaisen TV anime has come under fire after posting a drawing on Twitter depicting what some consider a racist gesture towards Asians. The drawing in question. While the drawing shows Satoru Gojo, oh man, that's an Asian name if I've ever heard of it, and Shoko Ieri poking fun at Suguru Geto for making fun of his fox eye. They're poking fun at him by making the fox eyes gesture. However, the animator removed the tweet after receiving numerous replies bemoaning the depiction of being a racist gesture towards Asians. Wow. Imagine trying to tell a black person, whoa, you can't use the N-word. That has racist connotations, my friend. Like, you better take down this tweet, young fella. That's offensive. Like, the Jujutsu Kaisen animator posted another drawing that shows Satoru Gojo apologizing for the racist gesture with "Go men." No, I'm sorry, that says "men go." Is that what he's actually saying? Oh, it is "Mengo." Oh, interesting. Mengo as a playful or sarcastic way of saying, "Go man, I fucking knew it. I knew what it was supposed to be," which some Twitter users didn't find amusing, saying, "Why are you apologizing using characters?" and further criticized him for using the characters in such a manner. I don't know. You commit the crime using the characters, you might as well apologize to. In the end, the animator apologized, saying, quote, "I am truly sorry about my ignorance. I am remorseful. I will commit seppuku now." From now on, I will keep my tweets about work to a minimum. King style. Yeah, the animator is just being funny. People are so fucking... I'm just saying, I was hoping that the softies with no, backbone who are offended by everything, I was hoping they wouldn't survive the last pandemic, but maybe it's time for another global crisis for which the boys will be separated from the men. All right. Katsuhisa Minami's The Fable manga gets a TV anime. So I just want to say, one of the reasons I've been tremendously stressed out about this podcast is I have not even opened Crunchyroll. I mean, probably showed a couple articles from Crunchyroll. Those were shared to me. Okay. When I compile articles, I go through a bunch of different websites. One of them is Crunchyroll, and I regret it every single time. It's usually worth it, but I fucking hate my life while I'm doing it. I haven't even opened it. That's 2 weeks worth of articles now that I'm going to have to go through. Now, next week, one more week, like, just saying, this is a bad thing for me. I'm going to be very unhappy with my past self in a moment.
Yeah, but you'll pull through, dude. You'll do it.
Well, it sounds like Farah's not coming back, so I think I'm going to find a newfound life, of not needing to produce like heavy thumbnails and all that shit that really weighs.
Well, you'll never know. Pigs fly sometimes, like stranger things happen in life.
It's like you're too happy. Slap it back down. All right, so when you're the infamous genius killer hitman, the Fable, many things come easy. Being a normal person, however, isn't one of them. I thought it was going to be like getting a girlfriend, however. In fact, being told that he can't kill anyone for a while may just be the hardest job he's ever taken. It's like the hitman, grounded hitman is what I hope they call it. instead of the Fable. That is the face of a kid who is upset his mom took away his killing abilities. Luigi Mo 64 says there's nothing wrong with being cute either. Japan should stay as Japan. Oh, okay. I think I know the rest of that spiel. I don't need to look for the other ones. But if the boys get separated from the men, then the boys can't be back in town. I can't think of an idiom to like make that joke funny. I mean, your joke was fine. I just can't do it. Wow, that's interesting. That's an interesting highlight going off the page there. All right, let's get rid of that. Okay, so I May Be a Guild Receptionist Light Novels are getting an anime. So the full title is I May Be a Guild Receptionist, but I'll solo any boss to clock out on time. So the story is about Alina Clover, who signed up to be a receptionist for the Adventurers Guild, thinking it would be her ticket to the good life. Unfortunately, her dream gig turns into an overtime nightmare whenever adventurers get stuck clearing a dungeon. To save herself from paperwork, Alina takes to beating down monsters herself to save the problem. Now, she just needs to keep her activities a secret. So, should be an interesting watch, to say the least. So, I don't understand why the guild needs a receptionist or why there's paperwork involved. That doesn't seem like something that I understand, but I'll watch it, whatever.
You mean the Adventurers Guild? Yeah, they take their quests, they do the registration, they give you the ranks.
Why would she be going along with them?
I don't know.
I get it. Okay, so in order to not have to fill out the paperwork on the like the army invasion of goblins, she cucks Goblin Slayer on killing them all, so that at least she doesn't have to fill out the paperwork.
There can't be any paperwork when there's no problem, right?
Yeah. So Eiichiro Oda's one-shot Monsters is getting an anime adaptation. There you go. I don't know.
Good thing we have our resident One Piece fans in here that might be able to tell us what the hell this season is.
Moving on. So Adult Swim revealed trailers for Uzumaki, Ninja Kamui, and FLCL Grunge. Whoa, FLCL, that's like the best show from ever, that they just can't let it die. And it also looks fucking awful. Full CG, awful. You know, it only really looks awful because it's not living up to the original, I guess.
I mean, 2 and 3 weren't great either. Like, they should have left it alone with the first one.
I would just like to say, you heard it here first. Uzumaki looks goddamn incredible. Fucking unbelievably well done.
Even though it's CG, it looks great.
The way that they handled it, with the attention to detail for how a manga looks, it's goddamn unbelievable. Like, they nailed it. They took all the things that like Kengan Ashura did with like the shading, and they took the effort to do it right by shot. It seems it looks so good. And then also Ninja Kamui doesn't seem like it needed to exist, but if you have a boner for soup, oh god, that button also causes it to go full volume when I'm trying to skip ahead. But if you have a major boner for violent anime featuring guys with beards, just so happens to be my fetish, then you're gonna love it. It kind of reminds me of the guy from Goemon's Blood Spray, Hawk. All right. Nuxie says looks solid. I'm gonna have to assume you're referring to Uzumaki. Moving on from here, Shinichiro Watanabe and Mappa produce Lazarus. Wait, I thought this was also part of Adult Swim. Yeah, Adult Swim Festival Tsunami on the Green. So it's got Chad Stahelski from John Wick, right? He's the writer of Hardcore Henry. Is that correct?
No, he was the writer of
Director?
Nobody. No.
Oh, okay. So That's right.
Chad has nothing to do with Hardcore Henry.
Chad Stahelski. Right. You're right. Nobody was the director of Hardcore Henry and the writer of John Wick.
Yeah, I think so. Something like that, or like the producer.
No. No, I'm sorry. I think it's the opposite. The director of John Wick, because Chad Stahelski is the director of John Wick, right?
Yeah, but the director, Hardcore Henry, was directed by the guy who directed. Forget nobody. Nobody was directed by the Hardcore Henry director, but written by the writer for John Wick.
King Style, have you ever seen Hardcore Henry or Nobody? Okay,
Are you
cool.
watching the back of your eyelids?
Watch party soon. All right. So anyway, the trailer for this looks really good in terms of the look. I just say Adult Swim / Toonami's like produced animes have been very, very miss more than hit. Uzumaki looks promising, right? Kamui, whatever. It might be good. Looks like it's gonna look good, right? I don't know if it'll be good. This looks pretty good in terms of, again, the fidelity. I don't know if the story's gonna suck ass, but they're actually funding, they're actually funding the production to a degree that it's at least going to get your attention, right? It looks really good. I highly recommend you guys check out the trailer. And again, this is with Shinichiro Watanabe, director of Cowboy Bebop, and Mappa is animating. So what else could you want? All right. One Piece anime. But I'm sure glad my One Piece experts are here. Gets an ending theme again after 17 years.
Yeah. I had to reconfirm this with the green one since Random 11 wasn't available. But apparently that's I don't follow One Piece. I don't know whatsoever. I've never seen a look of it. I'm sure some of the viewers have, but I didn't know that they had the opening credits was a 3-minute segment where they had the opening and ending, credits in it, and then they just ended the episode and then just, like the next time on One Piece or whatever. That's so bizarre to me. I mean, it's like the old movies when they had all the credits at the start and then just said the end and then that was it.
It just, the thing that's weird to me is that I never knew this until tonight.
Yeah, same here. That's what I'm saying. It's like
I mean, like, maybe perhaps it's because the One Piece rap is the thing that is the thing about One Piece's opening that everybody talks about, that I just didn't know they had a 3-minute fucking opening. That just seems ridiculous to me. JT Vega says, yep, Hardcore Henry, seen the movie, first person perspective. Yeah, it's pretty good. Worth seeing at least once or twice or 3 times. All right, so skipping manga. I didn't have any manga news. Oh, yes, we get to find out which Pokemon. Okay, so hold on. So Like a Dragon, the game series, the PC version erased major names from the credits. I'm going to read this article, but I liked this headline better because it just really punches you with it. The Yakuza games scrub a bunch of people from the credits, including the series creator, Toshihiro Nagoshi. So I'm going to read the other article because I just think it's better. Another game studio has recently come under fire for removing credits from ports of games. With the GOG, that's the oh fuck, that was the other thing I needed the other article for. They actually said it. Good Old Games. Okay, great. With the Good Old Games bundled versions of the Like a Dragon / Yakuza series on PC, where the series creator Toshihiro Nagoshi and more staff were removed from the credits. The unfortunate truth came to light thanks to a Reddit user on the subreddit for the series who trawled the files and credits to find several names missing. Other than Nagoshi, producer Daisuke Sato and many other staff members, possibly those who followed Nagoshi to Nagoshi Studio under NetEase, seem to have been removed. So apparently he actually left the company that he had worked at when he created the game series, and the people who followed with him, they've basically just out of spite removed them from the game credits. So the studios Lab 42 and Q-Lock which were involved in the original PC ports on Steam before DRM was removed for the games, whatever it was called, Good Old Games, whatever it was called, version, have also been removed from the credits. Data mining shows that their logos are in the files, meaning that their work is being used, but it's been disabled to not play in the opening. So I thought that was kind of an interesting phenomenon occurring. All right, so moving on from here. Son spends $45,000 on video games. Parents lose their life savings. If you have ever felt like a bad child to your parents, you can probably look back and at the very least say you never spent their entire life savings on video games. Reese, did you spend your parents' entire life savings on video games?
Huh?
Did you spend your parents' entire life savings on video games?
No. I spent
Reese 2753. Thank you.
I spent my own life savings. Empty out my stash.
Okay, so however, that will not be the case for one 16-year-old boy when he looks back on his life years from now. A recent viral video posted on Twitter shows a young teenager being beaten by his parents in a gaming cafe because of such a mistake. The parents can be seen screaming at him, hitting him with what appears to be a keyboard, and pulling him up by his legs. Others, who are also using the cafe, can be seen laughing at the unfolding events. The two parents continuously attack their son throughout the clip and are relentless in their beating. Where is the clip?
I want this video.
Where's the
blocking? Send me that link, or send that link in the private chat.
I'm turning off the ad block. Sometimes it gets the yeah. Please tell me this is it. No! Is that an ad? I think it's an ad. Yeah, it's an ad.
It better friggin' be an ad.
It better. God damn it. All right, you know, I can actually speed up ads with my plugin. Of course, it's also gonna speed up the video.
Ad block was it doing the actual what it was supposed to do is blocking the ad.
Yeah. God damn it.
Where is it?
What is this shit? Motherfucker.
Scroll back up. Scroll all the way up.
Oh yeah, there was another one here. No. Fucking image.
Oh,
no. We got the user on Twitter. You want to look that up at Dexer2. DEXERTO. Do you want to search that on Twitter? This article, by the way, is from July 15th. So Dex DEXERTO.
Dexter2?
Yeah, and then basically just go to their like media and see if it pops up.
Yeah.
Okay, so according to the reports, the son spent about $45,000 of the parents' life savings on video games, which is what led to the physical altercation. The video, which was added on Twitter, is only 47 seconds long and was posted on July 8th. There you go. Twitter advanced search.
I'm scrolling. Oh, God, this is going to take forever.
Twitter advanced search.
How do I do advanced search again?
You just search Twitter advanced search because I can never fucking find out how to do it on Twitter. So you go to the advanced search.
I'll just scroll.
It's a race, everyone.
Good.
And with my internet speed, it probably is going to be a race I'll lose. All right, come on.
There's a lot of fucking videos here. Holy shit. This guy tweets like...
Fuck. It's making me log in. God damn it.
13th. I did not expect I'd have to keep 11th. 10th. Oh no, it's still on 11th. Lie to me.
Enter the code they texted to me.
10. 7. No, where'd it go? I went past it. Shit. 7.
He scrolled past that.
No.
Oh, come on, Twitter. Search.
I found it.
Great.
Copy link.
I'm so happy.
I win. Do I get
right,
my
send it to
do
me.
I get my paycheck?
Cool 2T sent us
It's
$3.
in the private chat.
Nice. It'll be in the doc soon. All right, everyone. I know you've been waiting. 47 seconds or whatever they said is not that long, but enough to enough for your.
Release.
Oh,
I need this
there.
release.
I'm sorry. I think we need to hear this with audio. Boy.
This better be a fast 47 seconds. I actually gotta take a piss.
Oh, dude, I've had to pee for so goddamn long.
King's Dog, get your ass back here.
I'm back.
Okay.
All right. So if the screaming that Farah was doing earlier didn't bother you, maybe this one will. My favorite thing about this is that the dad is so relentless that the mom only gets like one hit on him. That's unbelievable.
Everybody's ignoring this.
The guy like right there, he's like he can't stop. Fucking A. He's like watching the reflection of his monitor.
Dude, he is lucky.
I like I like how there's just a person full on standing up filming. Right? Like, look at the mom get one hit. Like, wow.
I like how everybody's ignoring it. If this was in America, they would have called the police. Somebody would have started trying to tell the dad.
Everybody's ignoring it. They're all thinking somebody brought dishonor on their household. Like,
what did he do that was so bad? What, he gambled money?
He spent $45,000 of their life savings.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Oh god.
Like literally, this is going to be shown in the courtroom, and the judge is going to let them off. Right? It's like, oh, this is pretty egregious. It's like he spent our life savings. What? Like,
did he spend
the
it?
The judge starts beating the kid too.
Did he spend it on like porn?
He spent it on video games. So he spent $45,000 of the parents' life savings on video games, which has led to the physical altercation. The video has garnered 21.5 million views, nearly 6,500 retweets, and 103.2 thousand likes.
Shit.
Was that as enjoyable for everybody else?
Yeah, dude.
Pixar, it didn't happen. We delivered. Or is this
because dude, there was I wouldn't be surprised if he spent it on like the equivalent of Japanese OnlyFans over there for like some fucking, chicks.
Why would you pay for Japanese OnlyFans when the Japanese OnlyFans are Mosaic?
Hey, dude, it's just stranger shit is, as they say, life is stranger than fiction, right? So they would.
I am gonna take a quick trip to the little bad scientist room.
Right on.
Yeah, before another explosion happens, right?
Come back before Pokemon. All right. So next he says, yeah, nobody else wants dad's rage. That's why they're not intervening. They're still beating that kid.
Dude, that dad went Super Saiyan on his ass.
It was probably some bullshit gotcha game. Yeah, probably. Let's see. There's more to the article. While for many, this clip is nothing more than a laughable situation, too ridiculous to be relatable for the average gamer, it can teach a few valuable lessons. Firstly, if real, the scenario that plays out in this video has no winning side. It appears most of the commenters on Twitter discussing this attack want to choose the son's side, or the parent's side. Okay. However, the truth of the matter is both parties were in the wrong. The 16-year-old never should have spent $45,000 without his parents' knowledge and consent. Thanks, article writer. Thanks for fucking pointing out the obvious. Since the money was apparently their life savings, he might have cost them future retirements as well as financial security. His actions likely put them in an emotional state where they were fearful they would not be able to provide for him or themselves. Yep.
Dude, guess who's gonna join Jav in a couple years? It's to pay off his debts, or probably have to join some
He's gonna
type
have
of
to become trans first.
that, or he becomes a pro wrestler, or he joins sumo, or joins the Yakuza, something like that. He's gonna have to pay off
All
his debt.
good options. We don't even know that this guy's Japanese. This could have been in Korea or China. Who knows?
Well, anywhere, like any equivalent of their adult film / like gangster or
The real question
sports.
is, did he commit seppuku? Right. So on the other side, a parent should never beat their child. Wow, thanks, article writer. Thanks. Did ChatGPT write this? Ezekiel Hall, yeah, and Ezekiel would say that. Thanks. Thanks for telling me. Which was their response to the teenager's actions. Surely this guy has no children of his own. This was not only an assault in its basic definition, but something that could possibly have a psychological impact on the him. The him. Ezekiel,
him?
I should beat you mercilessly for your grammar.
The him?
The him for the rest of his life.
I just want to make a parody of like a movie or TV show and call it The Him. I'm the him, guys, because I'm that special, okay?
Maybe they meant to put they him. Maybe it was his pronouns.
Maybe.
So, he was not only publicly shamed, but was placed in a position where he can never trust his parents to not physically abuse him in the future. Violence is never the answer, and these parents were not good role models of this truth. The wrongs that occurred in this video are just part of what can be taken away from this incident. Another lesson here is that it is sometimes important to take a step back. If you ever feel like a video game or some other medium is becoming an addiction, God damn it, you have nothing else to say for the article. You're just gonna fucking grandstand. Get out of here.
They're just looping whatever they were saying previously.
Reese, I hope you've returned. The fact that I haven't left yet is actually kind of a big deal because it means that my local recording's probably fucked up. I'm gonna leave the call and come right back.
All right. Bum, bum. Yeah, guys, that was a crazy show earlier tonight. Do. Oh, he came back and he left.
Okay, so this explains a lot on why I couldn't see my recordings. I was logged out somehow. I don't know how I was still able to control everything. That also explains why I couldn't turn on local recordings at the beginning of the stream, and I had to have you do it, Reese. Okay.
I think Reese is still in the little boy's room.
Boy, that little boy is definitely up to no good.
The boy ain't right.
So he is going to miss this very lovely article here. The Pokémon Company temporarily shuts down official all ages forums, institutes new approval process after fans flood them with inappropriate content.
Oof.
Just days after launching their family-friendly, franchise-centric discussion forums, the Pokémon Company has temporarily shuttered the platform in order to allow their moderation team to clean up the flood of completely inappropriate posts made by a number of socially stunted adult users.
Basically, they called them retarded, guys.
Nuxie, I am afraid to say I don't think you missed anything. Sorry to say. I really didn't get anything out of like the 3.5 hours or whatever that we hadn't really already said, unfortunately. I was hoping that we could get more details on exactly like what led up to, the attack on MarzGurl, but honestly, I don't know. Farah did not seem to want to talk about it, even though that seemed to be something she was very eager to talk about previously regarding, my cyber ops and everything. And I'm just like, your cyber ops ultimately resulted in just the change.org petition, buying bots, and, and the Medium article you wrote, which honestly, all of those blew up in your face, right? Except for maybe buying the bots, right? All of them blew up in your face. You didn't cover yourself. For somebody who talks about being like a cyber expert and cybersecurity expert and a hacker and everything, she's not very good at protecting her own, right? In terms of not creating burner accounts. It's almost like she wanted to get caught on all of those, right? So I don't know. She did not seem eager to talk about the rest of the ops, or if there even were any other ops. It just escalated from create a CNN anime article and then just go ahead and murder her. Like I don't know. You know, like I think she's been telling the truth about the vast majority of the stuff she shared, the stuff she has evidence for. But when she shows me a screenshot that says, Vic's Army's group just magically reset itself and trying to spread a narrative that somebody at Twitter was working on Vic's behalf, I just at that point, I can only stretch my imagination for so long, you know. So
yeah, and you say it's the last time that she's going to be on. I'm
not saying that. Yeah, I'm not saying that necessarily. Like I wouldn't. I'm not saying I would not have her back on, but I don't think she wants to come back on, and I don't think we really got much of anything other than a bit of clarification on some timeline stuff. And no offense to her, but we could have done that without her. You know what I mean? Like
yeah.
And so I just think that next podcast, we would be wasting her time if we went over more stuff with her. Gotcha. So that's why I don't think she necessarily needs to come back, because it has not been good for her mental health. And I just feel like, you know, at a certain point it becomes abusive for me to have her on and continue to talk to her and share people's comments and stuff. And it's so fucking frustrating to me. And I'm sorry for going off on this little side tangent rant.
It's all good, dude. You need to let some steam out.
It's so frustrating to me because her and Vic are so alike in a lot of ways. And so I see him not going, like she will claim, you know, Squally does all of his social media stuff, and that Vic doesn't even look at Twitter. And it's like, yes. And as I explained, I think it's healthy for Vic not to look at Twitter because it puts him into a mental place where it's dangerous for him. Like he said, if I looked at this stuff in the last couple of years, I'd have killed myself a long time ago. Right. Yeah. So she is in a similar place, being challenged on this stuff. And again, I think she's telling the truth on 99.999%. And I would even say necessarily possibly 100%. The only reason I'm hesitant not to is because I think she's exaggerating certain aspects of it. Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that her perception of what's gone on, I think, is a stretch beyond where reality is. So I do think she's telling the truth, but I think that her truth versus the truth are two different things.
That's yeah.
You get what I mean? Like, so it's just
no, I get you. Because the thing is with her, wasn't her friend supposed to show up on here tonight, and she no-showed.
Yeah, I don't. You know what? Like, behind the scenes, things were a little bit rough because my computer, with how many tabs are open and all the stuff we've done, because again, this is what happens just for the audience here. Let me just go on a quick rant.
Gotcha.
When we don't do a show for a week, I have twice as many articles open. Right now, shockingly, I have 251 open. I had, and I can tell you because my thing literally saves this, 655 tabs open earlier, like on Saturday. Okay, that's how much I was working through, right? Just trying to choose articles. By the way, Mirage and Leonardo, your articles, half of them are shit. The other half are fucking gold. Don't stop what you're doing. But it's stressful, right? Literally, I bought a new laptop fan because my computer's been overheating like crazy. I'm pretty sure Apple is sabotaging their own MacBooks in order to cause you to need to go buy the new M2 chip MacBooks.
Yeah, basically that's business. They always do that.
Oh, that's Apple's MO. Obviously, every time a new iPhone comes out, Google searches for why is my iPhone so slow, start peaking and everything. So yeah, I literally before the stream, I had I have 2 laptop cooling fans now because I bought an extra one because it was starting to overheat so much upstairs that I just needed another one. I literally took both of them, plugged them both in, and put one of them upside down on top of the keyboard to try to keep my laptop cool enough that it wouldn't crawl, right? That's the shit that I'm dealing with trying to keep this show going because I have too much going on. And now with all the Farah stuff, one of the reasons, so right now I have 251 tabs open rather than 600 because I took all of the tabs related to her stuff. I just did the bookmark all and I closed it because that's what it was required for me to get on with getting actually to do the show. Because in order to get that shit rendered for the part we watched with Vic, which again, and this is just me venting my frustration here, but Farah talks, she's long-winded to a degree in her explanations of things. So I will try to interject and she'll be like, don't interrupt me, let me finish. And it's like, okay, I'll let you finish, but I want to come back to this thing. And then you go on for like another 2 minutes, right? And then it's like, I can't come back to that thing. So it's like, it's literally just easier to move on. And I think that this is the thing about Farah, and she's talking about being manic and having all these things. She clearly has borderline personality disorder. Like clearly that's something that she suffers with. And again, that is not to say that she is any less trustworthy, right? All of the evidence she has provided to me, as best I can tell, it passes the sniff test on every, there's been nothing. Look, if she were trying to fabricate this stuff, if anybody would notice the way I noticed that Duncan's doxer was a friend of his on Facebook, I'd be the one to fucking notice this shit if she was fabricating this. Vic is full of shit when he says that oh, these things are photoshopped and whatnot. They are clearly not, right? So
he's just trying to save face. I'm not defending him.
Yeah, he is. He absolutely is.
I'm not going to defend the guy because he's doing it himself. So
yeah. Well, again, and this is the thing I kept saying. And look, I don't think that most of the things that she was accusing him of in terms of the relationship stuff, he's doing on purpose. And I always leave with the caveat, it has the same result, right? But I don't think he's doing it on purpose. I think that this is the warped mind of a poor soul whose dad left him at 9 years old, and that he has unfortunately had to go through with growing up never feeling adequate and constantly needing people to pat him on the back and tell him he's okay. And that is a traumatic life. You know, just because he's been successful does not negate the fact that he has had a shit life in that regard. And so it's just trying to be fair to Vic. And perhaps I pushed it a little too far. I have a tendency to play devil's advocate when people aren't on the show to defend themselves, right? And that was not something that Farah liked that I was doing.
No, right? and I noticed that.
I tried to tone it back because I was like, look, she's going out of her way to be here. We can have this discussion later. I think in the future, Squally may join us to give some of the side of the story, or Vic may join us. Again, I don't necessarily think it would be a good thing for Vic to join us, right? I don't think it serves him. He's got his own platform where he can speak directly to his actual audience. That's where he should probably do this. The only problem is that there's just not an opportunity to get the details out that need to be got out, right? And honestly, I think he needs somebody to sit him down and say, look, and like hold his feet to the fire in order to actually get what needs to be said out. And I will give him a lot of deference on the things that need to be gotten out, because I don't think he, first of all, again, shitty to cheat, still didn't deserve to be fired. Not a crime.
I agree.
Not something that should have resulted in. So I think right now that Farah is, she is acting exactly like Michelle Speck during KickFix hashtag starting, right?
Yep.
Simply because if you read her email, it is abundantly obvious. Hashtag gets started. She starts reading about stuff. People start sending her stuff. She's good friends with Monica, according to Monica Rial, right? So that stuff starts going into her inbox, and she writes this email like, oh, I see what you were doing. Oh, this is what you were doing when you said you loved me, right? And it's a vindictive ex email, right? And that's really what it is, is her believing all of the stuff that was being piled on about him because of her vindictive status against him, right? And right now, that's what Farah is doing, is that she has people whispering in her ear. She clearly does not know the details of the lawsuit. She was not following it as closely as we were. There's a lot of people talking about it weirdly now who know nothing about it. I've seen a lot of videos popping up. I don't know why it's become trending again to talk about it and not have any fucking idea what you're talking about. But
well, everybody wants to be experts. That's what it is, but they're not.
I just don't know why it specifically is coming up now. You know, maybe it's because of Farah. I don't know. Like because of the drama with her, Vic is trending. I don't fucking know. But people are talking about it. I don't know what it is. I don't know. But it doesn't matter. The point is that it's frustrating because we have fucking 4.5 years of deep lore, deep understanding, you know, analyzing all of this shit. And people come in and they they treat us like, you know, we didn't give Monica a fair shake. I gave her plenty of fair shake. Like, you go fucking watch the podcast up to this point. She lost my good graces over time because it became abundantly obvious that she was lying. No matter how many times that I gave the olive branch and whatnot, you know, and looked at things from her perspective, eventually, you know, when she constantly comes up with a new lie and claims, oh, I didn't even intend to mention Stan Dolan in my deposition, but, you know, it's 4 hours, I'm nervous, it slipped out. It's like, except for the part where it's in the interrogatories that you released before the deposition. You're a fucking liar.
Also,
you know?
another
Go
thing too, dude. Remember the that interview that Vic did? Oh my gosh, it was like the one where they had the anonymous women that basically the IO9 thing. That's what I was gonna say. Thanks, dude.
That's the Beth Elderkin article.
Beth Elderkin,
who formerly worked with fucking MarzGurl, Facebook friends with her. I archived that shit and sent it to Vic's legal team, and was a former Channel Awesome contributor. Yes,
the
I do remember
interview. Yeah, because here's the thing: even though they never explicitly say who these women were, it's clearly obvious that it's Monica and Jamie and some other women that were associated.
Kara Edwards, yeah.
And also another one probably was Samantha Inouye Hart as well, because the story,
I have to read.
Similar stories, not the her version, but like a little bit. It was like a revision of it. So basically, similar stuff that Monica said in the deposition. It's in this person claimed to you to us, Vic, that this happened, and you put her in the bed, and somebody knocked. Wasn't that Stan Dolan that? That anonymous person that knocked on the door, allegedly. Right.
Again, Monica's thing was that she meant to bring up Stan, but not name him.
Okay.
Right. That was her thing. But again, she already did in the answer to the interrogatories.
Gotcha.
Right. And so that was a deliberate choice on her part to put him into the lawsuit. She's lying repeatedly when she's reauthoring the past based on perceptions from current time that what she did was fucking stupid. So she tries to make up an excuse for why it was an accident, it just slipped out, like fucking lying, you know? So, and again, fucking Monica Rial, I got videos of her from 2005, and the event allegedly occurred in like 2007, right, at AzumiCon or whatever, and I'm just saying, very hard to believe, given who Vic is with currently and all the girlfriends I know he had, that he was even remotely interested in kissing Monica Rial.
I mean, the guest that was on here.
I guess there's another one. I just remember Sarah Bachmeyer, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, so, but yeah. So anyway, my patience has worn thin, and we'll get back on the topic now. But fuck,
that's understandable, because whenever you tried to say certain things, she got upset about it.
Well, and that's okay. Like, I don't mean to say that Farah had no right to be upset.
No, she has every right. Just like you have every right to be upset. You know, because
but it's like you know, it's been abundantly obvious. Because again, she fucking LARPing. You know, the Vic's Army people, they're just all LARPing. Like, they felt special, and they felt like they were having a good time, feeling like they were doing something, you know, and they're basically just pretending to be, you know, cyber operatives or whatever she called herself. You know what I mean? And so it's just, at the end of the day, what they're doing is just LARPing. They're LARPing cyber ops. They're LARPing psychological operations, right? And that's why they're not very good at it. You know, and these are not things that somebody should go do. You know, you should not be doxing each other. You should not be doing any of these things, right? But at the end of the day, just, again, she was trying to cyber op us, right, on the podcast. JT Vega, she claims that she quote unquote grabbed you by the jugular, right? And in actuality, the entire time, I was trying to get her on the show because I want to hear her side of the story. And by the way, just saying, I stand by nearly every single thing that I said in podcast 222 because all of it has seemingly come true to fruition. Okay, deleted her social media. The only thing that apparently I was incorrect on, off the top of my head, was the idea that she was fatherless, that she grew up fatherless. Apparently she did have a father. Perhaps that actually wasn't a good thing for her, the particular individual, the way she describes him. I don't know. She seems to adore him, but her life has been so fucking traumatic, right? Losing her birth parents at like 4, you know, that I fully understand the logical progression of how she's gotten to where she is, and my heart breaks for her. But it also is just frustrating over the fact that I'm trying to help her to tell her story, and I can't even get her to calm down when somebody asks a question that they asked before the podcast even started. It's like, can you please just at least have the logic you say you have, enough to understand that if somebody asks a question before you answered it, I'm still going to address their question so that they feel heard. You know, like, it's so goddamn frustrating to try to run things and have it take 3.5 hours. Now, with that said, let's not make this take another 3.5 hours just to bitch about it like a fucking pussy and get back to this.
Yeah, let's get on rolling.
JT says she admitted to me she was a Missy Mystic. I'm guessing that's her other porn name or something. I don't know.
Hey, JT.
Is that JT or different JT?
No,
JT
Vega.
The JT that matters.
Yeah, the cool JT.
JT who's done something in his life. Yeah, there's so many. Okay. So anyway, all right, let's talk about this now. So the Pokemon Company is temporarily shutting down their official all ages forums and instituting a new approval process after fans flooded it with inappropriate content. So, as documented by several Twitter users, shortly upon their opening, Nintendo's official Pokemon forums were inundated with posts attempting to raise wildly uncouth topics of discussion with the forum's all ages audience. For example, per a screen cap shared by @Nintendeal, while earnest discussions such as "What's your favorite Pokemon?" or "Any mystery dungeon fans here?" made up the majority of the forum's early posts, they were quickly followed up by a storm of wildly unsittable topics, including Pokemon Legends Arceus antagonist Volo isn't hot. I'm sorry. Reminder that there are tons of beautiful adult men and women in the franchise. And Pokemon Scarlet and Violet's antagonist Penny is trans now, by the way. In another screenshot shared by @PocketNexus, forum user Most Random Gamer can be seen asking, what human character is the fruitiest? While another person inquires, what Pokemon do you think did 9/11?
Some of these had to be troll accounts. No fucking way.
Now, if we had to address that one in particularly in a logical manner, which Pokemon would you think it was?
Chat, I need to know, which Pokemon did 9/11?
the Pokemon that's probably from the Middle East. Just saying. Or fiery Pokemon, or, you know.
It's got to be like Mr. Mime with this invisible jet.
Yeah, Mr. Mime wearing his invisible headdress, his turban.
Oh, no.
Flying his invisible jet, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the best part about Mr. Mime is all he can say is Mr. Mime, Mr. Mime. Like so why did you do it, huh? Mime.
Mr. Mime.
Mr. Mime. Stop playing dumb. We're asking you a question.
Next he says, Electra! Hold up, the 9/11 one might need a discussion. So as found by On the Download, though, other users raise such sexually charged conversation as, I think I'm in love with Houndoom. And would you pursue a romantic relationship with a Ditto?
That's face, though, man.
Ooh. Well, they like the goop, right?
If I had to think about this logically.
Think about this logically. D's nuts. Hope you survive the rest of the night. Oh, I recognize that user.
That's a fucking loser. I mean, I would say it'd be like the one with the highest HP to survive going through. You know, like
What's a
like Blissey?
What's a fire attack Charizard uses?
Flamethrower.
Flamethrowers can't melt steel beams.
Yeah, flamethrowers can't melt steel beams. You know, Charizard.
Or maybe a blast burn might. I don't know.
Or Mewtwo's the one who did 9/11.
I like to think they just threw a shuckle at it.
Oh God.
That's freaking high HP. People are always putting that in gyms to defend. But no, the raids were the pain in the ass. That was the one.
So there's also, I am immeasurably attracted to Gardevoir. What is the most ticklish girl in Pokemon? It seems that Nintendo was not having any of these terminally online fans' behavior, as they immediately responded to these posts by handing out ban after ban to offending users. Just got banned from the site because I said Paldea Pokemon champion Nimona is a lesbian. So that's fun. I was banned for these. Hassel and Brassius are married. Okay. Tulip, Dendra, and Miriam are in a poly relationship.
That's what she says.
I've said I have a crush on Annabelle, and I'm a lesbian, and to me, she's a butch lesbian icon. And guess what?
Yeah, but remember, Pokemon is rated E for everyone, so would you go
and nothing of value was lost.
Yeah, like you'd think common sense, right? Like the game's rated E. What do you think you're supposed to act, right? In a Pokemon Nintendo.
You know what else is rated E for everyone?
What is that?
He's nuts. That was a bad joke. I didn't think that through. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh. So, wow. So JT Vega, I just want to know, did Farah authorize you to tell us that she was Missy Mythic? Because apparently this is her time to come out as she, they, he. Apparently, I guess. I don't know what. Like, do you want to link? You can go ahead and link. I think it'll let you. I don't think I have settings turned off for that stuff. Anyway, let me. Oh, that's the timeline. Oh no, we got more. All right. Researchers find 87% of U.S. classic video games are out of print and critically endangered.
Yep.
A new study found that the vast majority of video games with a physical release in the U.S. are out of print, which leaves a significant amount of the medium's history in danger of being forgotten. The study, quote, Survey of the Video Game Reissue Market in the United States, was written by Phil Salvador, the library director of the Video Game History Foundation, with the assistance of a team of student researchers from the University of Washington Information School. In the study, Salvador VGHF research team set to find out how many classic video games that received an official release in the U.S. were still available for legal purchase. Out of over 4,000 titles surveyed, only 13% of the total games were still on the market in one way or the other, whether through reissues, digital re-releases, HD remasters, or retro collections. The rest are out of print and unplayable without resorting to software piracy. Well, I don't see a problem then.
Yeah, because there's certain games that are probably never going to be... even if it's like region exclusive, like Japanese games.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
so they go on to say... Sorry, go ahead.
No, so like, for example, like certain fighting games or wrestling games that's only exclusive to Japan, or JRPGs that we're never going to get over here. I don't even think those are going to ever be physical releases ever again, unless you have to use emulators or ROMs for them. Continue. Sorry, I killed it.
Oh my god! Stop! I accidentally clicked on something. I'm just trying to get back to. Okay. Oh yeah. So they said for comparison, this is slightly above the availability of pre-World War II audio recordings. So during World War II, especially in Europe, because there were so many bombs dropped and whatnot, a lot of rare art and music and stuff that like you took for granted is gone. It's lost forever. Right. Mm-hmm. So I would like now for you guys to start a petition that my anime collection has immeasurable value and needs to become like a public landmark or something, so that I can get like a tax break or some shit. That would be awesome.
Sure. And
that's just important, you know.
And your house becomes like a museum. Like it literally legally has to be a
no,
museum.
his storage unit becomes a museum.
Yeah, pretty much.
It cannot be destroyed. It is protected.
I honestly cannot remember why I thought it was important to read this. Maybe it wasn't, and I was just going to read the headline and move on. But
probably
continuing, I think that was supposed to be the lead into this other article here.
Okay, I got all the right stuff.
Awesome! I'm glad to hear that, because you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go get a drink and check on my wife. UK retailers are ditching physical games as 75% of the market goes digital.
Ooh,
this is not good.
That's bad.
So I just want to remind you that we are covering this on top of last podcast or the podcast before, covering the fact that ReZero Season 2 is not getting a physical release in the UK. So things are trending in that direction in Europe.
And it is no bueno.
No bueno.
Nope. Absolutely not.
Hashtag buy physical bitch while you still can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I think now would be a good time actually to cover one more thing. Just so I can get it the fuck off of my list of tabs that I can never close. From release news. Here it is. Okay. No, that's not it. Fucker. Sorry, jumped the gun. Are you fucking serious? Is it?
Yeah, but not James Gunn, right?
I found it. Okay, cool. So this is the appropriate time to bring up Guillermo del Toro's tweet, which apparently I archived. Physical copies in the age of streaming are a moral Fahrenheit 451 level duty. So there you go. I covered it. Now it's going to go in a doc, and I can take it off this fucking thing. Hooray! I'm happy. Okay. Back to this.
So
Shh, I'm not done yet. It's been revealed that the major UK retailer Tesco will no longer stock physical copies of video games now that 75% of the market has gone digital. According to so is 75% of the market just I wonder if that just means like non-brick and mortar.
It sounds like, from what I'm thinking about the market, it's saying like a lot of games are going digital only.
Mm-hmm. So it seems that way. According to the report, the UK supermarket chain Tesco will stop selling physical video games. Man, I love buying video games at the grocery store. In all 2,800 stores. After the current stock of games sells out, the retailer will no longer give shelf space to video game products other than digital cards. I'll tell you one thing. If you want to pay full price for a video game, you buy that shit at a goddamn grocery store.
Well, they used to
Never
sell.
a deal.
Didn't they used to sell comic books, or at least some places still do? But they used to sell comic books at grocery stores.
I don't think I've ever seen a person actually buy a magazine at a grocery store.
Really?
Because I seen it. Because I saw
I'll
it.
be real. Yeah, no. I think maybe when I went grocery shopping with my grandmother.
Yeah, maybe when you were 13 and you were in the aisle looking at like Game Informer or whatever, and you bought one.
No,
but I'm just saying,
not
like
even-
in the last fucking decade, I don't think I've ever seen a person actually pull a magazine off the rack and actually buy it, or a TV guide or any of that shit.
I think TV guides are dead.
Mhm.
The only TV guides are the ones where you look at the channels for what they're going to air on TV. That's
it's on
it.
It's on your thing already. With
That's what I'm saying. That's dead. Like even the channel is dead.
So the news comes shortly after GameStop Ireland made the decision to close all 35 stores. Fuck, I should sell those stocks.
Maybe.
The writing was on the wall in June when 4 major titles in Diablo 4, Final Fantasy 16, Street Fighter 6, and F1 23, wow, great name, saw less than 18% of their sales come from physical stores. UK chain Game also announced plans to focus more on toys and board games following the decline of physical games. Game boss Nick Aran commented, quote, "You say what happened with the pandemic, with the digital racing ahead more than anything we had forecasted. Customers rushed to online, and although some came back, it's not been all. You can see from the market data that online is 75% of the market. Before the pandemic, it was 45%. Oh, what do you know?
I mean, it's weird. Like they immediately 3 years. They didn't even wait 5 years. They're immediately saying, "Fuck it, it's over."
Yeah. So Reese,
done.
you had tweeted at Viz Media.
Yeah.
What's up with the weird episode order? Original release order was Village Hill, Confessional, and Run. The Netflix and also manga chapters order is Confessional, Hill, Village, and Run. So what was the original release order? The release in Japan on
as they were released in Japan, like the Millionaire.
It was on. Okay, guys.
So Millionaire Village, you can see in the picture there the Millionaire Village was the one that was released when Diamond is Unbreakable was being released on DVD and Blu-ray or whatever. If you bought all volumes of that, you would send in like the proof of purchase, and that's how you got Millionaire Village. And then I can't remember how Midnight or the Mitsukabe Hill and came out, but then At a Confessional and The Run were released with the Blu-ray release in Japan, which is the answer that we got down below. But anyway, so it's basically go back up. So it's basically in like reverse order.
Maybe they're doing it by the episode code. Like how they made it production wise.
No, like I was saying,
Okay.
that's the original.
Okay.
That's the production. That's what the original one is, as they were produced and as they came out of Japan.
Okay. Because sometimes they
And
do
the
it out of
Netflix-
order.
The Netflix's online listing, like when you watch it on Netflix, is Confessional Hill, Village, and Run, which
hold on,
is so far out of order. But it's
So you said, hold on, I'm mistaken. I just realized that there's 3 orders I'm looking at here.
Yes.
Village Hill, Confessional, Run. Confessional Hill, Village, Run. Run, Confessional, Hill, Village.
Yes. Obviously, the one in the picture.
So you're right.
what's
It
on
is.
the-
It literally is the reverse order of the release order. Wow.
Yeah.
How about that?
Okay, so the answer
How's
that
the
we
dub?
so the answer we got was go down. So there's a Blu-ray release. So the standard edition only had the Run and At a Confessional, and there was a limited edition version that had a disc 2 that had the Mitsukabe Hill and Millionaire Village. So that's why it's ordered in the way that it's ordered, which is weird, but whatever.
Right on. You want to do right stuff while I run
Yeah.
out and check on my wife real quick? It's been only goddamn how many fucking hours has it been since the stream started? 5, almost 6 hours. Great. Go do that. I'm gonna leave. I'll be right back.
Okay, I will take my
Okay.
sweet time.
Cool.
All right. I remember how to do this again. All right, so we got Yashahime Princess Half Demon Season 2 Part 2 the limited edition Blu-ray. So it comes with a booklet and premium art card, just one art card. Okay, so for $72 just for a flip for an art box and a booklet and an art card versus $30 for the limited edition.
You gotta make their money.
And we got the standard edition Blu-ray version. I could probably close this one. And then the DVD only version, which I'm surprised they're still doing, but you know. And then we got Crunchyroll with an alarming, absolutely alarming October slate. So we've got Love Live, Nijigasaki High School Idol Club Season 2 Blu-ray. And then Overlord Season 4. This is Blu-ray only now, unfortunately. All the standard releases previously were all Blu-ray DVD combo pack. And then the limited edition is at least still has Blu-ray DVD. So for those of you who've paid attention to the artwork on the previous editions, the covers all were done by Sobin, the author of the artist for the light novels. So they did all the so all the light novel covers were done that are like look really cool. If I can find some. There. Yeah, like this kind of artwork. They all look. What am I doing? I already got this one over here. So, okay. So like season 1 had like some really cool, painted artwork. This was a standard edition, and I think the LE used this image, I think, for season 1, and then for season 2 used this image for the LE and standard editions, and then season 3 used this one. But yeah, like really cool artwork, like really super detailed, really neat looking. And then season 4, unfortunately, I would have loved to have seen this one on the art. I think this is on the back of the art box for season 3. That's freaking awesome. And season 4, unfortunately, did not have any Sobin artwork at all. So, which is why we got what we got for the, let's see this, for the LEs, and for season 4 doesn't look like it quite matches, which is unfortunate. And that's it for Crunchyroll slate, except there's a Walmart exclusive Cowboy Bebop steelbook that has yet to be solicited. So we'll show that when that listing finally goes up. But only 4 releases and like one re-release and technically 2 new series for October. That's very alarming in the spirit of collecting physical releases. Am I the only one here, or is it?
No, I'm here.
Oh, you're still here.
I'm
Okay.
here.
I wasn't hearing anything.
No, I just didn't. I just wanted you to continue talking, dude.
Okay. And then finally getting Naruto Shippuden Set 1 on Blu-ray. So let's go looking at the spine here. We can see one kunai colored in, and then one still, silhouetted. So there's going to be 18 sets. This is episodes 1 to 27, and also going to be in the original 4x3 full frame for this set. And I believe the 4x3 goes up to episode 53. So if they do, it'd be interesting to see if they do set 2 to only have 26 episodes, so that can end at the 4x3, and then set 3 will be all, 16x9, or if they're gonna, because they can still do like the 18 sets, be a lot of like 28 episode sets for that. So I think that would be kind of an interesting thing to see how they handle it. It'd be funny just to have. Also, I think episode 53 ends on an arc. When I was looking all this up, I think that's what I saw. So. So yeah, and that's it for release news, and I gotta remove that, and we'll wait for Bradio to come back.
Yeah, Bradio.
So
Speaking of which, did you see the cover of Naruto and Garo doing that weird Genyu force pose?
On which one?
Right stuff already?
Like with their...
Yeah, well, you missed it.
All right. Did we go over Kadokawa reveals third overlord?
Yeah, I did that. I was just using that for reference for the artwork.
Yeah. Did you get Shout Factory changing their name?
No, I didn't. I just did the right stuff. So.
Fucker, why didn't you? All right.
Because it's your job, Brad.
Yeah, it's your job, Bradio.
So previously, on this very podcast, you saw that Reese had picked up Makia. Okay, so Shout Factory apparently has changed their name to Shout Studios.
Which is so freaking stupid. It's still the same amount of syllables.
It's still Shout Factory. They just said, fuck it. We just gotta...
The new logo sucks ass. It may be slightly readable, more readable. I don't like the 20th anniversary one. Like, oh yeah, 20 years of Shout Studios. And it's like, no, actually, we changed our name just now, right? But how old is that Makia Blu-ray?
It's a couple years old, and it's also on the Millennium Actress. And I also looked.
Have you talked to them, to the audience about what I'm describing, or do I need to?
No, I have not at all.
Okay,
I'll take care of it. So I was looking at the Makia box set, or the slipcover as I put it back, and I noticed that the Shout Studios logo, obviously without the 20 years on it, was on the back of that slipcover for Makia. I was like, okay, what other Shout Factory stuff do I have? Is that on those as well? And so I pulled out Millennium Actress, and it was on the back of that one as well. And I forgot that Digimon Adventure Tri and Last Evolution were also Shout Factory. Last Evolution has it, but Digimon Adventure Tri, the complete collection, does not have it on the back of it. So this logo has this Shout Studios idea has been around for some time now. I don't know if it's like a parent company that was just kind of off of the paperwork and it's like out of the public eye, and they just use Shout Factory as the thing or something. Like Section 23 has Sentai. It's like Sentai changing the name to Section 23 or something like that, or something.
Also, sometimes they're called ADV depending on the release. If it's
ADV is basically in the same level as Sentai is compared to Section 23.
Okay.
Yeah, so ADV
made in Japan.
Because Elfin League.
So ADV basically went out of business during the financial crisis in 2008.
Yeah.
However, rather than completely going out of business, they scaled it back to the degree that it basically didn't exist, presumably because there were certain things in some of their licenses that they couldn't transfer the license to their other companies.
They still released, I think it was Elfin Lead.
As ADV.
DVD at one point, and then I think my Kino's Journey, the most recent Kino's Journey DVD set was also released by ADV.
So because of the fact that they had presumably contractual things that basically gave them the rights for however many years, whatever, but they weren't transferable. So they held on to ADV as an existing
like branch
company,
So
just
as
so
a
that they could
re-release
release
brand.
them. Yeah.
So basically, as a reprint brand, ADV just existed for that sole purpose, right?
Yep.
Okay, because
also
they did that
Acer
with
Holdings.
Yeah, underneath Acer Holdings.
Okay, because they do that with record companies too. Like they'll defunct a record company and it did just release older songs or whatever with that brand only.
Not saying. I was saying you left and then came back and it was like out of disk space. Now it's like you're low on disk space.
Haha. Oh. No, it's back out. I don't even care anymore.
Now you're out of disk space again.
All right, cool. So if you'd like to support the OCA podcast, you can shop on Stealth Weed. You can also suggest. I should probably make a Google form. You could suggest, designs and stuff. Problem is that I don't know whenever I'm going to get to it because honestly, like I said,
make it a requirement for when you suggest it. Give us an actual screenshot with an episode.
Screenshot's awesome. Episode number is even better.
Episode number and timestamp.
Yeah, but see, the thing is that
the series name.
The thing is that I want to produce more. This is the only part of the podcast that's profitable. The only part. And I'd love to do more. But I literally have to choose between doing the podcast or doing the merch for the podcast. You know what I mean? And then it gets stressful because, 2 weeks worth of articles, 3 weeks worth of articles, it just kind of builds like that. So every single week, and you'll notice if you look back, you'll notice a stark drop in the number of podcasts we've done this year versus last year. And it's because I have to choose, So supporting us via Stealth Weeb, Patreon, Super Chats and whatnot.
Yeah, the random sex Super Chats. Yeah.
Yeah, from Seb. So getting profitable is the first step towards being able to go back. And I got to be honest with you. One of the reasons I've been so frustrated tonight, in this weekend with the Farah stuff, is that I've had to put into the timeline. I wanted to put in what we were doing because it helps me to be like, whoa, we were covering Damon Mill's grooming scandal during this thing, right before Farah and Vic met. That's what we were doing. And it kills me that that content is fucking gold, like we put out some of the absolute best shit I've ever done. And it kills me because back then I had 3-4 days off a week at times, and I could really just nail that shit. I was passenger on the routes I was doing. So I was on my phone on Kiwi Farms, reading everything, saving things I thought were important for later and everything. And I was able to really nail those things, right? On my routes, I could listen to Vic's deposition, and all these things. So I had a way to stay, in this and be able to really produce some fucking killer content. And it kills me that I'm not in that place anymore, especially when this is like the stuff dropping. The Farah's dropping shit like left and right constantly all the time. And I can't stay on top of it. Right. So if you guys want us to get back to that level of content production where we had good streams weekly and had, merch and stuff that you wanted, consider supporting us on Patreon, because the more monthly revenue that we can count on, the easier it is to make decisions that result in me taking on less work, me quitting my second job. I don't know if you guys know this, but I have two, and stuff like that. Like being able to reduce the impact on my day-to-day allows this to just continually get better. So anyway, there's also the amazing merch. What is so fucking funny? There's also the amazing merch.
Are you gonna fart again?
I'm scrolling through my Twitter feed. There's a street party scheduled for August 26th in Cumming,
Iowa.
It's called the Cumming Street Party.
How? All right, so if you guys, again, if you want to continue to support,
even more funnier, you get the voice
at
actor
the
Jim
Kamui
Cummings.
Distillery.
to commemorate the Damon Mills grooming scandal. I mean, this is not related to anything at all. You can buy the "It Was All Consensual" shirt.
Yep.
Speaking of coming,
I almost closed StreamYard instead of this tab. All right. In random merch news, Kidz Bop actually released a cover
oh my god,
of Peaches for the.
That's still a thing.
Right? That was my first thought too. I love this. One of the greatest highlights of the Super Mario Brothers movie was Peaches, a heart-rending ballad for Jack Black's Bowser that revealed the innermost romantic turmoils of the King of the Koopas. An immediate hit, both in and out of the context of the movie, the song now has reached the utmost level of pop culture relevance, getting covered by Kidz Bop. It's a bit funny hearing Black's deep-throated cries of anguish arranged into more auto-tuney pop silkiness. Especially the screaming. I don't even want to hear it. But we hope these kids are having fun and getting paid well. The song is streaming on Spotify, Apple Music, and also.
Are they even getting paid? They probably was like, "Hey, we'll give you free sandwiches and milkshakes just to do this cover."
Wow.
Maybe barely anybody's gonna.
Fuck
listen
the
to.
fact that I watched one goddamn Kidz Bop video. Look at what's. Oh, my YouTube is ruined.
Dude, I remember those fucking commercials. Oh my god, I had to change the channel. You like you have 9-year-olds. I was like, get this shit off my TV.
I remember that there was a song, I think by Sean Kingston. He's like a reggae / dance hall. He did musician. He sang the song "Over" or "Suicidal." And
yeah, Suicidal.
And they did a Kidz Bop, and I'm like, and it's basically like it's based off of what's Stand By Me. It's kind of sampled off of it.
It's funny. I always think about when I was a kid, they had it, like how they do the commercials for albums where they play just like a short burst of the song and then move on to the next song kind of thing. Yeah. I remember one of them was Simple Plan. I think it was I'd Do Anything. And it's like, I just remember thinking to myself, the lyrics to this song are "I do anything just to wake up next to you." And I remember turning to my friend and like, what do they think? It's like a sleepover? He's like, yeah, probably. Like,
yes. Yeah, so the fact that Sean Kingston's song "Suicidal," like they're having kids with Sean Kingston singing it with him. It's like
that song is "You're Way Too Beautiful."
Yeah, "You're Way Too Beautiful."
Yeah, like, "You're Way Too Beautiful."
Yeah,
you got me suicidal.
And it was controversial because in the radio station, certain radio stations had to mute that part or not hear the song.
Fuck?
Because that's a great song.
Yeah, it is a good song, but it's because of the lyrics of him wanting to be suicidal, and it's based off of "Stand By Me" by Otis Redding. Like the instrumentation.
They did tours.
What? No.
They did 2014 Dream Big Sing Loud Tour, 2015 Make Some Noise Tour, 2016 Life of the Party Tour, 27 Best Time Ever
You
tour.
know what it should be? Kidz Bop coming to you with the fucking Turn That Shit Off tour.
Reese, did you go to that concert?
2018 Kidz Bop Live Tour, 2019 Kidz Bop World Tour.
Oh God.
2022 Kidz Bop Live Tour again. Like, what the fuck? Oh my god, they got United Kingdom Kidz Bop, Germany Kidz Bop, France Kidz Bop, Mexico Kidz Bop.
Wow.
Oh, the first one came out in 2001. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
The last CD came out in 2019, Kidz Bop 40.
Kidz Bop sings BTS Gangnam Style.
Yeah, Blackpink.
Oh.
It makes sense for Spanish Kidz Bop because there was a Shakira in the Spanish commercials where I was flipping the channels, right? Mm-hmm. And it was kids singing like Shakira and other Spanish musicians like Ricky Martin and stuff like that. And it was Kidz Bop.
Holy crap.
Makes sense.
There's not a single white person in this ad. For Peacock.
Nope. What does that tell you? What does that
Praise
tell
this.
Yeah,
I
guys.
just
No.
the new BET.
Yes. Pretty soon.
All right.
This just in, NBC buys BET from Viacom.
Otaku tech company creates a digital figure box for anime figures with no physical form. So, no more video game physical. No more season 2 of ReZero in the UK. Now your fucking figures aren't even physical.
Oh, we're getting rid of figures. Now we're gonna give you figure NFTs.
Right. Yeah, so basically they got 3D CG characters, just fucking exist in a hologram. When they get the fleshlight at the bottom, I think that's when they know they've made it.
Yeah, they're gonna do like an adult parody
That's the best figure right there. Go back down to those implants.
They're gonna do Gem. They're gonna do adult parody of Gem in the hologram.
The hologram,
but with fleshlights instead.
Oh my god! All right. Anyway, moving on. I was gonna read this, but not anymore. Japan's new energy drink feels like getting slapped in the face by an anime girl.
Yeah,
nice.
Mayuri, how could you?
I want that. Can you get that for me for Christmas?
I'll make a note to myself. You want to be slapped by an anime girl, or you want the energy drink that tastes like getting slapped by
both.
I could arrange one of them. Possibly both.
We have the technology. We have the technology to bring an anime girl.
I should have just said yes.
All right, cool. Moving on. Japanese swimsuit model / former adult actress Ai Uehara releases an AI-generated photo album of herself.
Wow.
She's never looked so good.
Yeah, I will say that she is a looker. That's all I'm going to say about that.
So she says AI presents a new opportunity. Yeah, because of the name AI. AI. Her real name is. This is the photo album of AI Uehara, right?
Yeah, AI isn't even her real name.
AI is the language of love.
About a month ago, Japanese magazine publisher Shueisha released a photo collection for a newly debuting swimsuit and lingerie model named Ai Satsuki, whose name had a double meaning to it because Ai is a common woman's name in Japan that means love, but it's spelled just like AI. And Ai Satsuki herself was a series of digital images created by an artificial intelligence program. Now there's another gravure model named Ai Uehara, who's also released a new photo album. As with Ai Satsuki's album, all of the images in Ai Uehara's new album, titled Saisei, or alternatively Rebirth, are AI-generated images, but what's different is that Ai Uehara is a real person. Doesn't look very real to me.
Well, except for her name.
The 30-year-old Uehara entered the entertainment world as an adult film actress in 2011, eventually transitioning to sexy but non-pornographic modeling. What?
Yeah,
you can do that?
Usually it's the other way around.
Yeah, it's software.
Usually the slippery slope goes the other way.
they call it. It starts with a G.
At first, they started as the gravure model, then they go to JAV, then they denounce the Japanese citizenship and move to the US and get on black.
While still active as a model for Saisei, a team of collaborators, collectively dubbed AI-verse, or Ivor, I don't even know anymore, used existing photos of Uehara as the basis for producing AI-generated images. Best 50 or so bundled together for the digital video album. Video album? What?
Yeah, basically, she's a.
It's like a PowerPoint on DVD.
I think she's a no. It's basically her. They're taking pictures of her in video form, like they're basically doing a photo shoot, and they're taking pictures.
Like a PowerPoint, like a photo slideshow.
No,
DVD.
it's not a slideshow. It's them basically filming.
Is it me, or does she look like significantly better? I think it's the lighting. Anyway.
It's the camera lighting. Yeah.
3 days after its release, Saisei reached the #1 bestseller position in Amazon Japan's Kindle rankings for the photo collection / design / art collection category.
Gee, I wonder why, right?
By using photos of Uehara to create AI images of her, the Saisei production team appears to be trying to sidestep a potential legal pitfall of commercializing AI-generated images, with AI programs that cast a wide net in looking for existing visual references to create new images from. The legal question arises of whether or not the owners of the referenced images have ownership claims to the AI images that stem from them. In the case of Saisei, though, images of Uehara being both the input and output of the process could ostensibly eliminate such complications and allow the image collection to avoid the fate that befell Ai Satsuki's album / existence. Hold up. Because that's a fucking, like, painting. That's a digital painting.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
So where was that input? Because she doesn't look like that. You know?
She looks... That's the thing. She looks... the pictures of her smiling... in the middle.
Best Sarah #1.
She looks more lively in when she's smiling. That one you can clearly tell it's AI.
Yeah,
she looks.
Robots don't smile. That's the tell. Cue deleted scene from Terminator 2 where he scans the guy's smile. By using photos of Uehara, go ahead.
No, remember in the third movie, talk to the hand.
By using photos of Uehara to create AI images of her, the Saisei production team appears to be trying to sidestep a potential legal pitfall of commercializing AI-generated images, with AI programs that cast a wide net in looking for existing visual reference to create new images from. The legal question arises of whether or not the owners of the reference images have ownership claims to the AI images that stem from them. I already read that. Great job, me. Could have skipped that whole paragraph. In talking about Saisei's release, Uehara acknowledges that she's heard people saying that AI presents a threat to the jobs of people like her, but that she disagrees, saying, I think it's technology that is going to give us a boost. Yeah, because now you can be an old-ass grandma. In fact, I think I'm going to move... Oh my God, I didn't put it in the dock. Stall. Now's the time. Oh my God, it's the time. Oh, where is it? Oh, yes. I just happened to find it. It's happening. We're covering this next. Oji-san can now become Bishoujo thanks to AI technology.
Why is it pixelated?
It's a shame we don't have Lance here. We can pause it and say, Lance, smash or pass.
We can still do that.
God.
Hold on.
Leave it at that for image, and it's like, Lance, smash or pass.
Oh, that's terrible.
I want to know what happens at the end here. Right there. I want to know what it looks like for her, though.
Without the wig on. She has the Charlie Chaplin haircut.
Yeah, so look, people have long wondered, is it gay to jerk off to tranny porn?
Yes.
Look, it just got more complicated.
Well, if you're not,
I'm sorry to say,
if you're not informed, right?
It's entrapment.
It's a trap. It's like Haku and Naruto is a trap.
So with the continued advancement of AI technology, Oji-san across Japan have access to new and improved ways to become bishoujo, to catfish unsuspecting men on the internet. Here's a video that's been making the rounds on Japanese Twitter. The video shows that Oji-san, which means an old man, taking advantage of AI technology's latest development and helping middle-aged men transform into beautiful girls. According to the Oji-san, who uploaded the Bishoujo transformation video, he didn't do cute movements or facial expressions much, but the AI generated what's considered attractive. With the advances of AI technology, online catfishing cases will surely see a rise in Japan where Oji-san pretend to be Bishoujo. So once again, the birth rate is destined to fall because any person who actually wants to get in your pants that meets you over the internet, you just have to assume is an OG-san.
Well, that's the thing. That's what I learned on like certain online forums or on Discord or whatever. If it has a pic of a chick or an anime chick, it's probably a dude.
Look, if she's into you and you know yourself, you know it's a lie. All right. Once again, I just want to give a huge shout out to Mirage Leonardo for giving me articles I otherwise would never have found. Iceland has horses that will respond to work emails on a giant keyboard while you're on vacation. Sometimes the stress of work can get to be so overwhelming. So it's nice to get away for a while. However, even on an incredible vacation, it can be hard to leave all your worries at the office, especially when you're concerned about the mountain of important emails that will go unanswered in your absence. Luckily, Iceland has a very unique solution. It's in an incredibly odd yet brilliant tourism campaign. The island country is offering the services of their iconic Icelandic horses as email responders. All right. It just seems to me like we need to find a way to incorporate this into the show. Should we send it the questions for Farah that she didn't answer and see what it says? Like,
Yeah.
No, it'd be funny,
Also,
like...
before we get any farther, this is a very Mirage or Luigi the Meta answer.
Banishi Bishoujo Juniko Oji-san is a bad anime. The girl form with sharp teeth is scary than cute. Women as boys are never cute either. Do not deny me. Man, those are some fighting words.
He wants his young boys to be young boys.
Why can't the young boys I want to fuck just stay young boys? All these women catfishing me. All right.
And Chris Hansen's like, hey, take a seat. Have a seat.
Laugh-O-Made says, I seen films, shows, and anime, and in anime, there are always a lot of parts or anime of the story where we don't know what happened in that. See, a lot of stuff is being taken from context. Wow. Vic, by the way. Okay.
There's a lot of stuff we're not telling.
There's a lot of context to that comment I didn't get.
Yeah, I didn't understand. It's almost like...
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Luigi the Metal 64 would like to correct the record. Quote, no, I prefer cute females. Okay. Are you okay with what's the Obasans? Are you okay with the Obasans catfishing you?
I thought you were gonna say Kabasa catfishing.
The big titty Obasan. That was hanging down to her knees.
So I think Mirage Leonardo is sharing like the alternate black meme. Instead, it's the snake devouring the 5 peaches.
Okay.
All right. So anyway, where was I? Luckily, Iceland has a very unique solution. Blah blah blah. The exciting new program is called Outhorse Your Email, and it gives visitors the opportunity to disconnect, relax, and soak in all of the country's majestic beauty. Oh, I have to go there?
Oh man.
Yeah, you'd have to.
At least when we go there, we can bring home some sex.
Yeah. Audience, I need you to fund my trip to Iceland so that I can.
Oh no, not Iceland. That was like Sweden.
Yeah.
Close enough. Not too far, right?
Anyway, I'm gonna just go ahead and move on.
Get some authentic sex.
Yeah. Do they have Icelandic sex? Oh. Seb says yes to something that's probably not the question I just asked.
I think he was responding to whatever.
I want to go to Iceland. I want to meet you, Seb. Let's go together.
and get some sex.
You know, I just realized, you know what's Mr. Freeze's favorite place in the world?
So we gotta meet up and get the sex.
What's his favorite place in the world, Kingstow?
Iceland.
Iceland.
Yeah, like Mr. Freeze's places. You know, like.
I don't know what I was expecting.
What's the best place to get sex? The grocery store.
He's like, it's ice to beat
The
you.
bank. All right, for anybody who's not following, in Sweden, their money is called sex. S-E-K.
So plural is
Swedish
naturally
coronas,
sex.
I think they're called. It's abbreviated S-E-K.
Much better.
Yeah. All right. So anyway, what were you saying, Kingstown?
No, I'm saying that like Mr. Freeze as Arnold Schwarzenegger, my favorite place would be Iceland to live. It would be.
What killed the dinosaurs? The Ice Age.
The Ice Age.
It's actually paid Sweden is called moms. Yeah. Yeah. They pay their moms in sex.
Of course they do.
All right, that's almost as funny as this. Crazy busy overnight work experience event for Japanese kids gives them just 4 hours to sleep. Just saying, if I went to bed right now, I'd have 4 hours to sleep before work. Late to bed, early to rise. A lot of kids in Japan are fascinated with trains, and a lot of them
Oh my god!
And a lot of them too think. Great job. I may be slightly inebriated, but not so inebriated that I'll let that grammar get past you, Casey Basile.
Yeah, like,
a lot of them to think that
like,
that when they grow up, go ahead.
You're like Peter Griffin in that episode of Family Guy where he was drunk and he could play the piano.
Yep.
Like you're like that. You're like, nope, this is so misprinted.
Unfortunately, I think my grammar Nazism comes from my autism, and I just can't turn it off no matter how drunk I get.
Is that like Nazism?
Yeah, it is Nazism. No, it's actually not like that. It's actually more like the grammar variety of that. All right. So anyway, a lot of them like to think that when they grow up, a lot of kids in Japan are fascinated with trains, and a lot of them to think that when they grow up, they'd like to. That doesn't make any fucking sense. They like to do some kind of work related to them. So in a way, it's pretty nice of Kintetsu Railway Company, which operates in Japan's central Kansai region. Thanks for that part of that. I needed to know that. To offer a special summer program that lets elementary school age kids experience what it's like to work in a train station. But before signing up, kids and their parents are going to want to read the schedule very carefully because it's an overnight program with only 4 hours designated for sleep. This article's a lot less funny. I thought it was just cruel before, but now it's like an actual thing. The first part of the schedule seems pretty sensible. On day one, the participants gather at 3:30 in the afternoon at Shimoichiguchi Station in Kintetsu Yoshino's line. On Kintetsu at that line, located in the town of Yoshino in Nara Prefecture, after a ceremony naming them. Honestly, Japanese is so much easier to read in Japanese than it is in Romanji. After a ceremony naming them honorary station masters for a day, they'll get started on a variety of station worker experience activities, including ticket gate monitoring, train inspections, cleaning duties, signal operation, the bing, bing, bing. That's the thing is they're having kids pay them to do the janitorial services. Signal operation and setup/storage of workplace equipment. The activities will take place at 3 stations along the line: Shimoichiguchi, Yoshino, and Yamada Kamichi. The last of which is pictured at the top of the article. Oh, whoa! Thanks. That's so great. I'm glad I looked at that. Great. And it seems like the aim is really seems like the aim really is to have kids experience everything the station worker does during the day, including how busy the job can be. After the start of work activities at 3:30 p.m., the next thing listed on the schedule is sleeping inside Yamato Kamiichi Station all the way at around midnight. Any tuckered out kids hoping to sleep in the next day, though, are in for a rude or at least early awakening, as the program on day 2 starts at 4:30 in the morning. And to clarify, the sleep around midnight part of the schedule isn't a lights out time after participants spend the evening relaxing, as a schedule provided by Kintetsu explicitly states the amount of time for napping is approximately 4 hours only. They get full marks for honesty by calling 4 hours of shut-eye napping instead of sleeping. The written schedule is a little vague on day 2, saying simply at Yoshino Station and end of program certificate award ceremony. It does designate program scheduled to end around noon, though. So unless they're planning a 7-hour award ceremony, it sounds like the kids will be spending most of the morning doing more work experience activities. Sleeping pads and bedding are provided, but food is not. So families will have to bring their dinner and breakfast for the next morning with them. Though arguably it is still early enough to get something to eat after the certificate ceremony and still call it breakfast. There aren't any shower facilities either. Why just be sleepy when you can be sleepy and unbathed?
All these, how old are these kids? The elementary, like what grade are we talking about?
Kids.
9, 10 years old?
Whatever the funniest is in your head, that one.
6 years old.
6 years old. All right.
A bunch of Anyas running around this train station.
So online commenters have expressed shock at the grueling sounding schedule, with some saying that rather than deepening kids' interest in working for a rail company, it's likely to mercilessly shatter their young dreams and have them resolving to work anywhere but a train station when they grow up. See, look, what's really going to happen is it's going to weed the men from the boys. As we talked about, this is what we needed, right? It's unclear, though, whether work until midnight and get up at 4:30 a.m. is a typical schedule for the Kintetsu station worker. Officially, the program is called the Station Work Experience, an overnight nap in the station building experience event, which could imply that sleeping in the station isn't something that's a frequent part of the station work, and is instead something that's being added to the program as a unique experience for rail fans to enjoy. With trains in Japan generally running from around 5 in the morning until midnight, the event's timetable seems designated to have give participants a taste of the middle, end, and beginning, in that order, of a rail facility worker's day. But it may or may not be the case that any single worker's shift would actually be that long, or that they'd be scheduled with just a 4-hour turnaround between their actual work days. None of that changes the fact, though, that the station work experience and overnight nap in the station building experience event sound like a busy and then sleepy plus busy time. Oh, interesting. Perhaps because of that, only 2 slots are being offered, each for a group of up to 4 people, which includes accompanying parents or guardians. Participation costs 30,000 yen or
$300. Jesus.
Would I pay them to keep my kids to
Yes.
nap for only 4.5 hours? I don't think I would. That sounds awful. Because my kids are going to come home tired and cranky as shit.
Well, you have to go with them.
Oh, fuck no. What's the point of paying for that? No. So participation costs $220 for kids who will be participating in the work activities, who must be in the elementary school corresponding to 6 to 12 years old. There you go, 6 years old.
All right.
10,000 yen.
I got that on the early end of the spectrum.
Yeah. 10,000 yen for adults, with whose prices include round trip train fare to the stations and some sort of commemorative souvenir. I don't think I'd want my 6-year-old to also include adults on the training regiment. The event will be held twice this summer, July 29th and 30th and August 19th and 20th. and interested parties can request a reservation online here. Wow, I'm glad I read that whole part. Okay, cool. That wasn't as funny as I thought it would be. Moving on. Thousands of 10-inch penis fish wash up on a beach. Fishermen flock to shore to grab them all. Yeah, so if you were wondering, thousands of whore fishermen flock to the shore to grab them all. So if you were wondering how big Vic's penis was, well, these penis fish are a good indicator. So the fish, known as Urechus unicinctus, that's a disgusting name, washed up in Argentina after a storm. Fishermen have since reportedly flocked to the beach to gather them for bait.
For bait.
Thousands of 10-inch, for bait. For a cock sleeves, more than like it, you disgusting, filthy animals.
Oh, no, I think they probably filled those things up with some...
the fleshlight fish.
Epoxy. No, they filled those things up with epoxy.
Boy, if my penis looked like this, I think I'd kill myself. That looks like intestine. Anyway, so fishermen have since reportedly flocked to the beach to gather them up for bait. Thousands of 10-inch penis fish have washed up on a beach in Argentina in a bizarre phenomenon. Also, by the way, thank you again, Mirage Leonardo, for an article I otherwise would not have found. The grim-looking sea worms, known formerly as Urechus unicinctus, lined the beaches of Moltalar, north of the Rio Grande. The creatures flooded onto the beach after a heavy storm on Monday afternoon. This is not an infrequent phenomenon in Argentina, with stacks of This is not an infrequent phenomenon in Argentina, with stacks of the sea worms having previously lined the shores in the south of the country following torrential weather. Despite the rather rude-looking appearance, there's nothing rude about having an uncircumcised penis. Who's rude, your parents or you for that?
Wow.
Despite their rather rude-looking appearance, the sea worms are greatly sought after in Asia, of course, for their medicinal properties. Yeah, for their urethral insertion, maybe. Local fishermen have since reportedly flocked to the beach to gather up the penis fish, as they are deemed to be excellent bait, particularly when fishing for sea bass. Oh, why don't you stick your own dick in the ocean for the sea bass?
Oh, dear. Luigi the Matter 64 with another on-brand comment.
I read a bit about the Shiraka. Why? Which is fishy. It is a food similar to Toby. No. First of all, that's called. I think you mean Masago. I don't want to know. Is Tobiko when it's been seminated? Why have you read up on this? Oh. Locals, you've ruined my whole night. Locals. To the 13 viewers, you are fucking champs.
All three of you are actually awake.
Seb, Mirage Leonardo, and Luigi Mel 64, you are champs. Except for Luigi, I don't know. It's my fault. It's my fault that you read up on fish semen.
Wow.
Did you read up on it in the last 5 minutes? Did you find out if the penis fish ejaculate from their faces? Because it looks like they do.
Wasn't there a video or something like that in there? I thought we looked at
that one doesn't look right.
Cue the gif was like, that's a penis.
I just want to point out how many times the word penis fish is used in this article. Of course, if I spelled it right, that might help. 7 fucking times. They chose to use the full title.
They should, instead of fish sticks, it should be dick sticks, right?
Dick sticks. Oh.
YouTube, that is not a penis. It's a fish that is called a penis fish.
Yep. It's a dongfish.
If I needed to censor it, we should have ended the podcast a half hour ago.
It's a gudon, right? Like the Pokemon.
Dongfish.
Oh my God. Is this why they call themselves this? The locals photographed the phallic creatures, each measuring around 10 inches along the shoreline earlier this week. Thousands of sea worms. What? No, they're called penis fish. Have previously washed up on a beach in California in 2019, and smaller clusters of the sea worms have historically been spotted along the shores in Argentina. The worms like to bury themselves in the sand, but storms and
and women wants to have fun, so instead of
I just need to share something again. You can keep talking. I just got to share this while you talk.
Ladies likes the fish for obvious reasons.
Oh, Nuxie's still here too.
Go Nuxie!
Yay!
Someone's going to be in the ER with one of those in an orifice. Yeah, man. They're gonna do like that, like whatever that fetish is that the Chinese undoubtedly have, where they what is it called, like urethra fucking or whatever? I don't know. Anyway, thanks 4chan for ruining my innocence.
Podcasts
You
ago,
brought that upon yourself.
somebody put a jellyfish inside of them, or some eel. Oh no, it was an eel. It was an electric eel. They put
An
it
eel.
in their anus.
I don't know if it was electric.
Okay.
We definitely covered this. We've covered the crayfish in the anus. We've again, no, hold on. That was for science. They were doing that to dry it out. They saw it in a Bear Grylls situation.
Oh God. Look at Leonardo's new post now.
That's not penis fish. It's all the uncircumcised dicks that washed up on shore after checking out Farah Father's new porn vid. Ow.
Oh.
Ouch.
So I'm going to reread that because I think it would be funnier to say it's not the penis fish. It's all the uncircumcised dicks that wash ashore after we covered that article about the Nigerian penises that were on the was the contraband of that one ship that would turn out to be a fake article that I wish was real because it was fucking hilarious. Can you imagine?
What's this about?
Even the bottom picture, that's JT's. JT Vegas? Oh, is this? Are those big hands or small hands?
It's only, dude, I just noticed something. It has only one testicle, not two. One. One ball.
JT, someday. I guess we should address this. JT Vega, if you're still watching, most of the time when we address JT, we are not actually talking about you. We're talking about JT Loves Code Lyoko / JT Unlimited / Joseph Tafur / Go Sign the Petition.
Yeah, there's another JT,
Yeah.
Mr. Vega. It's not you.
JT wishes he was that big.
JT Unlimited wishes he was that big. Right. I don't need to make new enemies here. Mirage Leonardo's Farah Fatherless tweet or message is probably enough that I'm going to get some flack. But here we are.
We do not condone any comments made on the stream or endorse. We may
Mirage, thank you for not making that in the form of a Google form submission. By the way, before we end this, we need to look at the final results of the Google form. Where was I? So they like to bury themselves in the sand, but storms and swells in the ocean can easily knock them off course and onto land. They like to bury themselves in the ass, but I can't make it funny. Sorry. Also known as also known as the fat innkeeper worm. The creatures create a U-shaped burrow in the seabed that are left for the other animals to move in, hence its moniker. I want it to be called like the fat innkeeper rapist or something.
Oh my god.
fossil evidence has identified that the creatures have been around for 300 million years. You got to tell me what the maximum size recorded is, please. A single Eurychus uniquus can live up to 25 years. Wow.
Damn.
But doesn't stay erectus the whole time.
How do they reproduce? How do they reproduce?
Does its erectus last more than 4 hours?
It turns out that the penis thing, like the little tiny, like 10 millimeter thing comes out of the tip, and that's the penis's penis or something.
Wow, it's a penis's penis.
Penisception. Oh. While some humans fish for the creatures, larger fish, sharks, seagulls, and others, otters also contend to prey on the worms.
Ooh.
The species has gained particular notoriety in Asia, where they are eaten raw for their medicinal benefits due to their high concentration of amino acids. Oh, interesting. I wonder if real dicks have a lot of amino acids.
I would have laughed so hard if it said high protein content.
Yeah. Well, I'm pretty sure. Aren't amino acids a form of protein? In my head canon, they are.
Well, acids
They're the building blocks of life in my head.
Are
they come together, right?
Acids, proteins.
It's an acid of a different kind.
It says protein / amino acids. Yes.
They put the word semen into shame, right? Semen.
They are generally sold alive at wet markets where customers can... Oh, please, I called upon the world for another plague. Give me the coronavirus from the dickfish, please. Give me that pandemic, the dickfish pandemic.
You should totally replace the hot dog in the thumbnail.
Dude, you should Photoshop. You know the
totally
movie,
should have done that.
You know the scene Blaze of Glory. Well, this isn't right when two men figure skate together and it shows two hot dogs. You have two of those worm penis fish things on hot dog bun.
It says here they are generally sold alive at wet markets where customers can specifically select the one they want. Oh my god. Why does that sound so wrong? That's Steven and Farah going to the sex shop colorized. Their taste is described as mild, and they offer a similar texture to clams. They sound off-putting in every sense of the word.
And if you feed it some pineapple, it tastes a little bit sweeter.
Oh, God.
The vile-looking sea worm, known formerly as the Eurychus unicinctus, lined the beaches of Molitar. Okay, we already covered all that stuff. Tell me about this bad boy. A penis fish is pictured being held in 2019 after they washed up on a beach in California. Oh, this is the California variety.
So definitely small hands.
While it is customary in most... Go ahead.
Or baby hands, as it's known as.
Wow. I just saw this article. U.S. influencer 33 brands herself an emotional support stripper for the soldiers in Ukraine.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
All right. I don't think I'll cover that.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit extreme.
Are you buying one? Are you buying one ticket or two? Just one? Who's this? She's my emotional support stripper.
She has a collar and everything.
She's my service animal.
Okay, it says here, while it is customary in most Asian countries to eat the sea worms raw, some regions of China prefer to dehydrate the creatures so they can be stored for longer. The penis fish are then rehydrated when wanted to eat before they are fried. Okay. Great phrasing there. They are generally fished for in the shallow waters off the China Seas. You don't say. But are also found in sand tunnels beneath the water around the world. Japan also considers
even
fish delicacy.
the new pandemic.
Wow, they Can I have the dick fish sashimi, please? Like, it says that the Japanese pair it with soy sauce and vinegar.
You want that dick pic or that dick fish raw?
Yeah, they bread it, right? They fry it, and it's called dick sticks.
Punch a pill, ladies and gentlemen.
Saitama sets new rules for pool shoots with lascivious illustrations for NG poses.
Not good.
Saitama Prefecture recently created provisional rules, which also include lascivious images for NG poses in NG swimsuits that will surely be popular with artists and the AI in the near future. The Prefectural Parks and Green Space Association announced the provisional rules for swimsuit photo sessions scheduled for September to October at 3 major parks managed by Saitama Prefecture. Previously, one of the parks had rules for photo shoots, but official rules will be decided by February 2024 by a panel of experts. The association, which manages all 3 prefectural parks in Saitama, requested the cancellation of 6 businesses that were scheduled to shoot at water parks because there was an extreme pose that did not follow the rules. Oh, fuck. This is the kind of censorship we need. Oh, wait, no, it's not. However, since the rule was only enforced at 2 water parks and only 2 businesses broke the rules, Governor Motohiro Ono instructed all 4 businesses to withdraw their requests. The association also decided to consider unified rules. Okay, so anyway, as you can see, this is the no-no list. No toplessness while covering boobs. No whatever the fuck that is. Covering your vagina. Don't cover your vagina, folks. Don't make it look like you're not wearing pants because your hands are in front of it. Definitely don't fucking floss. Don't untie the side. Don't whatever's happening here. Is it Shibari rope bondage?
So basically, this is completely the pixelated in real life, right? Censorship. It's like the Family Guy episode, the FCC censors real life. That's what's happening in Japan.
It says, since it takes time to create rules, the association created provisional rules for the upcoming Saitama photo shoot events in September and October. Swimsuits and poses that are considered NG or no good were illustrated rather lasciviously.
That's no good, as Sonic says.
So which one of these is okay? None of them?
None of them.
This one just looks excessive. The top part shows 3 types of swimsuits that are considered NG and no longer permitted to be used for photo shoots. What's wrong with the one on the left?
You know what it is? It's probably because it shows more skin and more covers the nipple than the whole.
Yeah, it's like a thong.
Breast. Yeah, it's like a thong, so that's why. You can't really tell that much, but I think that's why.
Okay. Even if the models are wearing the appropriate swimsuits, they must also follow the guidelines that forbids the use of NG poses or poses that are considered to be extreme. You know, Japan, I love you. And I love you even more now. Because by telling them that they can't use these sexy poses, they are going to find a new sexy pose that is not banned. That is going to become the new hot thing. Yeah.
They're going to do the sexy poses upside down or a handstand style on their head. So that way they're not breaking the rules.
They're going to pose while having someone else cover themselves up.
Yeah.
So even if the models are wearing the appropriate swimsuits, they can't do those poses. The Japanese Communist Party women, what? Who could have foreseen this?
The Japanese Communist Party women. What?
The Japanese Communist Party women have been working hard at shutting down swimsuit pool photo shoots over the past few months. Unfortunately for the swimsuit goddesses, It appears that the government is moving forward and siding with the disgruntled feminists.
Oh.
Well, as they said, artists and AI will surely be popular. Music event staff dies after water cannon mishap. A male staff member for a music event, Water Bomb Osaka, what do you think happens there, has died after a mishap during a rehearsal in which he took a high-powered water cannon shot to the face.
Oh.
The incident occurred. I mean, imagine sticking your face right in front of the
cannon.
Imagine, you know, like you do with a garden hose where you like pinch it and somebody looks and then you unpinch it. Fire hose though.
Like,
what
did you knock his block off?
Imagine the bulldozer rides on top of the hose. You're like, what? I was putting out this fire, but then all of a sudden the wheel goes off and you just get blasted full force. That's basically
maybe it's like, you know, that Simpsons episode where Ned Flanders' wife Ma dies with the shirt gun.
No.
Maybe they squirt the in the face so hard he falls off the stage.
I think I could count on one hand the amount of Simpsons episodes I've seen, and every single one of them is a Halloween horror episode.
Hey, they're classics, man. They're classics. But that actually did happen. She got shot with the shirt gun, fell off the balcony, and died.
Wow.
Maybe
the
he
only
fell off.
Simpsons thing I actively remember was going to see the Simpsons movie in theaters.
Bart's penis, of course you remember that.
Of course.
No, I remember the scene where Bart asked to sort of be part of Flanders' family, and Flanders like kind of tearing up. It was like, I thought that was a sweet moment.
I don't remember that shit at all. I just remember the skateboarding naked
I remember
part.
I remember Ralph saying, "I like guys now." Remember that? No, that's
the incident occurred at around 11 a.m. on July 14th at an event venue in Osaka, where a water cannon device that shoots high-velocity streams of water comparable to the ones used by firefighters, I was right, accidentally ejected water and hit a male staff member directly in the face. What do you think that was like? Water? Like a water pick blowing your face off?
Well, it's like full force, you know.
I bet it probably broke his neck, and then that was probably what killed him.
I recently saw a TikTok where a guy was hunting with a bow and arrow, and he shot an arrow with an abnormally large arrowhead on it at a turkey, and the turkey's head comes clean off. Like. So, according to the report, the male staff member was looking into the water cannon before it accidentally shot water into his face. The water was discharged at 120 kilometers per hour, which resulted in death from brain contusion. The police are investigating the incident, and the Water Bomb Osaka 2023 music event, which was supposed to take place on July 15th, 17th, was canceled. No! I'm sorry, you got blasted by that?
Wow.
Surely it was a more... You had safety goggles on and everything? You deserved it. No. The images below from past water bomb events should give you an idea of how powerful the cannons are. Not powerful at all.
It looks like a toy squirt.
They must be talking about this one. A fucking sprinkler, if anything.
Yeah, sprinklers.
Okay. Slightly different.
Yeah, that one I can understand.
Probably that one, yeah. I could see that being... I mean, that's gotta have a lot of force to go that far and that much.
That quickly. All right. So anyway, ringing a bicycle bell is punishable by up to 20,000 yen.
Why?
Bicycles are categorized as light vehicles under the road traffic law in Japan, and the ordinance requires bicycles to be equipped with bells, but senseless ringing can get cyclists fined up to 20,000 yen.
Oh, senseless.
The road traffic law stipulates that except for cases in which the horn must be sounded, according to the provisions of the law, the horn must not be sounded. However, this does not apply when it is unavoidable to prevent danger. The following actions could result in fines or penalties. Quote, it is illegal to continuously ring a bell while riding a bicycle. It is also a violation to ring the bell for fun senselessly.
What? I don't understand why.
Too much fun.
The whole idea of the bicycle bell, like who even friggin' hears that on the road when it's actually needed to be heard? Like you're in your car, you're blasting music, and some jackass is on the bicycle and ringing the bell. Hey, stop that! You can't even hear shit.
Cling, 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 right? Cling,
So
cling.
they also said, it is also prohibited to ring the bell to people walking in front as a way to say, please get out of the way. Bicycle path. Why even have the bell?
Yeah, that's like wearing.
It's a entrapment.
You attach one of those freaking canned air horns to your bike. That's
just
far
fucking
more...
yell. Hey, fuck you! Get out of my way!
Move, bitch! Get out the way!
Fat ass, get out of the way!
According to the law, ringing the bell / horn in violation of Article 54 is considered a violation of horn use limit, and the violators will be fined 20,000 yen. Well, that's an interesting article I didn't pre-read. Santoryu Man arrested for going 3 sword style on the streets.
Oh, shit.
If only my goddamn One Piece experts were here. So the Shimane Prefectural Izumo Police Station arrested a man on the street who was described as going, quote, 3 sword style, or Santoryu, like Roronoa Zoro, like Zolo, as I like to call him, from One Piece, with a knife in each hand and a third in his mouth. You know he learned that shit from watching One Piece, too. Definitely. An unemployed 37-year-old man living in Izumo, Shimane Prefecture, was arrested on suspicion of violating the firearm and sword possession control law. According to the Izumo police, at around 11:30 a.m. on July 17th, a man called the Izumo police station saying, quote, I had a fight with my wife. I want to die. I'm going out with a kitchen knife. This is it, coppers. I'm going out with the kitchen knife. The man was found near his house with what appeared to be a knife in his mouth and one in each hand.
3
Kodachi seppuku style.
It'd be funny if it was just like a paring knife.
When the police warned him to drop the knives, the man obeyed and threw them into the distant grass and dropped the third knife nearby. Well, that's fucking lame.
Wow.
Lame! Italians are outraged after judge clears janitor for groping girl, quote, for under 10 seconds.
The 10-second rule, right?
Italians have been Italians have been outraged after a judge acquitted a janitor who was accused of improperly touching a schoolgirl because the assault only lasted for less than 10 seconds, prompting public outcry. A court in Rome acquitted a 66-year-old janitor earlier this month for putting his hand in the pants. Of a 17-year-old girl and touching her buttocks.
Maybe in Italy they consider once you're an adult, and I'm not excusing it, right? But that's the logic of stupidity. They're like, well, she's of age because she's over the age of 16.
He's probably hasn't turned into work for a couple days.
While the janitor admitted to touching the girl, he claimed... Great job. Once again, fucking Rift or Cos, god damn it. He claimed. Great job. He claimed that it was a joke. Look, just a prank, bro. Like, yeah, I stuck my hand down her panties. It's just a prank. Like, he claimed that it was a joke and denied ever putting his hands in her pants. Oh, okay. So I guess he denied that. The court decided that since the assault only lasted a handful of seconds and that it took place in a public area in front of other students, it did not count as libidinous or lustful. Libidinous? Like libido, libidinous? The judge deemed that it was merely a clumsy joke with no... Honestly, the sad thing about this is that Italians are so handsy that they're like, look, honestly, we have to let this one go, otherwise our fucking prisons would be too full.
Yeah, it'd be like over like 200,000 people.
Look, I know he kissed you on the cheek, but I know this is gonna be hard for you to understand. Believe it or not, that's normal. Like, he stuck his hand down your pants. It's Tuesday, isn't it? Like, you know. So anyway,
but for real though, this guy should have been, reprimanded in some way.
So the judge deemed that it was merely a clumsy joke with no sexual intent towards the girl. Well, let the record show that he was not Unicris erectus or whatever. So since the ruling, a union consisting of students posted on social media, "This is not a joke. There is nothing funny about it." Now, I'll just say, it actually is kind of funny, the way that they phrased it. Because what they went on to do was touch themselves for 10 full seconds to show you how long 10 seconds is. And it's just funny to see a man caress his own boob who looks like a fucking titan. The way, and I don't know if I can even show that on YouTube. I mean, let alone the fact that it's on YouTube right now, may that work forever in my favor here.
No.
Yeah, I don't know.
So yeah, they this is not a joke. There's nothing funny about it. Many youths from Italy have since flooded social media to express their outrage at the decision with hashtags of 10 seconds, and palpita breve, brief grope. To protest the decision, Italian youths have been posting viral videos of self-groping for 10 seconds to show how long 10 seconds is when it comes to such crimes. Yeah, that's what's making them go viral. Definitely.
Yeah,
Japanese
turned on.
Japanese internet denizens. It's like that. Why does this one end with a link to her OnlyFans? Like, Japanese internet denizens commented on the matter, with several referring to recent comments. With recent comments from feminists stating that molesters don't exist outside of Japan. Quote, "Is this the beginning of the era of speedrunning molester action?" Yes. So you're saying that if it's within 10 seconds, you're innocent, even if you put it in? Whoa! Whoa! Arrest that commenter! What? He said and then immediately ran out to rape someone?
Oh, fuck.
It's the new 10-second rule, LMAO. Even if you molest, it's safe as long as it's within 10 seconds. What happened to the people who said
it's over 9 seconds?
What happened to people who said that foreign countries don't have molesters? Molesters RTA. Okay. What? I can't hear you. Me? No, I'll be right back. Almost. But thank you for your concern. We're reading about an Italian who molested a girl for only 10 seconds, and the judge let him on. Well, he allegedly stuck his hand in her pants. My Italian wife did not find it amusing.
Yeah, she was clearly upset about that.
All right, so it is 3:00, so that's great. I'm sorry, Reese, for your day, and Kingstyle. You're all. I would just like to point out that Greenline, who is in California time, could not be here, but the Eastern Seaboard has been represented.
Yeah.
So they said that's what the court decided, so they should give up gracefully. Oh, all right. That's actually a pretty good rule. Sometimes you accidentally touch a butt on a crowded train, said the G-Con.
I'm gonna touch the butt.
It's like all these people are taking notes. Like, Your Honor, in Italy, they don't throw people in jail if it's under 10 seconds.
This is setting the precedent that it should not be setting.
Well, there aren't any women-only trains overseas, so if you're not good at it, you can't get away with being a molester. Japan is a woman-friendly society. No. They did get away with it over it. Are you paying attention? Like, give me 5 seconds. I don't even need 10. Perverts rejoice going to Italy. Japan should learn.
The two pump chumps are like, yes, my time is no.
Japan should learn from overseas. Look at all these perverts. So you're guilty if it reaches 11 seconds. Gotcha. This is an Italian joke, not a molester.
Do you think all these are guys and not one or two women? In
This guy says molest for 9 seconds, let go. Then molest for another 9 seconds and let go. Unlimited molestation. Rome sugoi.
I know what sugoi means. It's amazing.
Is this fake news? I thought molesters only existed in Japan. Oh, you sad, sad little Japanese person. Molesters exist everywhere. You are not unique. Is it safe if I ejaculate within 10 seconds? Dio could pull it off. Zawarudo. How are you not guilty after putting your hand under someone's clothing? The judge must be a pervert. Turns out the judge is Japanese. They will likely see an increase in false accusations of others touching deliberately for a short period. You can do whatever you want if you stop time. Oh, what a great observation. Thank you. The ruling is suitable for a global standard. In Japan should follow suit. Look at all these guilty verdicts. I want to be gay in Italy. Oh, okay. Wow. Just use Star Platinum for the allotted 10 seconds. Italy is such a wonderful country. I'm ashamed to be born in such an inferior country. Well, all these self-hating perverts. Let's move on. So a restaurant worker has been arrested for stealing a drunk woman's 100 yen pantsuit. Okay, I just want to point out. For 10 cents, apparently, in Japan, you can buy underwear. And when it has entered your body, when you're wearing it, the value increases to that which is worth stealing. So in one of the more bizarre incidents on the news as of late, a 27-year-old man was arrested for stealing pantsuit, reportedly valued at 100 yen, from a drunken woman passed out in front of a restaurant. The incident occurred at around 4 p.m. 4 p.m. drunken passed out. You deserved it. On July 9th, the man suspected of stealing the pair of pantsuit claimed that he was a restaurant employee in Koriyama in Fukushima Prefecture. After receiving a report from a woman who was the victim, the police found the suspect through surrounding security cameras and other sources. According to the police investigation, the stolen underwear was, in fact, the same pair worn by the female victim. Look, you're keeping me on suspense. I gotta know if he stole them off of her. Was she wearing them? Were they around her ankle, basically barely hooked onto the heel of her shoe, and just happened to be tangentially touching her?
Did he have to actually take her pants off to get to him?
Yes, I gotta know the details here. The suspect admitted, quote, "There is no doubt that I sold them, but did you take them off her?" In response to the interrogation, quote, "Perhaps the most bizarre part of the case is that since it was a crime of theft, the monetary value of the woman's underwear had to be disclosed. And unfortunately for the victim, she was wearing a pair of 100 yen pantsuit when she passed out drunk." Okay, there's the confirmation. She was wearing the pair when she passed out. But on her face? No.
Oh, she was drunk. I mean, anything can happen, right?
Mega ultra callback coming. Perverted monk arrested for pulling woman's pants down and hitting with a stick. There you go, King Style. That's what I was joking about earlier.
That's cool.
Oh, that's what it was.
A perverted monk was arrested in Sano in Tochigi Prefecture after touching a woman's buttocks as part of a Zen meditation. Hey. You don't mess with the Zen meditation. The 83.
Go back up, you're like, man.
83-year-old monk allegedly called out a woman who was walking near the temple and lured her there. He then made her sit down for a zazen Zen meditation, then pulled her pants down and hit her on the buttocks with a wooden stick. The day after the incident, the woman in her 30s and her family complained to the police saying, quote, "A monk touched my buttocks and hugged me." Well, fuck, man, should have hugged her. Clearly, that's what she's most upset about. When questioned by the police, the monk denied the charges and said, quote, "I hit it about 3 times with a wooden stick, but I never caressed it with my hands." She's crazy. It was under 10 seconds, bro. Seb says he's got to get going and that we should get some sleep. I agree. I've already taken my melatonin.
Oh, fuck me, dude.
In other monk themes, former chief priest arrested after trying to break up a couple by planting marijuana. Now, question.
Wow.
Do you think he planted it the way the police plant it to make sure you're guilty? Or do you think he planted it by actually physically planting the seeds?
He planted a seed.
2 individuals were arrested again in relation to a crime that involved a former chief priest and an accomplice who attempted to break up a couple by planting marijuana in their home.
Okay.
The 47-year-old former chief priest Yuzan Imai and a 33-year-old part-time worker at a detective agency, Yusuke Otsuba. What the fuck? Were arrested last... What? The chief priest and the detective wanted for murder.
I think one hell of a sitcom.
They were arrested last month on suspicion of breaking into the home of a female acquaintance of Imai and stealing cash worth 19 million yen. Imai had a one-sided love affair with a married woman in her 30s. That's not an affair, bro. That's a
tryst.
No. A one-sided love affair? That's just him masturbating in the shadows.
No.
It's abuse.
So he had a one-sided love affair with a married woman in her 30s to whom he had been gifting bags and other luxury items for some time.
It was a tryst. They were going at it, but he was the only one who was interested in her. She was just like, I'll just let him not get a free bag or something.
No, it sounds like he's a major cuck who was giving her gifts and she wasn't reciprocating. So in an effort to get the married couple to break up, the former chief priest hired Otsubo, a fucking detective who specialized in breaking up couples, I'm sure that's in his resume, to burglarize her house and recover all of the items he had gifted. While the 2 were arrested in June for the burglary, they were rearrested by the Metropolitan Police Department after it was discovered that they had also planted about 5 grams of marijuana in the woman's home. The dried cannabis was planted in an outdoor unit and also in a flower pot. The former chief priest Imai denied the charges when questioned by the police, but his accomplice, Otsubo, claimed, quote, "Imai said if you plant the cannabis in her home, the woman's husband will get arrested and the 2 would likely separate." And then she's as good as mine. I'll get in that pussy.
Like, the detective said, "I didn't do it." No, and it just like, make no mistake, he did do it.
Teen caught intruding train crew disguised as staff sent to family court. Damn it, I should have read this after the fucking 4 hours of sleep article. A teen was sent to the Tokyo family court on suspicion of illegally intruding into the crew room of a Japan Railway East train that was in operation while disguised as one of the crew members. Awesome fucking photo here. The 17-year-old high school student allegedly broke into the crew room of the train between Hajima Station and Higashi Hano Station on the Japan Railway Hachiko line on the afternoon of January 26th. According to the police report, the teen wore a suit and a self-made name tag and pretended to be an employee of the Japan Railway Group.
Hello, I'm an employee.
Yeah. He broke into the crew's cabin Muhammad's the most commonly used name on earth. Read a fucking book for once, right? Like, he broke into the crew's cabin while the train was stopped at Hajima Station, but none of the staff realized that he was an outsider. What? The suspect then got off on the Higashi Hano station and tried to get into the crew room of another station, where he was eventually found. Masturbate. No, I'm just kidding. And the Japan Railway East Hachioji branch office was notified of the intruder. When questioned by the police, the teen said, "I didn't do it for more than 10 seconds. No, I like trains and I wanted to see them in action up close because I'm a pervert." Right. All right. Man exterminating ants with a blowtorch burns down own house.
God, that's a perfect picture. The freaking Antark.
So a fire in Hioki in Kagoshima Prefecture on July 22nd resulted in an empty house burning down after a man allegedly used a blowtorch to exterminate ants earlier that day. Just seems like a bad idea, right? Like, according to the Hioki police station, at around 10:30 p.m. on the 22nd, a resident reported a fire at a vacant house in Hioki. The fire was extinguished about an hour after the call, but it already burned down the empty wooden one-story house measuring about 130 square meters. The house, which is owned by somebody who should have been old enough to fucking know better, 77-year-old Sadayuki Nagayami, he burned down.
Or something.
It burned down when nobody was around, so there weren't any injuries. While nobody was hurt, the homeowner said that earlier in the day he was at the house and was exterminating ants using a blowtorch. Seriously, there's Raid. Were you using like Raid and a fucking lighter? Like, the police and fire department are still investigating the cause of the fire that burned down the house, but they'll likely find that it had something to do with the rather extreme method of using a blowtorch to get rid of ants. Ladies and gentlemen, I cannot fucking believe that 8 people are still watching. It has been 7 hours and 20 minutes almost. Give yourself a round of applause. King style. Fuck, man. Thank you for joining us. I am so sorry that you are going to have to go to bed at what is now 6 a.m. for you.
Yes.
6:03.
So without further ado, I am going to play an ending. Actually, I'm going to look at the chat real quick because fucking I have not done a good job. Mirage Leonardo says that guy. Guess you can say he was trying to touch her peaches. Get it together, Italy. That's assault, brother. The Super Mario Brothers.
I'm dedicated, Brad.
Haruhi Suzumiya raping Mikuru Asahina lasted more than 10 seconds.
She
Damn.
didn't rape anybody. She just groped her. Like, what
I
the
can't wait to get
fuck?
to that part of the series. Fuck. I know friends may squeeze breasts in anime. Oh, this is Seb has to. So all these things happened before that. Okay. I literally thought your wife was going to say, "That's enough podcasting for tonight," after you read that article. Kyoto Animation got away with paying women possibly lower than men. Wow, goddamn.
Got away with.
They should get burned down.
Hold on.
Oh, wait.
Hold on. Got away with possibly doing something. Like you start off so strong with your assuredness, and then there's like
Luigi.
You need to
it
figure out
almost sounds
what
like
you're
you
doing.
think they should be burned down to the ground for their crimes. Religious priests are known for raping people. Damn, name one. Name one. The Pope. Okay. All right, fine. So are atheists. Apparently, I said this.
So, like, what's the point? Everyone is known for raping somebody.
Do you know what all rapists have in common?
They're rapists.
Good night, everybody.
What was that?
It's
was
5
that when
a.m. Come to bed. But dear,
what
I'm reading about
your
penis
answer?
fish on the beaches. Okay, never mind. Carry on.
What was the answer? Did I ruin it?
What? Oh, I was gonna say they're human, but then I was like, well, I think animals can probably rape each other. Dolphins like to rape people.
Dolphins just go the extra mile.
Anyway, so I think I'm just going to go ahead and we're going to.
So I guess mine was the correct answer.
I guess, yes, they're all right. They breathe air.
Oh, they're alive.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us. It has been probably one of the best and also simultaneously worst shows we've ever done. Give a shout out to Reese and King Style for being here and making sure I didn't have to go through that all by myself. The only appropriate ending is this one.